We'll be right back with a big interview after these messages.
My first impression of Barbados was that it was so beautiful. The beaches, of course, are gorgeous and the water is warm and like this really light blue, but also the houses are very colorful. The people are super nice. They're hospitable, but they're also like friendly. Like they want to talk to you and get to know you, and I think that's really cool.
This is my first time in Barbados. My first impression of Barbados is it's warm. It's sunny, which is the contrast of what it is in America because it's winter time there, so I'm ready to enjoy the sunshine. I would definitely recommend Barbados to my family and friends. It's on my list to come back.
Hi, my name is Corey Jones.
My name is Grayson.
My name is Nicholas Jimenez. I am playing with Atlantis.
This is my first tour with Atlantis, but this is my 4th time in Barbados.
It is my first time in Barbados, and it's been awesome so far. I really love the place.
Beautiful island, beautiful people, just a lovely atmosphere. Everyone here is so welcoming and inviting, and this just really encapsulates the Caribbean spirit.
I returned to Barbados for the 7th rugby. Biggest competition here in the island would have to be, I'd say it would have to be Barbados. The coach of our team has a pretty serious squad that he coached for the Olympic qualifier, I believe, Chris Roberts. So I completely believe in that team and their abilities. There's also a roots team from the States that I think is going to bring a lot of weight behind them. So.
My name's Maggie.
And my name is Bowie.
Hi, my name is Talia.
My name's Renee.
I'm Karen Holmes, yeah.
And we're playing for the Leadership Angels.
And we're ARPTC Angels. We're from all over Canada. Our biggest competition was FISU in Italy.
The Summer University Games this past July in Naples. It was really tough playing for Canada against other universities.
My biggest competition so far was the Sevens World Cup qualifiers. That was in North Carolina. It was a great competition. A bit too hot though, because it was like over 100 degrees. And yeah, we had to play in the heat. So that was a good experience. And I'm really looking forward to playing with the Canadian team.
My biggest competition was in Napoli, Italy, and that was with the Canadian team. I'm really excited for this tournament with the ARPTC Angels because I think that we have really strong individuals, and I think that we're going to bring on a really good competition and hopefully win it.
Angels!
My name is Jamael Philip. I return because it's a great experience out here and you learn a lot and it's very diverse, to be quite honest.
For somebody that's coming to Barbados, I would say come enjoy the beaches, and for somebody who's coming to the tournament, I'll tell them look out for St. Lucia.
Welcome back to the 2019 Rugby Barbados. Middle of this beautiful cricket oval. We are on a bit of a rain break here. We're getting a little rain this morning. That's going to slow things down. We'll be sure to bring you all the rugby action all day. But fortunately, we have special guests galore today. And we're going to start with Elaine Gelman, the founder and Sevens manager for Find Rugby Now. Elaine, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
How do you like Barbados so far? Teams around. So tell us a bit.
No, absolutely. So Find Rugby Now was basically put together to help support amateur rugby. So you can go on there, find your local rugby club, website, and everything is focused on the amateur game. But as part of that, what we wanted to do is put together some sides that had some very experienced players, but also developing players and give them an opportunity to play on an international level.
All right, and where are you based?
So we're based in the UK.
Okay.
But we've got, for example, for this tournament, our players from 10 different countries. So.
All right, yeah, that's what I'm talking about next. I mean, as a broadcast crew, we were fascinated. We pick it up. There's Swedish, Australian, Norwegian, Ugandan, UK, Scott, just a great rift of players. How are you getting these players together? How do you find them?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've usually a lot of it is done through referrals. So their friends will go to a tournament and say, "Oh, I played with this girl. She's amazing. You've got to get her down." Sometimes we get people who contact us. They've seen something on social media. But obviously, I mean, you know, social media makes everything so easy now.
Yes, it does.
So sometimes we do a little bit of scouting through that, or through our coaches as well, who are traveling around and happen to see some very good players.
All right. But talk about a couple of the players that are here. Just, you don't need to go through the whole list, but maybe one or two that stick out.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some really interesting characters. So we've got Charlotte, who's actually the captain of the Uganda Sevens team.
She's been great all weekend.
Yeah,
Medulla.
she's fantastic. She's played with us at Dubai Sevens a couple years. Really impressed us and continues to do so. We've got Joanna Sanlo, who played for the French national team for 6 years, and she played in the last Rugby Sevens World Cup. She's phenomenal, very aggressive in the breakdown area.
French, I forgot to say that was one nationality I missed, but
exactly.
Okay. She's been great as well, sure.
And then we've got Willemigen, who's one of our Dutch players, one of the younger players, but had a fantastic day yesterday. We actually selected her as our player of the day.
Oh, great.
Scored a couple tries. She's very interesting because she had a long-term career in athletics and then switched over to rugby, and you can really see the result of that on the pitch.
All right, great. So let's talk about some of the other upcoming events you have.
Yeah, sure. So we do our own Sevens tournament called the London International Sevens Tournament, and actually the Barbados Flying Fish won the Sevens tournament this past July. So that was June, sorry. So that was very exciting. And we're doing a few other local ones in London, but obviously Barbados was one on our list that we had for about a year. So
I think you'll be coming back?
Yes, absolutely.
What an event, right? Or the players, I mean, they must just be, you know, coming from some cold weather places. They're all sitting on the beach right now in their off times, having a good time.
Absolutely.
They must be enjoying it.
Well, I was actually at Twickenham all day yesterday with the varsity match, and it was the worst weather. Sorry, not yesterday, but on Thursday, and it was the worst weather possible. I mean, just freezing cold, raining, and then you get here and it's just beautiful sunshine.
Yeah, I left a snowing New York and was in the water 6 hours later, so it was absolutely wonderful. All right, so just tell us the future of the program, the kind of future mission where you look to go.
Yeah, absolutely. So we always have kind of a dual purpose. One is obviously to go to these kind of tournaments, represent well, do as well as we can, but the other is to kind of develop players as well. So we've had quite a few players in England who played for FRN, and were actually scouted through that. So we have a couple girls who are doing very well in the England Premiership at the moment. And then, of course, for those who are international players, like let's say Charlotte, who's here with from Uganda Sevens, it's also a great opportunity to go to tournaments she wouldn't normally go to, challenge herself against some very good opposition. So I think will continue to be our goal, give the players an opportunity to travel, see the world, play at the highest competition possible, but also develop these players.
All right, so before we let you go, tell us how people can find Rugby Now.
You go to findrugbynow.com.
All right, findrugbynow.com. It's been Elaine Gelman. Thank you so much for coming up. Good luck the rest of the day in the tournament, and we'll see you again.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to go to some more of a break, and then hopefully this rain will calm down. They're starting to look at the tarp, and we'll keep things rolling.
My first impression of Barbados was that it was so beautiful. The beaches, of course, are gorgeous, and the water is warm and like this really light blue, but also the houses are very colorful. The people are super nice. They're hospitable, but they're also like friendly. Like they want to talk to you and get to know you, and I think that's really cool.
This is my first time in Barbados. My first impression of Barbados is it's warm. It's sunny, which is the contrast of what it is in America because it's winter time there, so I'm ready to enjoy the sunshine. I would definitely recommend Barbados to my family and friends. It's on my list to come back.
Hi, my name is Corey Jones.
My name is Grayson.
My name is Nicholas Jimenez.
I am playing with Atlantis.
This is my first tour with Atlantis, but this is my 4th time in Barbados.
It is my first time in Barbados, and it's been awesome so far. I really love the place.
Beautiful island, beautiful people, just a lovely atmosphere. Everyone here is so welcoming and inviting, and it just really encapsulates the Caribbean spirit.
I returned to Barbados for the 7 rugby. Biggest competition here in the island would have to be, I'd say it would have to be Barbados. The coach of our team has a pretty serious squad that he coached for the Olympic qualifier, I believe, Chris Roberts. So I completely believe in that team and their abilities. There's also a roots team from the States that I think is going to bring a lot of weight behind them. So.
My name's Maggie.
And my name is Bowie.
Hi, my name is Talia.
My name's Renee.
I'm Karen Holmes. Yeah.
And we're playing for the Leadership Angels.
And we're ARPTC Angels. We're from all over Canada. Our biggest competition was FISU in Italy.
The Summer University Games this past July in Naples. It was really tough playing for Canada against other universities.
My biggest competition so far was the Sevens World Cup qualifiers. That was in North Carolina. It was a great competition. A bit too hot though, because it was like over 100 degrees. And yeah, we had to play in the heat. So that was a good experience. And I'm really looking forward to playing with the Canadian team.
Welcome back. You see no tarp on the field. That means rugby is about to restart. It's the 2019 Rugby Barbados World Sevens Day 2. We're still at halftime of the first game here, so we're pushed back just a bit. Let me kind of check this out. Yeah, we're pushed back about 25 minutes right now. We'll try to make that up as the day goes on. But right now we have St. Lucia, who is in the blue and yellow, and in the kind of blue teal print there is Atlantis, and this is our first game of the day. Right now we're at 10-0 Atlantis. Second half to start. It's going to be a kickoff from St. Lucia. Gav McLeavy.
The girls are just debating who's going to be kicking off. Atlantis keen and waiting. They were very dominant in the first half. What was it, 10-0? 10-0?
10-0 to Atlantis right now. So I think, St. Lucia's done a couple of things right. They need to just keep doing those.
I think, yeah,
they've push the right people into space.
They've come in with a better game plan. They're at least doing certain things with purpose, and they're trying to release their speedsters.
Yep. So they are trying to get that done. We'll see how they do. Referee Sampson has the game under control here, so we'll stop looking at us in the booth, thank God, and we'll go to the field.
Camera shy.
Where St. Lucia with Viola Jack plays some rugby in other parts of the Caribbean, but here on the St. Lucia team.
I'm pretty sure she's from Trinidad and Tobago.
It's the name on the list, and I'm Ron Burgundy. I can't pronounce a name unless it's on a sheet of paper. So.
She may have moved, but I know that within the Caribbean, a lot of the countries they're very friendly. And
this isn't a full international, so the rules don't apply. But Atlantis here with an early break off of that kickoff. They seem to be moving pretty well. I'm sure Chris Ryan gave them some messages, at halftime about the important things that they need to do.
A little bit scrappy down there.
A penalty. Good work by, it looked like it was a penalty against Atlantis, but it was a penalty for Atlantis. I was going to say good work in the breakdown by St. Lucia, but bad work in the breakdown by St. Lucia. Penalty there winds up in our first try of the second half, where it's 15-0 now. Atlantis with a pretty more straight shot.
St. Lucia a little bit frustrated with that. Feel like they were going to make some progress, but another try for Atlantis.
Right. And it's 15. Did the kick go over?
Didn't see.
Well, if the check and whether that kick was good, we know we're at 15. And it will be Atlantis to kick off here. They have the ball. They're ready to kick off in a somewhat of a condensed formation here. They're all sort of in the middle of the field, so we'll see where they spread to.
You know what we need to figure out? We need to figure out who goes through from this. So if Atlantis win this, then Sion and Atlantis are both in second place.
All right. And here is the ball moving across field. They have a little room to run. Let's see what they do. Mary Roberts knocks on another ball, not having the best day with their hands out there.
No, they look a little rusty. They've got too much rain in their eyes or something. It's, not the best start this morning for them.
Scrum here for Atlantis, just outside the 22 of St. Lucia. What's the St. Lucia mascot? What do they call themselves? The what? Whatever. And St. Lucia on defense. Atlantis putting the ball in here. Good attacking position, but power comes out there. But referee Sampson spots it coming straight out of the side. So we are going to set this down again.
Good height from St. Lucia in that scrum.
Atlantis, little wraparound play. They've got some numbers here. They're going to move it wide. Let's see what they can do as they come around the corner. Player held up there. They will be able to recycle this. They've got some runners across the field. Let's see what they decide to do. They're going to keep it a little bit tight here. And they do, as they're headed right towards the sticks, is number 2, Coco Wallace from Newton, Mass.
Very close.
Referee.
She touched down at the base of the pad, I think.
Believe it's a try from referee Sampson, and it is. We are at 22-0, Atlantis over St. Lucia, about halfway through the second half.
I've been instructed by the groundskeepers, or actually one of the union members, that the pipes for the sticks that we're using, they've actually got cement in the bottom, and then they've got wood timber through the middle of the pipe, so they're very secure. Although when they do get knocked, they don't look very secure.
Yes,
but
they will stay up.
I've been assured that they are very deep into the earth.
Nice pads in there too, so nobody gets hurt. It's good.
Yeah,
Rugby Barbados World Sevens pads. So that kick was good. We're 24-0 Atlantis now as the second half continues to roll on here. Atlantis will kick off. You got a feel for St. Lucia at this point. They really need to just get something together here. It's a little too much pressure coming on from them, and that's probably not the best idea for Jeremiah Evariste to play that, but they're going to have a go here, and that's Shawnette St. Just. She's a big, powerful player and will certainly make some ground there, but she's got to fight for the ball as Atlantis trying to turn that one over, and it is not going to happen as St. Lucia now get the ball off to the left-hand side and into the hands of Evariste again. Evariste spins out of one. Evariste looks for the offload there and finds it to Marissa Wilfred. Wilfred goes into contact. Ball squirts out the back, and it's back in St. Just's hands. Some Soufriere plays for the Body Holiday Club. But a penalty against for holding in. It's going to be Atlantis ball after some good St. Lucia work there, Gav.
Yeah, no, at least they're using their strengths, which in this case was the pick and go. They've got some stocky, strong players, so pick and goes are going to work for them around the fringe. They can use that power. And they gained a good 20 or 30 yards. First time that they made some progress today so far. Got to take the positives.
And we have a scrum here. It was an infraction there by Atlantis. So St. Lucia will have an opportunity to have a run here.
If they could just tidy up the passes a little bit, then they may find some space out here for Robertson. I think Atlantis are genuinely worried about that speed that St. Lucia possesses.
Yeah, Chris Ryan was certainly aware of Mary Roberts, so probably keeping a little bit of an eye on her. At this point, 24-5 or 24-0. Where that 5 points come on the board from. Score is 24-0 Atlantis over at St. Lucia. And ball going to come in here again from St. Lucia. Referee is going to have to sort this out. Interesting. Penalty against St. Lucia. Atlantis going to have an opportunity here. Atlantis puts a ball into the middle of the field. A player cuts back out there. Ball spilled forward just a bit. And it's going to be knocked on. And St. Lucia ball here. Slippery ball after that rainstorm, I'd say, Gav.
Yeah, I think as well, earlier on you saw one of the St. Lucia players slip in the scrum. So it's beginning to get a little bit loose on the foot as well.
And after this game, we're going to have the Leadership Angels, who are undefeated so far, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
And Roots Rugby is going to be our next matchup, so make sure and stay tuned for that.
Yeah, Leadership Angels, they're solid defensively. Really enjoyed watching their defense yesterday.
Teams. They're a suffocating defense to start. Here's Mary Roberts now, gets the ball in her hands. Can she turn the corner? Does she have the gas? No, but she slips back inside, and now she may be gone. She's across the 50. She's across the 40. She's got one player to hunt her down. Can Mary Roberts, the Lamborghini, is out of the shed and in the try zone. Been waiting for that for 4 games. Gavin McLevy, Mary Roberts, the Lamborghini from St. Lucia, scores a try.
And this is exactly what we've been waiting for. Mary Roberts, if she gets an inch of space, she will take it and she will make you look a fool. She is fast. It's just she hasn't had the release that she needed, and this is the first time that she's found that space. Good work from the St. Lucia ladies.
And that kick is no good, so we're going to be at 24-5. As referee Charles Sampson whistles us for the end of this first game, 24-5. Coming up, Leadership Angels versus Roots. Crap. What did I do with my E? I don't know. I need the Roots.
Kim? Hi, Brian sent me over.
Lead her ship. Look, I didn't even notice that.
What's that?
Lead her ship.
Yeah, yes.
I didn't know. I didn't.
We are back here. It is the Rugby Barbados World Sevens. John Broker here with Gavin McLeavy, where you see the Leadership Angels going to be in blue against red and black and green is going to be the Roots team. Leadership Angels, one of the stronger ones here. And they're getting ready to kick off. I have our referee listed as Gogs, so I'm going to have to figure out what that means. Gordon Galashan, the fine Scottish name. I should remember that from yesterday, but I didn't. As we're getting ready to start this one, Gav, what do you think?
Who have we got? Angels and Roots. It's going to be the Angels, but I think the Roots are going to cause some problems because they've got all kinds of firepower. They're just not using it properly. This Angels defense is pretty solid, or it was yesterday. Hopefully they wake up with the same mentality today. The kicker there, the number 8, I forget her name, but she was amazing yesterday. She was very.
We'll see them come through. It's going to be Roots ball with a free kick there. As Roots now looking for the corner. They're probably not going to find it. We'll see this suffocating Leadership Angels defense continues to work the way it has been. Ball comes across there. Roots now on the move, but it cuts down. They have to take it through the middle, and they have done. Just a little offload there. We will see how they do. And that is Roots number 10, Veronica Blair, taking that ball in from Orange, New Jersey. Ball slips out there of Tracy Smith's hands, and Leadership Angels have an advantage here on the knock-on. And they also have a runner out wide. That's Paige Ferries. Ferries is going to cut right up the middle. She is across the 22. Nothing is stopping her, not even wet ground, and she is in the try zone for the first 5 points of our game.
Yeah, she got a handful of tries as well yesterday, and very similar stuff. Just finds that gap between centre and wing, and just cuts it wide open and goes. Always scoring from 30, 40, 50 yards too. It's never sort of those little bash over the try line stuff either.
And a pretty straightforward kick here for Bui Baravalala, the Honolulu player. I know you like when I say that name, Gav.
Actually, I managed to figure it out, and I gave it a bash yesterday and got it right.
Okay.
I was very surprised.
And that kick's good. We're at 7-0. The Leadership Angels, a Canadian-based team with just, they have a local Barbados player on the team, a Scottish player on the team. Baravalala from Honolulu played on the U.S. setup. So we have an interesting group here.
She's very talented. She kicks really well. You'll see her kickoff. I'm going to curse her now, but her kickoffs have been pretty solid. She plays very well. She's a good passer of the ball too.
And other cool places. Paige Ferries that just took that down and scored the last try. She's from Red Deer, Alberta. Sounds like a very highly populated place. Mm-hmm. As the Leadership Angels taking it around the corner here. I'm sure it's lovely. Sorry, Paige. And off they go through number 5, Maggie McKinnon from Souk, British Columbia, University of Victoria player. And she dots down for the second try here. Fantastic work by this Leadership Angels team.
She was in the Youth Olympics last year, 2018.
And they are having a good go of it early in this first half of Day 2 action, second game of the day. After this, Northeast Academy versus Caribbean Select, coached by the legendary Steve the Lizard Lewis.
He's behaved himself so far this weekend.
Define behave yourself.
Well, behaving himself by his standards.
Baravalala, a little tougher kick this time. We'll see how it goes. 15 meters in. Nice strike of it, but just rolls across the front. Just rolls towards the Holland Griffith stand. We have another look at it here.
It's just pure power and pace. Well-trained athletes. Got some spectacular athletes on show this weekend.
Oh, this has been excellent.
Standard just gets higher and higher every year coming out to this thing.
And who wouldn't want to come to the legendary Kensington Oval? I will share at some point today my one fun fact about the Kensington Oval. But not yet. As Roots have the ball at their 22, and off they go. Looking for a little run here. Probably should have released that ball as a big tackle comes in. And here are Roots trying to move this wide. I think they know they have some speedsters and stepping on the line. We can see that from 4 stories up. Ball is in touch. It's going to be a Leadership Angels line out here.
Yeah, look at they're really solid defensively, and the Roots can't get out of their own half at the moment. Just sliding defense, squeeze and push them into the corner, and always pushing them outside. It's very clinical. It's great to watch.
Ball going to come in now from McKinnon. McKinnon gets the ball back. Moves it out to a runner cutting in. There's Ferries. She's already scored 1, and she's through the gap and across the 22. She's got a sweeper to beat. She's headed for the corner, and Paige Ferries scores her second of the game, second of the first half. She's having a cracker.
She's got a lot of confidence. I mean, she's just going around and then cutting inside. She slices it open. It's amazing to watch.
2019 Canada Player of the Year. Not just a club, not just a, any old area of Canada, but the Canada Player of the Year.
Wow.
So
Very
she's
impressive.
certainly showing it here. Fantastic. Barvalala up again.
Yeah.
And
good.
That one is good. We're at
That's two out of 3 so far today.
We're at 21-0. Leadership. Oh, 19-0. Sorry. My mistake this time. With a minute and a half to go in this first half here on the game clock. Leadership Angels really in control at the moment, Gavin.
Yeah, no, they're not releasing any pressure. Roots, they can't find any pathway through the middle, and they try it out wide, and there's no pathway out there either. They're not playing with much depth, though, so that it's a little bit panicky, but they've got that kick sorted down, and they cause a lot of problems for the Roots at the kickoff.
Nice little kick there from Barvalala, but we're going to come back to a penalty against the Leadership Angels. Roots, the opportunity to run here. And around the corner they go. The defense getting set here from Leadership, so we'll see if they can move the ball quickly to kind of nullify it. Not going to happen there.
It's just going backwards, isn't it?
Yeah, they are going backwards a little bit, and Stephanie Yepes got a tough pass there.
They're a bit static. There's nobody taking the bull by the horns and going forward. They just keep looking to go sideways, and at some point someone's got to step up, come from deep, and maybe bash the door down a little bit.
Yeah, if they've taken a look at this Leadership Angels defense team, if they looked at their games yesterday, I think they know it. They have to get that ball wide, but yeah, they do need a little movement first. They need to get going forward. They need to do some of that.
You've got to create a reason to make the defense hold. You can't just have them shifting all of the time, otherwise you're never going to get around the corner.
Tracy Smith from Roots there puts the ball up back. Alana Williams moves it out, and now they are trying to go wide here with Veronica Blair. They get it a little wider again.
They scramble. Even then, they did what we just talked about. They started doing a bit of go forward, and the scramble defense kicked in from Angels, and they nullified it that way. So they just step it up in a different way. And
Courtney Jessamy puts a pass in to one of her teammates who has to take it into contact. They're at their own 40-meter line. Getting a little head of steam here. Good work there. That's Tiana Hooker. And the Angels coming through, but penalized coming through from the side. Pretty clear on that one, Gav.
Yeah, coming in from the side, but there was big tackles going in before then, and again, that scramble defense. Roots have realized that they need to just go forward, and it's going to be a little scrappier, but at least there's some go forward, and they can find a bit of movement there.
And a massively telegraphed opportunity to go the other way is not going to work out, as at number 1, Madison Grant from Cornwall, the Cornwall Claymores player, 2 Canadian 15s caps, touches down her first try of the game.
Dude, no, bit of footy skills as well. Love it.
Another youth Olympic player, played for Canadian 7s a couple times as well. Cornwall Claymores, love the name.
Yeah, they're trying to set up a club down in Florida near Orlando with the similar Claymores, the big horse, right?
Or a mine. Clydesdale's a horse you're thinking of.
Oh, that's what it is. I'm thinking of. You're right.
Don't know what a Claymore is. Let's look it up. Barvalala hits that one. 26 at halftime. 26-0. Leadership Angels over Roots. Roots looking good though. They're gonna make some ground in the second half. We'll see. We'll be back with all that action with Gav McLeavy's magic, worldly, wise comments in just a moment.
Yeah.
We are back where a try has just been scored by Madison Grant of the Leadership Angels. They would go to 31 out of 33 with that kick. We're going to take another look at it right here as we get into the second half of this second game. Gav.
Yeah, it's solid work. The Angels have been dominant so far, and they've just continued coming out in the second half. And strong running opens it up like a can of beans, mate. Easy as that.
Yesterday we saw that just that suffocating, that suffocating defense, but today they're really stretching their legs and going for a run.
Yep, they are. They're doing some great work. They're really taking it to them and attacking, and just going straight for the throat too.
The Cornwall Claymore gets us started again. It comes right down into the hands of a Leadership Angels player, but knocked on. We'll have a scrum here for Roots to get their first possession of the second half as a couple of changes come rolling in here for this team. Really great bunch. I was on the plane with a few of them on the way down, and just, good crew. Kyle Granby, of course, and family are home. Could be parents anytime.
Anytime, yeah. I've heard
if not already. Granby is helping run this Roots program. Just a fantastic, fantastic overall organization here at the Rugby Barbados World Sevens. And we have ball in here, and a nice little move around the opposite side there for Tiana Hooker. And barreling her way, she does not want to be stopped.
She's aggressive. She's got some really good go forward, hasn't she?
Absolutely. The ball comes out there. Now they've got it to the wing. Nice movement here from this great team. That's Emily Trotman. Brought that one in. A little bit of interplay there. Can she keep it in? Unfortunate. No. It's going to be line out here for leadership.
Exciting stuff there. A nice little pop around the corner, but not good enough. The wall came closing down. And just outside the 5-yard line.
Little change here for Leadership Angels. Next time of this, we said it's going to be Northeast Academy versus Caribbean Select. Ball in for the Angels. They're in their own zone, but they're going to have a little show and go there, and there is no one in the back, but
good chase down.
Not going to go. Maggie McKinnon's not going to go the distance on that one, so they're going to have to keep this ball moving. The ball is in the hands of Emily Samek from the Guelph Redcoats, Ontario Player of the Year in 2018. She scored a couple tries. And did we just have a yellow card?
Given a yellow card. She went to tackle to grab the front of the shirt, and the girl's ponytail came over the front, and she grabbed the ponytail.
Just a bit.
It wasn't the best decision by the referee. I'm not. There was no intention in it. She went to grab the shirt, and the ponytail was there.
Yeah, it tended to be a little more forgiving. And look at the gas on this player. We don't have the jersey number yet, but what a simple, great little move just to inject some speed into the attack for the Leadership Angels. And a try awarded.
They've got
very well
pace.
Done.
They got pace all over the place.
They are really showing it today. Like I said yesterday,
it's a different person every time that's burning people around the corner.
Very impressive.
Each team's got one or two of those. These guys seem to have 3, 4, 5 of them.
And the kick is good. We're at 40-0 in this second half of action here. Still trying to get the number on this player. And we'll take a look at the replay here.
Quick step inside and outside, and didn't even look back. Didn't have a doubt in her mind that she was going to win that battle.
I believe that's Talia Hoffman from Stony Creek, Ontario. Another Guelph Redcoat. Just like that name, the Redcoats. Redcoats, Claymores. You got some good stuff going on.
Yeah.
Ball down to Roots. Roots into the power player again. Another little offload there. Keeps her feet.
Tiara Littleton,
yeah. And in the middle of the field, they are Leadership or reorganizing their defense, putting some pressure in at the breakdown, but referee says not rolling away against the Angels. We're going to come back here for Roots, and Roots wants to get underway quickly. They want to play here as the ball gets into Emily Trotman's hands, or Millie Trotman, as she has herself listed here.
Two rare mistakes on the trot from the Angels. I haven't seen them make too many mistakes, but two within 30 seconds. Unusual.
Emily Trotman, that one. Now ball's back up to another one of the Roots players, and Roots on the run. Nice little slip through the gap there. Well done. What can they get done here? The Leadership Angels, however, have come in with their ideas and have taken this ball and turned it over. They've got some runners out wide if they can get them, but they may not need it.
And it came from the defense again, didn't it? Good pressure defensively, good tackle, bounces to her feet, steals the ball, and then once they've got it, they turn it into attack.
And that's Carmen Isaac, the 19-year-old from High River, Alberta. Plays for the Foothill Lions in the 27 Commonwealth Games. Certainly making a name for herself here on this great Leadership Angels team.
No, these ladies look clinical. They look like they're here to win it. There's a few other teams that may have another say in it, though. So we'll see.
As the day goes on and we get those knockout rounds, it's going to be pure excitement. That is good right there. We're at 47.
And that was just the edge of the ruck that was won. It was just great tackling, but the key was bouncing to her feet and then stealing the ball before the Roots support arrived, and then quickly converting it into attack. 1-2 passes, and then there's gaping spaces because everyone's still involved in that ruck at the other side.
Kickoff from the Leadership Angels. No time on the clock here, but we have some referees' time. Knocked on. Didn't go 10, however. We're going to come back for the free kick for Roots. Roots been playing pretty powerfully these last couple of minutes. They want their their rewards out of this one.
I'd like to see Tiara Littleton sort of take charge and boss that line a little bit, because once she's going forward, she's hard to deal with, and I've seen a lot of people suffer at the hands of her trying to bump and run.
And it was Janelise Granville Benjamin taking that one in, and the ball gets knocked on. Roots, unfortunately, lose another one. The Leadership Angels way out in the head of their group at the moment, looking good for the day. 47-0. It is Leadership takes the Roots team. That's it for this game at Northeast Academy versus Caribbean Select. Coming up next, we're going to bring you that action in just a moment.
$47-0. Well, bugger me.
We are back here at the Kensington Oval in amazing Bridgetown, Barbados. 2019 Rugby Barbados World Sevens. John Broker with Gavin McLeavy. Coming up momentarily, we're going to have the Northeast Academy versus a Caribbean Select. The Steve Lewis's legendary team. It should be an interesting one to go here. Northeast Academy not having the weekend they want. Talked to their coaches last night and this morning. You know, the team is disappointed. They know they can be better. They know they could have had less unforced errors. So they're going to be looking for a big moment here, Gavin.
Yeah, I don't think they're there's maybe they're not training as much together, or what's the excuse? But really with these ladies, I don't think that they're going backwards. It's just that the standard in general is going up in this competition every year, so it's more and more difficult. You've got to turn up with something new, and maybe they've some of the players have stagnated a little bit, or they just haven't advanced or developed as players maybe.
And Northeast is investing in the youth in a lot of ways, right? So they've some players here are just coming into sort of this representative level. Last year Christy Kershey was here, who's playing on the international circuit this year.
True. Yeah.
They brought some good players to their system. Jen Solomon, who's now playing for Mexico. They've some players been with them for a couple of years who have moved on to different things. So they have a team here with an opportunity to make a name for themselves, and that's what we're really working on. So they are on the field.
So that makes sense, because a lot of these teams are coming with the full contingent, whereas maybe they've lost a few players because they've developed them.
We are waiting for the Leadership Angels. They'll be wearing white, and in blue is going to be the Northeast Academy. They are on the field and ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, big thanks to some of our sponsors while we've got a moment before the teams get out there. The Tourism and Development Corporation, the Barbados Tourism Marketing Incorporated. That's a couple of our presenting partners. And then there's Barbados Today, the local newspaper, Barbados Sotheby's International Realty, Barbados Hotel Tourism Association, and Diamonds International are going to be giving away some goodies later in the day for the managers. Some winning timepieces and pen sets, apparently. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, looking forward to that as well. We'll see how that all comes on. But we have our game almost ready to go here. I'm just waiting for this Caribbean team. And here comes the Caribbean Select wearing white.
I know one player that should be on this Caribbean Select team. There's a young lady called Zara Emitage. She's from Barbados. Just got news yesterday that she's come through the Barbados youth system, the relatively new youth system. She's graduated high school a year early and has just been accepted to Harvard, no less.
Really?
So
Harvard.
she's
Great
absolutely
program.
stoked. I'm really happy for her. I met her and her mother a couple of years ago, and when I met them, they were talking about playing rugby and maybe playing rugby at college level in a couple of years from now. And this young lady, really proud of her, Jara. Congratulations if you're out there listening. Great job, Harvard.
I had a couple weeks ago the pleasure of calling Harvard in the national championships for women's
truly,
varsity in the
yeah.
United States up in Boston in their home stadium. They beat West Point, Steve Lewis's team that he coaches with part time, with a couple of Bill Leclerc, a couple other people.
Yeah.
So she's stepping into a great program there.
Yeah.
Mel Denham, the coach, has just done a fantastic job with that, and they are, not only one of the premier academic institutions in the world. She's putting together a tough,
good rugby
physical, great rugby team. So
very cool.
All right, we're ready to get underway here as the Northeast Academy kicks off to the Caribbean Select. Caribbean Select, make a little break there. Caribbean Select looking to move the ball across and have done. Driven back by Northeast for a second there, and then able to get their footing. They're on the way here. All possession to Caribbean Select at the moment. Player hauled to the ground there, yeah.
It's like threw out the garbage.
And that one comes up in the hands of Sarah Levy. Sarah Levy offloads. Looks good here for this team as Amanda Schweitzer offloads back to Levy. Levy cuts around the side. She's got some speed and some guile, and she's showing it all right now as she dots down for the first 5-pointer. Sarah Levy from San Diego, Northeastern University graduate, 5 points on the board.
She had her dancing shoes on there. She wanted to beat everybody 3 times by the looks of it.
Looked like Gavin McLevy last night.
In the Soca Club.
Dancing up a storm.
Yeah, her dancing shoes on last night after a couple of Cockspur runs.
And 5-0. We are not going to be good with that one. It is going to stay 5-0 at the beginning of this first half. Some pretty instant days, and we're going to get a little replay here. We'll get to see those feet.
Yeah, look, she's inside, outside. I'll go again. I mean, she already beat those lasses twice already. She wants to go back inside. Just confident, that's all it is.
All right, we are back in action here. It is going to be a kickoff from the Northeast Academy.
So they've got into their stride now, Northeast Academy. They struggled a little bit yesterday. So this one, hopefully a bit more fun for them. Caribbean Selects were good, though, yesterday. Surprised us a couple of times, didn't they? Made a few people nervous.
They're scrappy. I mean, they're out here just to have a bit of fun. They are. Ball's back in the hands of the try-scorer, Levy. Ball comes support from Gianna Solomon. Frankie Sands comes in. Frankie Sands, the former Dartmouth player. Had a sister that played for Quinnipiac. They're both in the national tournament series. I'm telling her a funny story about it the other night. I'll tell you in a minute. And the ball moves across there. Solomon moves it across. That's into the hands of Paige. I'm going to mess her name up. Stathopoulos. Ball comes back across here to Daisy Titus. Titus headed towards the line there. Titus held up, but is she going to get the ball now? I think she's got it.
Trying to create the maul, but it's just she's already had knees down.
Poulos gets the ball back again, and she's got a clear run to the try line. And there it is from Sandwich, Massachusetts, a Boston University grad, plays for the Boston women, touches down the second try for the Northeast Academy, and we're at 10-0. A little tough angle on this kick.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, and against that wind, if she's a righty, is she a righty? I think she's a righty, so it's going to be tough. It'll pull away, hopefully. Unfortunately, if it's...
Yeah, the wind tends to swirl here.
Yeah.
So, story I was saying, Frankie Sands played at Dartmouth, and had a sister that played at Quinnipiac, both varsity programs, both in the national championships. And I kept running into her dad. And I ran into him first at Quinnipiac, and he said, "That's my daughter." The next week, I see this guy who looks familiar, but he's wearing Dartmouth gear. And I kept seeing him like over 3 or 4 weeks in different gear, supporting a child with barely the same name. And it took me weeks to say, that's who it is.
Yeah, the light bulb went off.
Yeah, your daughter's playing varsity rugby in American universities. So pretty funny. Great family, great people.
So this was where they were trying to hold that maul up, and it didn't happen. But at that point, the Caribbean Selects need to separate. They've realised they've lost the maul. They need to go cover on the outside, and they didn't. And that's how Northeast managed to dot it down.
And it was Shamira Robles from the Boogie Down Bronx who put that one away. Gave the easy pass up there. There's Stathopoulos and try awarded. Here we go, Caribbean Select on their own 22, or they spent most of this game.
Yeah, they spent a fair amount of time just either side of that 22.
4 minutes into it. Ball rolls back in that tackle. We've got players running wide. Nobody seems too excited about getting into contact, but break here.
That looks exciting.
Sarah Levy can't quite take her down. They've got other runners coming at her. She's got some gas across the 22. She's got nothing but daylight in front of her, and she is going to cut the lead in half, 10-5,
Nice.
Northeast over Caribbean.
She's quick. That was impressive. They were stuck back there for the longest time, and there's just a half-inch of space, and she's gone.
Absolutely. Good work there from this Caribbean select team. That's the need. They have players that can make big breaks, and that's what they need to do.
Yeah. They're enjoying themselves.
Kick is no good. We're going to stay at 10-5 here as 2 minutes to go on the game clock in this first half of women's Pool B action. After this is going to be Fine Rugby Now. We had Elaine Gelman in before talking about that great program versus Rugby Quebec, another team that's been looking fantastic.
Yeah, they look. They were at the bus stop when we were coming over.
Yeah, right. I rode over with them.
They just look super professional. They're all chiseled. They've got there's a lot of strength, a lot of speed, and they're just super organised. Like they eat, sleep, and breathe rugby.
Sarah Levy takes it to the corner of the wicket. And we're going to keep going here. Sorry, a little cricket humor there for anybody that needs it. Frankie Sands spills that one forward. The Essex, Vermont native.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that we're in a cricket stadium. I have to every so often. Oh yeah.
I thought you'd remember this is my first time in a cricket stadium.
Well, it's my second year, so I'm just I'm accustomed to it at this point.
And we're going to have a scrum here for Caribbean Select with an opportunity to tie it up.
Great for the game if we can tie this one up now.
Unless you're the Northeast coaches.
I'm a neutral. I just want everyone having
a good game
time.
here.
Yeah.
Referee is cool with that. It looked like it kind of no, he saw it. Went straight out the tunnel. We'll come back here, set it down again for Caribbean.
I'm all about the entertainment, mate. Doing it for the kids.
Are you just begging me to make fun of you? And here we go with Caribbean Select. Scrum gets spun around there. Let's see what's going to happen as a player does not release on the floor for the Caribbean Select, and it's Northeast ball, and Northeast wasting no time about it there. That is Amanda Schweitzer.
She can get back 10. Advantage.
The referee's probably going to let it go. I think they have some runners out here. If they can get the ball, there's Shamira Robles. Has to catch a diving pass there, but able to offload it to Sands. She's got Sarah Levy, and wisely gives it to the fastest player on the field. And Sarah Levy has a player on the angle coming across, but I don't think she's going to catch her. And Levy has to go a little bit to the side of the try zone this time, but Sarah Levy has touched down again. The Cape Town-born Sevens player.
Good effort on the track back, but not good enough. That was a fair distance. She had to go at least 60 yards.
60 yards, yeah, something like that. From the other side of the wicket. Get my terminology down here. Very excited. Learning a new sport. As I call the one that I know.
I have to see if we can find a game tomorrow. We can go watch a cricket match. I'm sure there's cricket on somewhere
fantastic.
on the island. They're always playing cricket. Arguably the number one sport, wouldn't you say? Oracle Tim over there is probably Barbados is the main sport is cricket.
That kick's not good. We're at 15-5.
That and soccer maybe.
And that is the end of this game where Northeast 15, 5 points to Caribbean Select. We are going to have, after this replay, we see Sarah Levy, just clean pair of heels there.
Yeah. The chase was valiant.
And they're the team just chatting about things, talking about their next game, seeing what they have to do. That is that for that game, 15-5. Now we're going to have Find Rugby Now versus Rugby Quebec. We're going to step... Oh, it's halftime? Boy, I'm an idiot. Welcome back to where, much to my surprise, it's the second half instead of the next game because I couldn't figure that out. 2 games in, I'm already getting delirious. I'll blame it on yesterday's 8-hour marathon broadcasting enjoyment here at the Kensington Oval as Caribbean Select get us underway again with the Northeast Academy in blue running right to left on your screen. Big break to start it off from Paige Tatopoulos, the 26-year-old.
Look at chase down.
Big chase coming. I might have spoken too soon, but a little bump off there. I think she's in.
Good job.
She's got it. Toured Japan with the USA Falcons. I believe Shamira Robles did as well, another one of the players in this team.
What a chase that was, and fair play to be able to fend her off to get across that line. Great work. Love it.
Team defense, just some number changes. Later. Let's just remember. Kick is no good there, so we're at 20-5. Northeast Academy over the Caribbean Selects. And here it is. Kickoff straight down. Tatopoulos just picks it right up there, sees the gap, and she's gone.
Yeah, that space opened up. But this chase from the number 9, it's closer and closer and closer, and just boom, gives her one in the shoulder, and that was enough to get across that line and get another couple of yards.
The kickoff from Northeast Academy went over the 22 and rolled in a touch, so it's going to be a Caribbean Select line out, just about 8 or 10 meters out from their own line. So that is where we'll start off this bit of play here. A long road here for Caribbean Select. If they want to go 95 meters on this, it'll be a little bit tough. Ball up and cleanly down, but a little show and go has to happen to move that on. And a kick. We'll see how wise or unwise that was as Isabel Haber comes down with that, the Cleveland-born player, and cuts across the field and still powering her way towards the line. They have a massive overload here, Gavin. If they can move this ball out, ball comes across.
Acres of space over on this
problem.
side.
And ball moves out again, and it is going to be touchdown yet again by Sarah Levy. Is that 2 or 3 in this game?
She's got
Is that
at least 2.
Third?
Yeah, I think it might be the third.
All right. So excellent play there from Sarah Levy. Good work to identify the space by the whole Northeast team, and they're running away with it here, 25-5. Kick to come from straight in front. I think they'll probably roll in a few substitutions and play this one out. But coaches Wilson and Chadwick will be much happier after this effort.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ambassador Steve Lewis, he'll also be happy. It's just the way he is.
So this was the deal. Ambassador is just a figurehead. So if he's the figurehead, therefore he's similar to the Queen. Therefore we're going to call him Queen for the rest of the weekend. Steve Lewis, Chief Queen.
Oh, that's a bit of a problem. And we'll take a look at the replay there. 25-5. Ball comes out to Levy.
Made it look very easy, didn't they, today, Northeast?
She had a bit of room. I think I could have scored that one. And that's saying something at this age and physical makeup. As Caribbean Select take that one in. Caribbean Select looking for a spot down the middle of the field. This is one of their speed runners. Nearly hunted someone down before, but thrown back and pounced quickly by Northeast, but a knock-on in the effort there. So we'll have a scrum here for Caribbean Select just inside their own 40-meter line.
Yeah, Caribbean Select, they've been scrappy, but Northeast have been clinical with it in this second half and just polishing off the game, putting it beyond Caribbean Select's reach, I think.
It is 25-5 here. Northeast. Some new kit arrived for them today. Looking pretty flashy out there, yeah.
Right. I wonder if they get to take it home with them afterwards as they've...
No, Anne-Marie Farrell will take it back, team manager. If you haven't spent time with Anne-Marie Farrell and you want to laugh at some good self-deprecating humor, this is your person.
Oh, is that the lady?
And also while she makes fun of you, so it's, it goes both ways.
Yeah. I knew her 30 seconds and she made several jokes to me within the first 30 seconds. That
works in sports marketing and coaches a men's rugby team at Ithaca College or University. I can't remember which one it is, in whether it's University or College in Ithaca, New York. Great servant to rugby all these years. And here goes the Caribbean Select under the watchful eye of the Northeast Academy.
That door was
I believe that was Dana Alamina from Doylestown, PA. feeding the ball right there because yesterday she had a jersey with a blank number, and now she's number 15.
Intelligently just goes to ground, realizes there's no way through that time.
And that's Hannah Bogic, moves it out, gets the ball in the hands of Daisy Titus, put a long pass in over there, and a try should be coming here for Isabel Haber, and she's got the speed. She is across the line. The Boston women's player, another Northeast University graduate, Isabel Haber, touches down in the corner.
Bit of heavy contact there after the touchdown. There's a little bit of mongrel in there somewhere.
Minute and a half on the game clock here, and 30 points to 5. Northeast.
Who have we got coming up next?
Next, actually, this time is Find Rugby Now versus Rugby Quebec.
Find Rugby Now. Yeah, Find Rugby Now and Rugby Quebec. That's going to be an interesting one. Quebec have been very clinical. That was the try that we just saw, getting around the corner. And I didn't like well, fair play. She hadn't dotted it down early enough, but a little bit of a dangerous play at the end of it.
Ball rolls in a touch again. It's going to be another line out.
As you can see, Quebec lining up in the background there that we get on the field just after this game.
That looks to be the end of the game. That is Rugby Quebec back there. So 30 points to 5. The Northeast Academy rights some wrongs from their day 1 of action. Day 2 action continues in just a minute. We'll step away, be back with Find Rugby Now versus Rugby Quebec. You want to see some skills on offer? This is your game.
Mm-hmm. I've done that a few times, though. You get to like half time.
We don't see things the way they are, we see them as they should be. We're engineers, it's what we do. With us, it's always faster this, smaller that, better everything. And the way we see it, the internet's in a rut, literally. The big cable companies are digging ditches to bring you high-speed internet. Slowly digging ditch after ditch. And you're left to wait, and wait. Well, we're not waiting. We're putting high-speed internet where it belongs, up on a pedestal. We're banding together, taking to the skies, and shooting it across the country. And not just for some, for everyone in every corner. Why? Because being connected means everything. It's the great equalizer. Today's internet is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It's running businesses, schools, lives, and more. Way more. And it definitely doesn't have to involve waiting, or burying cables, or buying bundles. It takes new thinking, hard work, and a dedication to lifting technology to new heights. The future's not faster cables, it's no cables. So we're climbing stairs, ladders, towers, and anything else that will allow us to connect you and everyone you know to affordable, reliable, non-bundled high-speed internet. The future can't wait.
We are back in action here. It is Find Rugby Now in the white and green and a little bit of black on the shoulder there against the blue and white stripes of the formidable Rugby Quebec. This is our fourth matchup of this day two. As we're still in women's pool rounds, ball goes into touch. It is going to be a Rugby Quebec. Frédéric Réauté sat on the bus with her today on the way over. Very, very good person. And a fine player, too, as she moves that ball wide. A little pass in behind, I think a jinxter. As off to the races they attempt to go. That's Réauté there.
A little scrappy at the start here, but they're a very professional-looking squad.
Yeah,
even when they're sitting just waiting for the bus in the morning, they look focused, look ready to play.
I was talking to her about some of the tournaments they go to. They used to go to Las Vegas Invitational a lot, New York Sevens, but they didn't go to New York this year. It's just they've been there so many years in a row. They wanted to change, and Las Vegas Invitational, the Sevens stop has moved to Los Angeles, so they tried Barbados, and I don't think they're going anywhere else.
Yeah.
The warm sun after you leave Quebec is pretty nice. As turned over there, and it is Find Rugby Now with one of their key players there, and that is their number 10. Wilhelmine, I just learned how to pronounce this better, and I can't. Wilhelmine Teravest. I'll keep the pronunciation I was using yesterday as the Ugandan international. Charlotte Madula, she plays for the Lady Cranes in Uganda, and also her club team, the Black Panthers. They move it across. They've got some runners wide. Can't quite get it there. Here's Carney. She's been important for this team. She puts in to Sign Low, the French international and Rugby World Cup Sevens veteran. But it's knocked on eventually there by Find Rugby Now. It's going to be Rugby Quebec. Strong defense, but nearly picked apart by this Find Rugby Now team.
Yeah, I thought they were going to get around the outside there for a second, and Quebec just managed to shuffle along it quick enough to catch them. That was the earlier one, the inside ball 22. And Wilhelmine Teravest.
Yeah, well, we've been injured. Plays for AAC Amsterdam. Amsterdam's famous for rugby.
They do have a pretty big festival there, I believe. A friend of mine went over from a kid that used to go to high school who played over there not too long
Oh, they have
ago.
great rugby there. I was just making a joke of what people think Amsterdam is really famous for. But let's go. As Quebec on the run here, that is Erica Scott, the 25-year-old. Ball spilled forward, but a player coming from the side from Find Rugby Now, and we are going to have a penalty for Rugby Quebec. They're going to take their time about this and just get sorted.
A couple of accidental collisions down there. The Find Rugby Now. A couple of the ladies bumped into each other accidentally. One got up gingerly and one just stayed down.
And Rayote has the ball. She'll take care of this after the injury. Rayote, Concordia University, 2016-2018 Female Athlete of the Year at that university. U20 player for Canada, Nations Cup. Played at the Super Series with the senior national team. She's got 8 15s caps. And players off the field here. We seem to be okay.
Yeah, they all gingerly got back up, and they're going to tough it out, I think. Ball
coming across here. It's show and go time for Rugby Quebec. They're inside the 22. They've got runners in a couple of different directions here. She is not going to need it, however, is Rayote. And Frederique Rayote, the Montreal native, touches it down for 5 points for Quebec.
Strong going through there. No stopping it.
Find Rugby Now players had a little chat with the referee, but everything's okay now. I think they thought they saw something untowards.
Find Rugby Now players, they're in the way of the kicker. Okay, they're getting out.
That kick is no good from Rugby Quebec. Take a quick look at the replay here.
Good step. Dummies the pass, which gives her half an inch to squeeze through and dots it down.
Just see that powerful run, huh?
It's that first couple of steps,
it's a
isn't
couple
it?
of steps and puts on some velocity when she gets going there. Impressive. Nice high kick here. Tara Vest comes in to make the tackle. Rugby Quebec able to hang on to that one. Stern making a nuisance of herself around there for Find Rugby Now, but the ball's going to come out anyway. Little wraparound play there. Good work by Quebec. The space is opening up. Offload was not quite there, but they're going to maintain possession. Ball's gone back again. A little step inside and ball in person at the same time for Justine Pelletier.
See, that was considered a high tackle, but the player with the ball the shoulders were probably only about 2 foot off the floor at the time of contact. See, I always struggle with that.
Little dummy switch back in from Rayote, but they're going to clean this one out. good to go. Going down the short side. Not a lot of room and lots of defenders. Probably not the thing they wanted to do there, as Pelletier has it again. Now the ball gets moved out to Harte. She has some runners. Oh, nice defense there from Fine Rugby Now. 2-on-1, and they manage to close it back in, but they're going to have some trouble. Wraparound comes. But for that errant pass, they'd probably be headed for the try zone. Instead, it's a knock-on. Scrum here for Fine Rugby Now.
There's been a hell of a lot of collisions in the last 2-3 minutes or so. Just from in between the 50 and the 22 of Fine Rugby Now. Going side to side, just big hit after big hit. High tackles. Lots going on. Action-packed stuff here at the Kensington Oval, my friend.
It certainly is. This is our last women's game for a little bit. They'll be back on later on today. We're going to switch to the men's bracket after this. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force versus St. Lucia, followed by Atlantis men, who have been probably the top team there, versus the Dead Pelicans. And then Roots Rugby versus Barbados. And we'll come back to women's action after that. But right now, this is a great game between Fine Rugby Now, who are trailing 5-0 to Rugby Quebec. Everything to play for here. Very important. We had Elaine Gelman up here before talking about this great program. But Quebec gets the penalty and the opportunity to move something on. And the referee does not look pleased. I think he's heard chirping one too many times from Joanne Seinlow. Unfortunately, it's in a different language, so I can't really understand what he's saying. French and a Czech referee, French player, so taken by Quebec there. Pass goes in behind. Now a little break opens up. That was Fautou. Little look at the dummy switch, but then they go with it, and the ball's back up. Great work on the floor there by this Rugby Quebec team for Fabiola Forteza. And now the ball breaks away, and she's got a clear run to the line. Couldn't quite see the number there. I'll get that for you in a second. It was either Dory H or Caroline Sikorsky. We will find out who our try scorer was.
Beautiful little pop-up off the ground, though, just past the 22. A couple of solid tackles went in, and the moment you hit the ground, turned and looked up and came running through to pick up that ball.
And this may be halftime, but there's a kick to come here. 10-0. Rugby Quebec over Fine Rugby Now at the moment, and that kick is good. We go to 12-0. Referee whistles for halftime of this exciting matchup. And we'll take one more look at that try before we step away for halftime.
There is a big tackle coming in, it just pops up. Beautiful stuff. And then you've got to pin your ears back. He's getting a lot of attention. I think she doubted herself for a little while, but she gets there eventually.
And it was Sikorsky, the McGill University graduate, plays rugby for St. Anne de Bellevue. We're going to step away for commercial break. Coming back with second half action. Just a second. It's second half action. It is a line-out throw-in for Rugby Quebec. They're going to come down with this one. They lead 12-0 over Fine Rugby Now. They're on their own 22. Second half, a lot of work here to do for Fine Rugby Now. Rugby Quebec looking pretty solid here, Gav.
Yeah, no, they've a couple of wayward passes, but aside from that, they're super clinical.
Erica Scott from DeWittville with a nice little offload there, but something untoward in the contact area.
Just held on for a second or two too long as the support was arriving a little bit late.
Now, Carney to Stern. They are two of the power players in this team as the ball gets moved out to Bryony Nelson, the Scottish international. Muldoon shows a little step before she moves the ball on there to Tanya Sion. She scored a couple of good tries yesterday. Tara Vest puts it in, and we're having a little battle for the ball here. Quebec may come down with it. They've gotten the ball up there. It looks like to Rayote.
Fine Rugby Now comes away with it.
Yes, and we're having a little tussle on either side of the ball here. We'll see who comes up with this eventually. It's going to be penalty against Rugby Quebec. Tara Vest tries to go quickly. Referee says not so fast. And we're going to bring it back and set it up here.
That was an interesting one. It's been such a flowing game, and then all of a sudden they decide they want to have a rucking competition.
Ball slips back over the head. Carney has to go clean it up. She's got some attention paid to her. Stern, big, powerful runner. She should be able to recycle this. Stern plays for Barry St. Edmunds. Is in England U19. And another penalty against Rugby Quebec here to start off this second half. Opportunity for Fine Rugby Now, either to run a set play or move it downfield. They're going to run that set play. They're going to put the Carney in the middle of the field. And a ball popped up into the hands of Erica Scott. Erica Scott hit, but Rugby Quebec on the attack once again. Unless that gets stolen away there by Fine Rugby Now. I don't think it has been. And they're away with it. Erica Scott does the work again. Moves the ball up to Rayote. She goes around one and doesn't find the open runner. That support runner didn't move the same action as she did. And now they're going to have to recycle it again as an absolute terrier. She goes in there.
Whoa.
Hard hits coming in from Fine Rugby Now. Lots of good rugby with just
They can't quite
phase-ending mistakes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Both teams are playing pretty well until something happens, but that's what they needed. It was just a little show. She doesn't have the gas to get there, but good work there from Emma Gallagher from Beaconsfield RFC, another Concordia University grad. Referee asks the player to stay down. I think they're going to have a little conversation here. Going to come in and talk to Chantel John, the assistant referee.
Something around the ruck. I'm not sure exactly what happened.
Somebody may have been naughty at that last tackle. We'll see what they come up with. A couple of changes coming in for Fine Rugby Now. Be a penalty play right in front of the post, about 15 meters out for Quebec.
I don't know really if it's been the lines of asking, so is it likely that they've been selected and not played the last game?
Ball on the move. They're running a set play. Just a little handoff there. Player goes to ground, and great quick work to get that ball moved quickly. Now they move it out to the left-hand side. Good pressure from Madula, the World Cup 2019 player. But another penalty against Fine Rugby Now, 5 meters out. They have to watch themselves. They've already had a couple of long conversations, and Rayote is going to do the honors. No problem there, and they have scored another try. Have Rugby Quebec looking good at 17-0.
A quick tap and goal gets it over the line, but taking her team with her around that corner, there was 3 or 4 of them could have finished it, but managed to do it all on her own.
Yeah, I'm sorry, really? Yeah, can
Rugby Quebec having a little conversation as you see him walk back there. Tough angle on the kick.
Yeah, you have to. You'll need to move back. No, it's like the full game.
Kick doesn't make it.
Yeah, but if they're not, Brian is the thing. If they're not going to put a team in, it won't actually affect the tournament because they're going to get beaten by But if we can,
And we're going to be back for a kickoff here from Rugby Quebec.
and move everyone up so that the subsequent games know that game's not going to happen.
There's 8 players on there right now from Fine Rugby. Okay, now there's a switch.
Maybe let's let them go with 8. See how they do. 17-0. Look, how could it hurt?
It's kind of a yeah, but what I'm saying.
Great kick over the back there.
Yeah, nice high kick there for this team.
Against Rugby Quebec. Yeah. Okay, fine. I just want to give you. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to give you that thought because if we leave an extra 20 minutes, that really helps us. I mean.
So line out here, just inside the 22.
And
nice
Find
clean.
Rugby Now. Got it. Sorry, I'm back. Find Rugby Now is working their way downfield, but they are inside their own 22. No points on the board yet. Could really use it here. Have traveled a long way and having a tough couple of days.
And it's not been a one-sided game so far.
No, a lot of experience on Find Rugby Now. They just, Quebec plays together a lot more, so that's why you see here, the players much more comfortable with each other and where they're going to be. So they have another try dotted down there as they continue to expand their lead. Great work here by Rugby Quebec as they push to 22.
They're very lively when a turnover happens. They immediately spring into action. It's they have a sense of urgency every time they steal the ball.
And they are back. It looks like that is the end of our game, however. Or is that half? What is that? Little replay here as the ball moves on. I'm going to stop citing myself. And that is the end of our game, officially. 22-0, Rugby Quebec.
Doubting yourself.
I am doubting myself now. It's frightening. Against... Next game is going to be Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force versus St. Lucia. We're going to bring you that action in just a minute.
These are the numbers that...
Welcome back as we start up the first men's game of the day between the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. You see there in some very stylish red and blue jerseys. Going from right to left on your screen, they'll be kicking to the light blue and yellow of St. Lucia. Two teams that would know each other quite well, Gav.
Yeah, no, these guys play against each other on a regular basis. If not at this tournament, a few of the Defence Force players may play on at least on the 15s team. Not many of them playing on the 7s team for Trinidad and Tobago. But yeah, they've crossed paths many times, I'm sure.
And ball up there for St. Lucia. St. Lucia on the move. Put the ball in the middle of the field. An on-rushing defender is going to take him down. That was Kendall Malchan from Arima in Trinidad and Tobago. And a big break here from St. Lucia. That's a Jean-Maël Philippe from Castries district. He plays for the Rogues, and he hands off a couple of times, and now he's across the 22. Does he have the gas? He does not, but he's got support, and that support is going to make it happen as Gizy Francois from Babonneau plays for the Stingers Club, touches down our first 5 points here.
Great work from Jermaine Phillips. He's done. He's come on leaps and bounds. I haven't seen him in maybe about a year, maybe since this last tournament last year, and he's put on a fair amount of weight. He looks like he's been in the gym lifting small cows or something. He's gotten big quick because he was a little skinny teenager last time I saw him.
Might be lifting large cows. As we're at 5-0, kick to come here from St. Lucia. Looking for a good start to this game. And kick is no good, just hangs up in front there. 5-0 early in this game to St. Lucia.
That wind has been consistent the last couple of days, and he's even got even quicker, stronger today. There's a nice little pop-up off the floor after a long, mazy run from Phillips.
Back here, it'll be a St. Lucia kickoff. And tries to take the kick himself, but it doesn't go 10, and we're going to have a free kick here for Trinidad. Player was not back 10, and they are at the 40-meter line. The power game coming. He's got a runner out wide. He was looking at him, but he may not need him for the defense force there. T&T defense force. Big slam tackle, but ball is knocked forward first. Well, the scrum here for St. Lucia.
I think the WWE expression is superplex.
Yes, something.
Not that I never watched.
Their headquarters are quite close to my house, actually. I should know that.
Yeah, that was a little dangerous. I'm sure that that would be mentioned by the referee.
WWE legend John Layfield, JBL in the clothesline from hell. Big rugby fan. Got to do a rugby game with him one time.
He's in Bermuda now.
Yes. One of the larger human beings you'll ever meet in your entire life, and a wonderful man as well. Bermuda-based, doing some youth rugby around the world as a development tool for children in distressed areas. Great work that he does. We have a not rolling away penalty against Trinidad and Tobago. It'll be a St. Lucia penalty here.
And I'd have to say he's probably the best after-dinner speaker I've ever come across. Multi-talented gent.
He is.
This is going to be a very physical game. Both teams here, I would probably say the two heaviest teams in this stadium this weekend.
Yeah, they are big boys here. St. Lucia ball tapped away. We're going to come back for the knock-on against. That was not an intentional, though we might see that there. It'll be a St. Lucia scrum here just inside the 22. St. Lucia, nice shot of the scrum coming in here with a beautiful Rugby Barbados World Sevens flag. Artistic boys on the cameras there. Good work. As the ball goes wide and a break and a tackle and some sheer gas from Vitus J.M. Pierre. And he is headed towards the line. There is no one that is going to stop him. Despite the best efforts of one of the T&T players, St. Lucia excited down there, celebrating 10-0 over the defense force. And this kick, we'll see him probably put a little more leg on this since it got hung up in the air last time.
Yeah, that's we're seeing a few of these kicks, and if you don't get behind it, if you don't kick through the middle of it, it just sits up in the sky and floats back towards you. It's becoming quite strong.
Kick is good. We are at 12, and here's a look.
Yeah, plenty of pace and nobody interested in chasing him down. It was just the one Trinidad and Tobago player kept going just in case. The old never give up mentality, love it. As they get back underway, St. Lucia kicking off very quickly. Interesting tactics. Little chip through the middle.
And St. Lucia back on their own line there. I think he thought he was touching that down on his own try zone. That's interesting. If we can roll back on that one with the replay a little bit, it'd be interesting.
I
Blair
think-
thought he was going to go touch it down. Wouldn't it be a knock-on? So it's going to be in a Trinidad and Tobago.
I think, yeah. I
Saw
think,
there, yeah.
I think he thought that the 5-yard
Sion
line was the
Augustine
try
thought
line.
he
He
was
wasn't
in.
paying attention and
Yeah,
tried to
what a
dot it
mistake.
down. Category of disasters. So close. There's a Trinidad and Tobago player down, the one that attempted to score that try. I think he landed at the feet of somebody, maybe took a knock on the way down. They'll need a minute.
And we'll take a minute to make sure this Trinidad and Tobago player is okay, as St. Lucia ended up knocking that on when he thought he was touching it down. So it's going to be a scrum and a great attacking position for the TNT Defense Force. Yeah. After this one, remember, we the Atlantis men versus the Dead Pelicans, the California-based touring team. This should be interesting.
Yes.
Bit of a, Atlantis plays players from all over the place, but they're headquartered, I suppose, in the Mid-Atlantic, sort of around the Washington, D.C. area. That's where they were formed. So a little East Coast, West Coast battle going on.
Yeah, Dead Pelicans, like a bunch of surfer dudes as well.
Yeah. And ball down and going out wide. It looks like it is going to be a try for Trinidad and Tobago. And Kevin Young says, you know what? I can get a little closer. And Kevin Young, the Laventille native, scores a try.
Yeah, that's smart play. Get a little bit closer. Let's see if we can add those 2 points on, and these little things can make a difference at the end of the game, especially on day 2, where it's always going to be a bit tighter anyway.
That kick is no good. We're at 12-5. No time on the clock here in the first half.
So St. Lucia got a good shove on, but the ball squirted out, and just good, safe hands, gets around the corner, and this was nice. But if you're going to daydream, I'll take advantage.
Ball up there from Trinidad and Tobago. We're going to come back. Our player is in front. It's going to be free kick here for St. Lucia.
There's going to be some direct running from these two teams in this game at some point. There's a lot of big boys involved. So when it gets a little scrappy, these guys usually go route 1.
Yeah, these guys, and Trinidad and Tobago tried to block that one, but it didn't work. And here comes St. Lucia, and as you pointed out, they are going to go right to the big boys, and the big boys are going to break through. Dwayne Nathaniel from Babonneau touches down a try. Great work by St. Lucia.
He wasn't holding back either. He knew that he's not the fastest man in the world, so he needs to put the pedal down so he can get over that line without anybody chasing him. Good kick too.
And that is going to be our halftime as St. Lucia touches down another one, or Trinidad Tobago.
So squeezing one in right before halftime.
Yep. And we'll be back with second half action in just a moment. We are back for second half action that just started with the kickoff. Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force took the kickoff there in the navy and red. In the light blue is St. Lucia. They're fighting for the ball right here. 5 points for Trinidad and Tobago, 19 for St. Lucia. So they scored a late try there, and we have a penalty against Trinidad and Tobago to get us started. We have a player who, well, I think just got hit in the nether regions. He'll probably be okay in a few minutes.
Looks a little uncomfortable.
Hurts from up here.
Take a big deep breath, my mind. You'll be right.
Unintentional there, of course, from this Trinidad and Tobago side, but I think we're going back for a penalty to them once this player's looked after.
I like their new kit. I think I might need to go down there and
Yeah, it's quite flash, isn't it? It's
I
good.
like it. I think I'm going to go down and swipe one.
Yesterday, if you weren't watching yesterday, Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force had a bit of a sort of camouflage.
Yeah.
Which has
maybe that because
the,
that
the
law
man of all nature, the man of all knowledge here, Gavin McLeavy told me is actually illegal in Barbados to wear camouflage.
You're allowed to dress in camouflage in this country. You get arrested for it. So maybe that's why they changed it.
Yeah. No need to, can't blend in with your surroundings. There's a little change coming on here right now for St. Lucia. St. Lucia to get us started. That's Flavien Gabriel from Ancillary, the Stingers player, is going to just go off for a few minutes. He can come back on. He's been a key part of this team for the weekend. One of their big playmakers.
Is that considered a head injury assessment?
Okay. Yes, we'll go with that. And boom goes the power, and off goes the run. That's Cletus Joseph from Cicerone. And he left one player in his wake who is not too thrilled with the way this has turned out. A little sideward running here, a little cut back in, and he's across the 22. A chaser is coming on. Yessi Francois couldn't make that one, but he was able to offload it there. We have a second Tobago player getting up slowly, and a penalty.
Letting them go on, he's letting them continue.
Yeah, he's going to let him play. Players getting up slow all over the place
Big
here.
hit right on the line. Good tackle.
Kevin Young was a speedster that made that tackle, but referee's going to whistle this up. We'll see what we go with. There's a player getting attended to for Trinidad and Tobago off your screen, so and a yellow card there against the defense force. So right now, they have 5 players because somebody's getting attended to for injury. Referee, if he notices it, may stop up for a second here. Zavon Augustine has the ball in hand, and they're not going to wait. 7-on-5 here. This should be pretty straightforward, but St. Lucia doesn't want to make it that way and just head straight in, and penalty against for holding it in, and it's Trinidad Tobago ball, and again, player has obstructed there, and we're going to see a St. Lucia player exit the field as Ethan Phillip from Marisul, a Rogues Club player, also known as Pogba.
A lot of penalties in a very short period of
Yes,
time.
it is.
Category of errors, but St. Lucia squandered a massive chance, 7v5, and instead of throwing the ball one way or the other, they're just trying to go down the middle and lose the ball. Foolish.
The direct route coming once again from inside their 22. Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force just bashes one in there. Remember, they're down to 6 players here. We'll see what they can do. They're trying to get a player on the break there. That looked like Shervon Neal from Pleasantville. And a little pass outside, but forward. Hard luck there for Jason John from Sangre Grande, who was hoping to make a big run, but it's going to be a scrum here for...
Good attempt, mate. Good effort.
Sangre Grande, I've been corrected. I'm doing my best here.
Is it French? Spanish? Some kind of combination? There you go. There's Tim the Oracle on display.
Absolutely.
Right, that's what happens.
As Cletus Joseph leaves the field and makes way for Mario Chico from Bexon, St. Lucia player. My pronounce must be okay. Tim the Oracle hasn't corrected me too many times. That might be a first right there. Do what I can. I do what I can. Zavon Augustine knocks that one forward. Trinidad is going to have the scrum. If you're a 7 scrum aficionado, this is the game for you because we've had quite a lot of them inside the 22 here in the last few minutes.
I think both teams feel that it's probably one of their strengths.
Yeah.
So they're both kind of going at it.
They're just keeping the ball tight, so the little knock-ons creep in here. Big power coming in there from St. Lucia. Can they dig this one out? Looks like a little kid's game right now, just barreling around. He's going for the corner. He's taking it away. Ron Eugene, another Babonneau player. He plays for the Rogues Club. Oh, sorry, he plays for the Stingers. Don't let me get those two mixed up. And he has scored a try here at the Rugby Barbados World Sevens as they extend their lead to 24-5. St. Lucia.
It's been a quiet second half. There's a lot of scrappy stuff and the scrums backwards and forwards. Kick's no good. Looks like he's running out of steam down there. He's tired.
I'll just name him something.
Substituting out right now as we speak.
Substitutes coming in.
No, the kick was no good.
Taking a look at it here at Ron Eugene from the Stingers Club, the 28-year-old. He turns the corner, yeah. No worries. Touching down a try here in the famous Kensington Oval, home of the Sixes. And cricket, home of the Sevens this weekend. As we are working on it, a little knock forward there on an attempted offload by the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, and we have another scrum.
They are playing a lot of it inside the Trinidad and Tobago 22. It's resulting in tries at some point, but there is a lot of back and forth. They do find that space because they do focus around the edge of the ruck and the edge of the scrum. There's always plenty of yards on the outside to get around the corner.
And off they go again. They're taking advantage of this man advantage, and they are going to dot down another try. That is number 7, Azizi Francois, another Stinger player. They call him Fish from Babonneau.
Fast like a fish, maybe.
Some fans enjoying the day here in the Cockspur corner here at the Kensington Oval. Attempt at a kick conversion is no good, and we're at 29-5 here. St. Lucia over the Defense Force. We'll take another quick look.
Yep, just gets himself around the corner, draws one in, draws the winger inside, releases the ball. Nice easy walk in for him. Should be kick off.
Yeah, no time on the clock here, so we're in referee's time. We had a little rain this morning, so to speed up some games here, make sure we can get everything in before evening hits here in beautiful Barbados, Bridgetown, main city, as Trinidad and Tobago takes one down. And we are having another scrums, maybe a record.
One last chance for St. Lucia to rack up another set of points. Well played into space. They make that tackle. He's still moving. Did well to stay on his feet as long as he did. Cavalry arrives. Big stretch. Gets it over.
Try awarded. They are moving away with it here. Is a defense is St. Lucia 34-5. Probably be our last kick of the game.
Easily St. Lucia's best game. Not pretty, but the result counts.
And that one just slides under the post. Referee looks at his watch, and that is it for this game. Get ready, get excited. It's Atlantis taking on the Dead Pelicans after this replay and a break. Little stretch out there. Good work. That's the end of this one. We're coming back with the Atlantis men against the Dead Pelicans. Welcome back to the Kensington Oval, the famous home of cricket in Barbados. It's a second men's game coming up in the light blue and the teal and white of the legendary Atlantis program. On the left, you have the Atlantis men, and they're going to be taking on the Dead Pelicans, a fairly new version of like an Atlantis touring side, doing some cool stuff. These Dead Pelicans, mostly out of the California area right now. Both played a couple of games yesterday. This should be an exciting one. John Broker here with Gavin McLevy, the man who knows it all. Gav, what are we looking at?
Okay, well, I mean, Atlantis were pretty solid yesterday. Corey Jones had a good game. The little lad with the skull cap on, I can't remember his name, but he was fantastic.
Van Oy.
Yeah, very lively, just tearing up defences. Once he finds a gap, gets through it. But on the other hand as well, our Dead Pelicans, they have an interesting style. They've got a couple of guys that are a little jinky, typical scrum half type players, and they can cause some problems. And they've got a couple of guys in amongst there that carry a bit of weight, so that there's plenty of contact. It's nice and heavy.
Yep. And a couple of knock back and forth there. Marcus Satavu wound up just taking it out of somebody's hand, and then he knocked it on unlucky inside the 22. So we're going to have a scrum here, it looks like, for the Dead Pelicans in purple. Dead Pelicans, Derek Bailey from Windsor, California, doing a lot of work there. NorCal Pelican High School 2010, College 2016 and 19.
I expect Atlantis to rack up a few points against the Dead Pelicans.
This is, not sure what the Pelicans did, but they're dead. We're going to have a scrum here. It looks like it's to Atlantis. Knocked back there, ball across into Satavu's hands. He's got another runner to stretch it wide. Smart Sevens players out here. That is Jack Ramirez from Philadelphia. Takes it into contact. They're going to move it back across quickly. They're trying to play side-to-side rugby here. Corey Jones just signed in Major League Rugby for the Austin Herd. Goes by his crossing dummy runner, and he's going to head towards the try-zone. Bailey can't stop him. John DeBoer can't stop him. And Corey Jones played for the played for a number of programs over the years.
No, he's
solid.
solid.
For Bulldogs under head coach Steve the Lizard Lewis in the year they won a national championship. And scores here for Atlantis, his team in Barbados, 5-0.
It was the inside run that opened it up for him, though. Someone came nice and tight, nice negative run on his shoulder, and just showing it and not giving it created an acre of space for him to run through to finish off those last 22 yards.
Kick to come here. Referee Staglon keeping an eye on things from Guyana.
Very good player up until very, very recently.
Yeah, they called this games a couple months ago.
Yep.
That kick hangs up in the wind here at the Oval, so we are going to be at 5-0 Atlantis. Take a look at Corey Jones here.
Just that little show, the number 3 there cut across the front of him, and that was enough to drag a couple of defenders across and open up the space for Corey. I'd have probably backed him even if he didn't have that space. Big lad.
And a left-footed long kick from Atlantis winds up in Derek Bailey's hands. The grass trips him up, but he gets back up eventually into a hard tackle. And they're going to move the ball across here through John DeBoer. DeBoer gets the ball to Alvarez. Alvarez is key. Kenji Jones moves the ball on. Here comes their winger. Don't quite have that number on my eyes right now, but they're going to move it back across. And a knock-on by the Dead Pelicans. A little wet and humid down there on this day. We've had a bit of rain come through, so slippery ball to get started. Teams just have to adjust, but it's going to be an Atlantis scrum here just outside the 22-meter line.
Yeah, unfortunate there. They looked like they were set up to, at some point, they were going to get around the corner. They've been patient and building it up, but another mistake leads to a scrum for Atlantis.
Referee Staglon brings these teams together. Ball across again, same action as before. A couple of steps there from Satavu. He shakes off one, gets just outside the 22, gets back up and powers his way forward. He's certainly aggressive, not held again. Goes for a little offload there. It eventually goes to hand. They've got a couple of runners out there. The try scorer, Jones, cuts back in. Offloads to Satavu. They're playing a little back and forth right now, the two of them. Marcus Satavu heads to the corner. Marcus Satavu touches down for the second try for this Atlantis team.
He's a handful, isn't he?
And the capped eagle, Marcus Satavu from North Haven, Connecticut. Lisa and Taylor, his lovely daughter, and wife Lisa, if you're watching, hello from Barbados. And scoring a try for Atlantis, 10-0. Tough kick again.
Yep, that's going directly into the wind. You have to give it a good thump, kick it right through the middle. If you get under it a little bit, it'll end up at the other end of the park. Yeah, Staglon, the referee, who was playing up until just now in July. He was playing in the Olympic qualifiers. That's right, we were there with him. And then the next competition was the under-19s and the women's tennis-side here in Barbados. And he was started. It was his first referee tournament, and he crushed it. So they're roping him into everything now because he's done such a good job in his first few months. He looks like he may advance quite quickly up the referee standings and get himself plenty of gigs.
Big handoff there. You saw in that replay on Derek Bailey, the Napa Valley RFC player from Satavu. High ball comes up. It made the 10, but thought it was knocked on. Bailey now moves it across for the Pelicans. Pelicans moving it back across this way through Ledyard. Great work there by Atlantis to come up with that. There is the big number 3 for Atlantis, Tyler Barberi. Tyler Barberi dives into not quite the try zone, knocks it on in front. Let's get a replay of that if we can.
He'll be kicking himself. He did so much work to get there. He did everything right. Stiff arm, there's another stiff arm, and just dives over the line and just
no, he dove before the line. He hit about 2 or 3 meters out. Unlucky for him. I think he thought he would slide just a bit, but just stopped dead.
Yeah, bless him. That's
he won't want that on his highlight reel, unfortunately, but
his teammates won't let him live that one down for a while.
I'm sure they won't. And here is Alvarez. I was calling the wrong person by his name for a minute there. As the dead Pelicans get the ball tossed up into Marcus Satavu's hands, and he's not going to have any trouble getting his second try of the game, as just a little mistake there trying to run out from their own end from the dead Pelicans. Gets that quick reaction time, and off he goes.
He uses that long reach, doesn't he? He makes sure that he hits a person right in the middle of the chest, or he hits them on the shoulder, and every single time you can't grab him. You've got to be able to grab that arm, and there's nothing there people get hold of because he's got such long limbs. Uses it very effectively.
A little bit of an easier angle on the kick here. We'll see how we do. Danny Gianascoli from Paoli, Pennsylvania, the 22-year-old.
He got through that one correctly.
Hits that one, 17.
Look at his stiff arm from him. Once he's picked it up, it's the first thing that goes out. His arm just goes straight up. He knows he's got the strength. He knows he's got that range. And nobody can grab a hold of him unless they're grabbing an arm. And the forearm of most of the rugby players out there is going to be slippery because of the sweat and the humidity. Uses it very well.
Another kickoff here in first half action as they go high and hanging for Corey Jones to get those skills up. And our almost try scorer, Barberi, comes down with it and moves the ball across field. Ball's in Gianascoli's hands, and now they move it out to Satavu again. He is handed off one. He's got another person on him, but he is going to go in for a hat trick in this match. That's 3 in a row in a short period of time for Marcus Satavu.
Yeah, he looks next level today against these guys. Men against boys. The dead Pelicans, the number 9, the number 21, they're smaller guys. They're very effective. They're good at their job, but they can't handle a guy at, what is he, 6'3"? Something like that. He's a
good-sized fella, 6'2", 210. A lot of power.
Yep.
As it looks like we've hit halftime here, 22-0. Actually kicked to come, so we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. And nice power on that one. Assistant referee says no good. However, 22-0 halftime. Atlantis, dead Pelicans 0. We'll be back with second half action. We'll step away and be back in just a minute.
Boys, I want one, but I honestly...
We're back here at the Kensington Oval where Atlantis has just scored an early try in the second half to go to 27-0. It was the big boy Tyler Barberi making it across the line this time from Damascus, Maryland. Baltimore Chesapeake player plays sevens with Beltway. Kick is good that time, and we are going to 29-0. We'll take a look at it.
Yeah, he had a lot of hard work to do, but definitely made up for his early mistake, getting over in the corner. Takes his sweet time to get towards the sticks.
He wasn't going to make no mistakes about this one.
Yeah. I think he was probably very upset with himself earlier.
And it's going to be Atlantis to kick off. Dead Pelicans in purple have not scored this game. We're 29-0. Nice high kick there from Atlantis for a couple of their players to run on to. Kenji Jones, Raziel Williams. The Dead Pelicans knocked that back. This is the local Barbados boy. And a big tackle coming in from Dead Pelicans. They're going to take this ball forward. Gotten through a couple of phases. Need to disorganize this Atlantis defense.
Yeah, the Atlantis defense is very physical. They look like they're in control. They're not too nervous.
And here comes the big fella. We haven't seen him in full flight all weekend, but you can see the semi-pro football player in Kenji Jones coming out as he works his way to the 22. Gets the ball to Alvarez, or Justin Ledyard, sorry. A couple of guys switched jerseys here. I might have a couple of wrong. Look different to me today, but I'm going to go by what I have. A turnover there, and Corey Jones has it. Corey Jones steps on it, tries to offload, and it goes back there, but knocked on, according to referee Staglon. We're going to have a scrum here for the Dead Pelicans just outside the 40-meter line of Atlantis.
Almost pulled that one off, didn't he? Just slipped at the last second. Kenji Jones looks like a handful as well. He looks like he could cause some problems if he could last a full game.
28-year-old from Dallas, Texas. We haven't seen him get in full flight. That was the first time all weekend we've seen him really get to run. And boy, the first thing I thought when I saw it was I wouldn't want to tackle that.
Yep, very.
That boy has got some movement.
Very Bastero.
Yeah. Bastero and sevens. It's a horrifying thought.
Things are like a nightmare.
Ball gets put in there by Brian Keown from Philadelphia. Playing in Barbados for a second time. Lives in Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. And a break comes through. Nice ankle tackle there by Mark Perter from the Pelicans. But a penalty against for offsides. And we're going to come back. Atlantis is going to go quick. They've got runners either side. Corey Jones was out there but not using them. An advantage here for the Dead Pelicans. It was a knock-on from Atlantis. We've had a couple of them now. We'll come back to a scrum for the Dead Pelicans just inside their 40-meter line.
Yeah, Atlantis just trying to force a couple of things. Not necessary, especially at this stage.
Coming up after this, we're going to have Roots Rugby Men versus Barbados, the hometown heroes. Stay tuned for that, and then we'll go back to the final round of women's pool games, I believe.
Keep an eye out here if they can manage to win their own scrum. If they get the ball to Oliveira, he's a handful. Big number 7 here.
Yeah, Oliveira's been set in the NOLA Gold Academy in Major League Rugby in America. He's driven back, however, in that tackle, and the ball comes squirting out somewhere, but illegally from Atlantis, so it's going to come back to a penalty to the Dead Pelicans. The Dead Pelicans, Robert Beasley Jr. sets up Oliveira for a Corey Jones smash, and Corey Jones is going to make no bones about it as he head towards the line with the ball went back off the Dead Pelicans. A little pick up and dive.
Correct. No.
And in front of their post, we got a little action going on here.
I think if Corey Jones had kept a hold of that, he'd have got over on his own momentum.
But that was a try, I didn't see.
Yeah, it was a try. It was I think someone just scooped it up off the drop ball.
All right. Looked like it was such a bit of a tussly mess out there. I didn't quite notice it as Atlantis score again. So they're at 36-0 over the Dead Pelicans. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, Jones could have just turned and dove in with that, I think, but trying to offload there to one of his teammates, looking for Grayson Haynes. And eventually we'll see who that try scorer was. They're in for another. Longer ball from Atlantis this time over the head of the Dead Pelicans. They can't handle it, but we're going to go quick here from Haynes. Referee Staglon has other thoughts. Well, we're going to come back to the knock-on for the scrum here, so it's going to be a nice opportunity for Atlantis to stretch this one out. Nick Jimenez from Staten Island is going to be in the scrum half distributor position. He's able to get that ball away. Ball a long pass across field from Keown and straight through the middle. It goes Max Penarelli from San Dimas, California, a Belmont Shore player. Just saw that gap and slid straight through it.
Yeah, very smooth, made it look easy. A little bit of a lack of effort from Olivieri. I think he could have chased that one down, or at least covered across to make the tackle.
The collegiate All-American coach from the USA happens to be sitting in the booth with us. That's how cool we are. And just informed me that was Gianniscoli that touched that one down. So we may have some incorrect numbering here.
Surprised Oliviera didn't even attempt to make the tackle there. Maybe he's carrying. He did come on as a late substitution, so maybe carrying some kind of injury. Looks like he's.
And that is that for us at 43-0. Atlantis overcomes the Dead Pelicans. Tough weekend for the Pelicans. Coming up, Barbados playing in front of their home crowd is going to take on Roots. We are back where the hometown Barbados is taking a kickoff, and it's a knock-on. They're defending a scrum from Roots in red in front of their own 22. All you Bajans out there, if you're watching this, come down to the Kensington Oval. Things are fantastic down here. What an event. You get to meet legendary rugby coaches and players. They're all here. We got good rugby for the day, and here goes Roots. Roots off to the left-hand side there. They're going to go for the corner. Roots giving it a go. I have Steve Lewis, coach of Caribbean Select here, coach of Jamaica, coach of West Point in the United States, a military academy, coach of the Collegiate All-Americans in America, former national championship winning coach with the Bulldogs. I could do this for the whole 14 minutes, but instead we'll let Steve talk for himself.
Hi there, John. Good afternoon. Thank you. Pleasure to be here at this famous cricket ground. I think hallowed turf, as we discussed the other day, the Kensington Oval here in Bridgetown, Barbados.
And a penalty here against Barbados, and they're taking it from the wrong place. You know some of these Roots players.
Yeah, so the
program.
player on the ball now, Mark Phillips, is American-based player. He is Jamaica eligible, so I want to keep an eye on him over the course of the weekend.
Live wire, been watching him all weekend. Really enjoy him. And here goes Roots on the move here, and that's that man Phillips. He has been all over it this weekend. Just fantastic. And Roots a little pick and go from the back there. They're going with the power Root. And over the try line they go and held up. Unlucky. But it should be their scrum here, about 5 meters out.
Yeah, good decision there for once by Graham Allen, the referee. He's a bit of a veteran these days, but I think he got that one right.
Steve, how many trips to Barbados for you?
I think this is the fourth. I think Northeast were one of the first teams we came to Tobago. It was there for a couple of years, and then since it's moved to Barbados, we've always been here. First with the men, then with the men and the women, and this year just the women.
What an event. As Roots put it in, and Phillips going to go to try to get it out, but gets a little ahead of himself, and here go Barbados. Barbados on the run. Big hit coming in from the Roots winger. And coming back for a penalty against Barbados for holding it in pretty quick. And here go Roots with Phil Salter, Stony Brook player, played for the legend Jerry Miro down there, and now plays with Old Blue, another team that Steve Lewis coached. This will never end, folks. And off
I'm not that old. I'm not that old.
Salter gets the ball back again. Salter headed towards the line, has Jareem George, the tremendously impressive Trinidadian, working with him there. But penalty against Barbados. We'll hold it up. And here comes Roots. Roots coming across field. They've got the runners. It's Claudius Meduze takes it in. They get the ball to the wing there, and they're going for it through Jonathan Taylor. Taylor gets hauled down, but they're still alive. Referee having a look here. It's a good wrestling match for it, but Roots is going to come up with this one, and it goes out to that man Phillips. Phillips doesn't get it because the big fella decides to take it on himself. Meduze from Hamilton, Ontario. Born in St. Lucia, actually. And they are moving it across field here. That's Brandon Walcott. Walcott's one of the famous rugby Walcott family here in Barbados. Gets rid of that one, and a little shift on there to Mark Phillips. And it is going to go in from one of their big units after a good sustained portion of play.
Yeah, sustained pressure there, multiple phases for Roots, playing against obviously hometown heroes, as you say. One of these interesting clashes, this type of tournament, is you get an invitational side, such as Roots, bringing players together from all over the shop, limited time together, and playing against Barbados, who, as we know, feature regularly together at various tournaments.
And all live within, 5 miles of here.
Sure, and Barbados, so it's coach of Jamaica in the RAN tournament. Barbados played Jamaica in the quarterfinals and really gave us a hard time of it. They were very physical, very direct, but as yet they haven't had any possession.
And Roots hits that one. It's 7-0 Roots over Barbados here in this men's division action at the Kensington Oval. You see Jareem George there, a little shot, but here's a replay of the try. Ball comes out to Phillips.
Yeah, great stuff there from Phillips. Probably just a touch too soon. Didn't quite hold the defender, but his teammate did enough to make it work and get in under the sticks.
Phillips here to kick off. Really quick hands, quick feet, quick mind on Phillips. He's really intelligent player. And Salter can't quite come down with that one. He gets knocked back. Phillips has it. Meanders his way about for a bit, but finds the route he wants to go in, and the ball's coming back across field. The big man is going to slow that down. Claudius Meduze, the 32-year-old. And that pass doesn't quite go. We have a knock-on spotted by the referee. So we're going to come back for a scrum here to Barbados, just inside the Roots half.
Yeah, nothing much good happens if the ball goes over shoulder height. It's like being out after 2 o'clock, right? Not many good things happen.
Yes. ATM at 2 a.m., nothing good going on. After this, we're going to go back to women's action. We'll have Roots versus St. Lucia first up. But right now we have a scrum for Barbados, just inside the half of Roots, as I said. You see Phillips there, arms up in the air. He just attracts attention and gets a little... He's got a lot of cheeky moves to him. So off Barbados goes... Didn't quite go to the outside there. They're going through the power game. Ball comes back, but he is stuck. Is Bonnets from Bridgetown, local boy. Plays for Scorpions. Computer code writer for a living. Ball goes out there. That's one of the Walcots. The one playing for Barbados today. 2 are playing for Roots. They have Cousins in there. Nice work there by Sean Ward. Sean Ward, another Scorpions player, played in the Hong Kong Sevens and the Commonwealth Games. Puts that one down. Ball comes to Dream George. Dream George shows a step, and he's looking for the line. He is quite... Oh, that was Dario Stout. Sorry. You're looking at the wrong person there. Dario Stout, another Scorpions player from the University of West Indies. Great try.
Yeah, good individual effort. He sort of neglected probably the easier score out wide on the left, 4 players against 2. But when you make that decision, you've got to follow through with it and get under the post, and that's what he did. So we'll let him off this time.
Job done, yes. Yeah. Always interesting to have high-level coaches in the booth to tell us what would frustrate them. As that kick goes in, and it is good. It is 7-all here in this men's division matchup.
Yeah, from a coaching perspective, it's like you better score under the post or you're off, you know. The days of punishment subs are over, John. You can't do that.
Yeah,
you know, millennials, they get very upset. They're very
Yes,
sensitive.
sensitive,
You've got to give them a
tender
chance
feelings.
to redeem
Yeah.
themselves, typically. We're New Testament here. We're New Testament
Yes,
coaches.
that's what we're calling it now. We're New Testament
Yeah,
coaches.
no longer an eye for an
I like
eye.
the phrase.
You like that?
I really like. I'm going to steal it. Claim it as my own. Steve is a glass half full, but only half full guy. So we're going to take a halftime break here. We'll step away and be right back where it's all tied up with everything to play for. Be back in a minute. We're back. We're at Barbados. Just kicked off to Roots. Phil Salter came down with it. We're all tied up at 7. What an exciting 7 minutes of action here. This is John Broker with Steve Lewis for this one. And the speed is on. He takes a step. Can he make the corner? He gets by them in Roots through Jonathan Taylor of Port of Spain, Trinidad. Plays for the Caribs Rugby Club and has played with the TNT national team. Scores the first 5-pointer. Steve, just pure pace.
Yeah, good effort there. He backed himself, and that's what you want from wingers, right, from finishers. They get a narrow space on the outside. They've got to believe in themselves. They've got to go for it. He angled in just to hold that final defender and did a good job, finished off. Terrific effort.
Good way for Roots to start off this second half. They're really looking for a big win here. Kyle Granby at home, expecting a child. You're good friends with Kyle?
I am indeed. Kyle Granby, Derek Lipscomb, those guys, and of course Hayden. James, who started the whole thing.
Yes, Hayden James, great man.
Yeah, so those guys, Roots, a fantastic program, all in favour of what they're doing, and wish them luck in all future endeavours. But it's the start for them, and part of their thing is encouraging a wider group of players to get involved. So that's what we're seeing here, some new names, new faces.
We're just getting the replay there where you see the man himself taking that one for a long run. Jonathan Taylor, great work. And now they are up 14-7, so we're going to see a kickoff here from Roots. Barbados need to answer.
Yeah, and back to Kyle Granby, just to point on him, he's one of the few people to play for both Old Blue and the New York Athletic Club and remain my friend,
Really?
so kudos to him.
So if you're not familiar with that New York rivalry between New York Athletic Club and Old Blue, it is time-honored and no love lost. These teams are competitors, and it's the big competition. Roots nearly comes down with that ball, bobbles back and forth, gets knocked down a few times. So we're going to come back here for a scrum to Barbados just outside their 22.
Yeah, so finally points game, 14-7, one score, still about 5 minutes left probably. So plenty of time for both sides. Roots to either stretch their lead or Barbados to come back in it. Barbados really need the win though to stay in contention. Atlantis look, with this round-robin format, Atlantis look like the firm favourites to win the thing.
We've said they look like the favourites to us as well. As a penalty there against Roots. And Roots on their way back, but
I always think that's a tough call. Referees insisting the ball is taken close to the mark can sometimes disrupt the momentum and the quick tap.
Barbados on the move here. Barbados gets it into the middle of the field. Little dummy kick there, but now they've gotten the ball out wide. That's the big fella, Simeon John, for the Emperor's Club. Brother's a pro boxer. He raises prize pit bulls, believe it or not. And Barbados in a tussle here. Roots wins the tussle, and they get the penalty for the Barbados players coming in. And they're going to move this back.
Yeah, a wee bit indiscipline there from the Barbados player at the breakdown. Penalties given. No need to get in a bit of handbags at dawn stuff and then toss the ball away. It's cost him a penalty.
Particularly right in front of the referee. Referee is about 2 feet away.
Former officer in the Black Watch, so he doesn't put up with any nonsense.
And Mark Phillips, he always attracts some defensive attention. Organizes very well as they go wide. Probably too quickly this time.
Yeah, it was really chain passing there. I mean, we're not coming on from depth, we're not running straight. It's just moving the ball across. It doesn't really hold defenders, doesn't fix anyone.
And it doesn't pay off as Barbados turns it over. Barbados taking Route A. Just straight in, and they've got an advantage here, and they come back around there. That's Chris Carrington. He's one of their speedsters and moves it out wide. Bump off right there. A big hits coming in here. Very physical in this second half. Barbados about 30 meters out. Draw the penalty. Roots makes a mistake. They're going to go quick. They're going to go for it. They want to entertain the home fans, and they have gotten their way through. That's Mikael Walcott, but he gets dragged in a touch. Good job by Roots. Try saving tackle.
Yeah, that was a good example. Just prior to that, it was a 3-1 there, and he went for a skip pass. So if you miss the player, you're not fixing that final defender. So opportunity missed for Barbados. However, they can pressure Roots' line out close to their own line. Only needs one mistake. Game of thin margin sevens, as we know.
Certainly is. A bounce of the ball can do it.
Sevens is a cruel mistress. Yes. One of my favorite phrases.
It really is. Entire national tournaments, World Cups can be won and lost on a bounce of the ball. This game is intensity magnified as Roots player seems to be okay, so we'll get on with it here. Roots line out. Just about 8 meters out from their own line. And instead we're going to have a free kick for Barbados. Not sure what that call was from. Maybe the wizened coach of Steve Lewis will realize what it is, but we don't know.
I missed that one, John. I'm sorry.
No problem. You're forgiven one. And a big fella barrels his way through. Simeon John. Barbados playing the tight game right here. They've got a little bit of width on them, but they're not quite using it as DeAndre Phillips, another Emperor's player, takes it.
I mean, again, it's flat and not enough pace on the ball.
Just, it's
harder work.
Pick and go 15s rugby here, basically, as they're not really getting the ball out too far. Players are trying to run through. Now they've got a runner on the outside, and he chooses not to use him as Enrique Oxley it's in, and a little push off here by the big man, and he's spilled that one forward. And
yeah.
Not using that with Steve, you're right.
Yep. That was another missed opportunity for Barbados. Hopefully they don't come to rue this. 2-3 scoring chances there. Players tended to take the more difficult option.
We're running out of time in this.
Yeah, the other issue, of course, now, yes, you're right, down about 30 seconds, and they do have to score relatively near the post to give themselves a chance of a conversion to tie. So very important that they do that, but it's not their ball.
Yes, it is Roots ball at their own 5. So they've got a little work to do here. Phillips puts it in. Barbados tries to put the pressure on, but it doesn't quite work. There's the man, Jareem George, shows, goes back, and now it's a loose ball. It's trouble, but Phillips is going to come up with, can he go coast to coast? He's got people on him. The big number 6 there, Walcott, was chasing him. That passes suspiciously or blatantly forward, depending on how you want to look at it.
Blatant.
And we are going to come back here. Here's that opportunity, Steve. Is it the moment?
Let's see, that was an interesting thing there. Mark Phillips, good player though he is, he had an opportunity to stop the game there. All he needed to do was walk towards touch, kick the ball to touch. Dead ball, he goes forward, coughs it up, and the referee, the sole arbiter of time and law, has decided there is one more play, and Barbados have the ball.
And we just got to look at it there. That ball just flying forward. We can see it here from 4 stories up and 75 yards away. As Barbados are going to get the free kick now, and they're going to go, and that was not 10, but off he goes. Is he going to make it? Can he get to the post? Can he get it down? Did he get it down? And it is a try awarded by the referee for Dario Stout.
Now, that's very interesting there because it was almost a high tackle, so potentially that's a penalty try and a yellow card.
And
I'm not sure whether he's given it. Yeah, he's given a yellow, but he hasn't given the penalty try. And the penalty try, of course, makes an automatic 7-0 kick, and it's a tie.
Would have made this a tie game.
So he hasn't given it, and now it's on a conversion.
So it's 14-12 to Roots. It's 14-12 to Roots. This kick is major.
Very interesting decision there.
Yeah, very interesting.
On a couple of different levels.
If you're going to give that high tackle, you have to give the penalty try, don't you? Almost automatically.
You do. Loath though I am to criticize referees.
Yes. Steve Lewis, a student of the law, really understands when he makes a constructive criticism. It tends to be grounded in fact, so this kick is a massive. And it is not going to make it. It's going to hang up in the breeze. 14-12. That is that, I believe.
That is that. So certainly had their chances, Barbados. They'll be ruining some of their mistakes, some of their decisions, because they had enough opportunities to win that game. For Roots, that's a really good scalp for them, the national team. So congratulations to them.
Referee getting an earful from Joe Whipple. I think he would have wanted that, also wanted that penalty try. But 14-12, we're going to wind up there. The Roots is going to beat Barbados here. Great opportunity. Next up is going to be the St. Lucia women. Are going to be in light blue, and the Roots women are coming up in red. Steve Lewis, I believe, is hanging on for this one.
It would appear so. Mr. McLevy is still absent, so I'm happy to fill in for one more game.
Fantastic. Hopefully he'll come back at some point. Yep. We are back where St. Lucia women are about to cross the try line, and they have done. St. Lucia scores a first try. St. Lucia versus Roots. We're back to women's action here. That was number 11, Leah Quintiba from Port of Spain. Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force she plays with sometimes, but here playing with St. Lucia at the Rugby Barbados World Sevens. John Broker with legendary coach Steve Lewis. Too many teams he's coached to name. And a first good early try there.
Yeah, always great to get one right off the bat. Really, 2-3 passes, break up the middle, and they're on the board, 5-0.
Kick is no good. We're at 5-0. St. Lucia over Roots. Roots men just beat Barbados. Roots women now looking for a scalp of this St. Lucia national team as we take a look at Quintiba here making a big run.
Yeah, colourful bandana there, so hard to miss her.
Yeah, talented player. Very talented. There's the beginning of it. Good footwork.
Good footwork on reflection. Roots, a couple of players there maybe a little unhappy. Stepped a little too easily in the middle.
And a little knock forward there by Roots, it looks like. And we'll have a scrum here for St. Lucia. And Steve, you haven't been up in the booth with us yet for a St. Lucia game. The player to watch is number 4, Mary Roberts, here on the wing. She scored against Atlantis, I believe they played in the last game. And she is just their absolute gas player. Speed to burn. She's used it mostly this weekend chasing players down as a sweeper and can catch anybody from any distance. But if they can move the ball out to the wing here, they've got some real pace.
Yeah, she's pretty well known in the Caribbean, obviously involved with Jamaica women.
She's got the ball now, and she is across the 22. She is going to turn the corner. She is not going to be stopped by Veronica Blair, and the Lamborghini again opens up the gears and touches down St. Lucia at 10.
Yeah, she's got gas. We know that natural speed, which you can't coach. She had a couple of handling issues in the earlier game. She probably would have had 2-3 more scores to her name if she'd held on to the ball.
We noticed that. Yeah, tough. One of the first games of the day.
But certainly a rising star in women's rugby in the Caribbean.
Called her games a couple of months ago, and she has improved since then. So she's clearly working on the skills and the division and everything else. So bright future certainly for Mary Roberts as we take a look right here.
Yeah, great form, natural athlete, and that's what it comes back to tournaments like this. You need competition, right? In order to improve, you need to play under pressure. You can't just practice. You've got to put it into effect when the pressure's on. And
she's just 19. She's got some years to go as that ball does not go 10. We're going to go back for a Roots free kick here. They're down 10-0. They're going to want to get going here as they get the ball through Tracy Smith, London, England-born player. Roots comes across here.
And obviously with St. Lucia benefiting from the coaching of Wayne Panther these days. Well-known, long-time Trinidadian rugby legend. He's been out there helping them out the last 6 months or so. And he knows his stuff.
He certainly does. As that was a offsides by Roberts at times, so he came to a Roots penalty here. And Roots is going to hand off and come around the corner. Roots looking pretty good here. Moved it out wide. They have runners across so they can get the ball back here, and they do. Ball into the center of the field, and a direct route taken by Tracy. It wasn't Tracy Smith. Tracy Smith feeding that ball. They've got a couple of runners out here. Let's see if they can move it. I believe that was Courtney Chesamy taking that in. And let's see what they decide to do. A little bit of forward movement coming, but a knock on just in front of the 22. We'll come back here for a St. Lucia scrum.
Yes, indeed. A little disappointing there for Roots. It was a good break up the right-hand side. Alona Williams, who plays for Life West. Talented player. Didn't quite make it all the way. Did secure the ball, brought it back to the left-hand side, but unfortunately a handling error negated their opportunity there. Scrum St. Lucia.
St. Lucia able to work that one out off to the left-hand side. Looking to put a little speed on that ball, a show and go, and across the 22, broken tackle There is no one from Roots chasing. She can slow down and take her time. And that is Fayola Jack. She plays with Trinidad and Tobago very often. Nickname Bindi.
Fayola, didn't recognize her there in that light blue shirt.
Yeah, she's playing in a sort of like an old blue player playing for Nyack, as you were pointing out before.
Yes, indeed. So off the scrum, so no sweeper. So defensively, one break, and she was gone the whole way. Conversion is wobbly but good.
All right, and we're at 17-0 here. First half action. We get a look at the St. Lucia bench there. Great bunch of folks enjoying this Barbados Sevens. It'll be a kickoff here for St. Lucia. Just about a minute left in this half on the clock. St. Lucia kickoff rolls over the 10-meter line and good to go here. After this game, we are going to have Sion Sirens versus Atlantis. That should be a showpiece. And around the corner they go. Mary Roberts has to make the tackle with some hands coming in and at her to keep her away. Good job there by Emily Trotman, but eventually hauled in. So we're going to have a line out here for St. Lucia.
Ball's in, clearly not straight.
Yep.
Even my granny could see that one from Glasgow.
Yeah, that was pretty far off, so they're going to come back. Be a scrum here for Roots. Roots just at halfway here. We have no time on the game clocks. We're in referee's time.
They could use one now, peg it back, and then they've got something to play for second half. 3 scores, you always feel you're potentially still in it with 3 scores to go.
Certainly can.
Or 3 scores down, I should say.
They could use this one before half. St. Lucia, as offsides as an offsides player can be. Your granny would have seen that one as well,
and
right
that's
in front of the referee.
And that's also a yellow.
Yep.
You have to be very subtle in your efforts to retreat and get in the way. You cannot engage a player that obviously.
I won't ask how you coach that, but
don't coach.
Sure.
don't coach that officially.
As ball is coming out here.
So there we are. Good hands there.
Roots spills it forward. Unlucky. We are just coming in. We're at the halftime mark here, but St. Lucia, one last opportunity. St. Lucia across the 22. St. Lucia may get another one here. That is Jeremiah Evariste from the Castries district. Plays for the Rila Club. And she is going to crawl across the line if she needs to. And score another try here, which will put St. Lucia up 22-0 over Roots. Kick to come at the strike of halftime.
Yeah, never say never, but that probably puts this tie on ice.
Yeah, it makes this one a little tougher for them.
Yeah, and this, 4-score, when you get a 4-score differential, right, it kind of affects what a coach does thereafter, so it can allow the team ahead to maybe use some of their reserves, get them some additional clock.
And that kick is no good. We are at halftime, 22-0, St. Lucia over Roots. We are going to step away. We'll be back with second half action as you look at the try from Jeremiah Evariste. Another 19-year-old. We'll come back and bring you second half action in just a moment.
see things the way they are, we see them as they should be. We're engineers. It's what we do. With us, it's always faster this, smaller that, better everything. And the way we see it, the internet's in a rut, literally. The big cable companies are digging ditches to bring you high-speed internet. Slowly digging ditch after ditch. And you're left to wait. And wait. Well, we're not waiting. We're putting high-speed internet where it belongs, up on a pedestal. We're banding together, taking to the skies, and shooting it across the country. And not just for some, for everyone in every corner. Why? Because being connected means everything. It's the great equalizer. Today's internet is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It's running businesses, schools, lives, and more. Way more. And it definitely doesn't have to involve waiting, or burying cables, or buying bundles. It takes new thinking, hard work, and a dedication to lifting technology to new heights. The future's not faster cables, it's no cables. So we're climbing stairs, ladders, towers, and anything else that will allow us to connect you and everyone you know to affordable, reliable, non-bundled high-speed internet. The future can't wait.
It is 22-0 St. Lucia. Roots in Red has the ball right now. We are at the Kensington Oval. We are at the Rugby Barbados World Sevens. It is a fantastic event. John Broker with Steve Lewis, the Lizard, for his last game for the moment. He's got to go down and do some coaching with a Caribbean select team after this in Rugby Northeast.
Yeah, I would say it's more organising than coaching. You know, just go get 7 people, get them on the field, remind them of some basics, and wish them luck.
We thought they were going to be the true Cinderella story and walk away with the prize money. We thought your coaching was that good, but maybe a little tougher than we thought. As Roots come in, St. Lucia has the ball. They're in the light blue. Roots in red. They're going to move the ball away here. They're going to get the ball to Mary Roberts. She's the speed serve. She can cut this corner. She doesn't. Steps back. Doesn't back herself. 19-year-old, but then she gets through that. The handoff. She's working on that power. Rather slight frame, but all speed. But here we go, and they are headed down. It is Kamika President. Kamika President turns the corner, gets in as far as she can. First try, bring it to 27. It is nil. St. Lucia over Roots with a tough angle kick.
And so my own personal Steve Lewis Award for the best surnames in the competition. St. Lucia women have got it. Look at this. Genesis, President, Saint-Just, Évariste. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, I enjoy calling this team. I really do. They're a lot of fun. Shawnette Saint-Just, you mentioned, just a big power player. Lots of fun. When she gets the ball, she's taking 2 or 3 with her.
Grunberg, what's she doing here?
Eileen Grunberg from La Série, the district in Castries.
Isn't
That kick is no good. 27-0.
Isn't she tormenting American presidents about climate change?
Something like that. As we get the replay here, and we get to see Kamika President from the Stingers Club making her way down the field under the attention of a Roots player. Roots now ball back in hand after taking that kickoff, and they have an advantage here for a penalty. That is Ilona Williams gets that, the Los Angeles, California native. And the ball will be taken here by Tracy Smith. Ball moved out to the side here, and knock on against the Roots team. A nice little offload there from Roberts. Roberts puts it to one of her teammates. And here we are bringing this one forward. Just powerful moves coming on. Gets to the ground eventually. And which way will they go with this? Come out to their left-hand side, keeping a little bit tight. Ball not exactly where they would have wanted it, but Roots has taken a hold of it and has held it in, has Roots. So we're going to go to a penalty where Leah Kantiba.
She's going to go straight. She's just going straight. 5 more.
Just the welcome mat was out right between those two players. He saw it and helped herself in. No problem. 5-pointer there as we go to 32.
Yeah, it's become a little one-sided now. Some of the body language, Roots team a little despondent.
Yeah, Roots would have won a little bit of a better showing here, so we'll take another look.
That's really just turning your back on the ball.
Yeah, the Roots player just looking to see who her defenders were out there with her, and Kantiba spotted it.
Cardinal rule, when you've conceded a penalty free kick, you have to face the ball. Play on.
Kick goes 10. Referee's going to play it on. It went off the leg there. Power run coming in from this Roots team. That was Granville Benjamin. Ball comes out there. That's Veronica Blair. Puts in the pass. Little offload comes out on the wing. They're going to try to make something of this, and a big boom comes.
And that's not going to be good news for that St. Lucia player.
We're taking a look at that here.
It's a very high and I'm afraid a very dangerous tackle.
Shawnette St. Just from Soufriere. I was just speaking about how powerful that player was, but right there, we're going to see what happens here.
That to me is a red card. Severity. It's unfortunate. Not sure necessarily intentional, but you are responsible for the welfare of the players you are tackling, and that one was unfortunately very dangerous.
Yeah, in the replay, you just saw a full clothesline there. I don't really see how you could go with another color. And that's our first red card of the weekend. Shawnette St. Just, a 20-year-old unlucky. From the Body Holiday Club.
Did you say unlucky?
I said unlucky for her. I don't think it was I think she was going for a tackle there.
Agreed.
It's her fault.
Agreed,
I'm not gonna,
no question of red, though.
I'm not going to say it was a bad call. Just saying. I don't think she would have intended to do that. As the ball comes out to Roots, they now have a one-player advantage. And they're going to try to use it to the full advantage for the next minute on the game clock. Whatever other time we have left. Ball comes to Veronica Blair from Orange, New Jersey. She gets the ball down to the ground.
So
picked up there.
Veronica Blair, one of two Jamaican eligible players in this Roots team.
You seem to know a lot of these Jamaican eligible players about who they are. It's pretty interesting.
Doing my homework.
Alana Williams comes in under the attention of Alfred Genesis, one of the great names that you like from Beausejour. And now back we come as Roots is taking the hard way, just trying to power this one in. St. Lucia.
Well, it's still
to turn it over, and now we have another card.
We've got another issue. We've got another issue.
We'll see what happens. Is that another? That is another St. Lucia player off with a yellow card. So it is now 7-5. One would have to back Roots for getting a try in here. They go off to that side. That is.
Looks like Courtney Jessamy. I believe.
Courtney Jessamy, yes, you're right. From New Rochelle.
Another New York-based player. Quite a few in this Roots team, of course, given the fact that's where the administration lies with the Granbys and Lipscombs and Jameses. Lots of New York players. So good to get on the board. Players are competitive, You don't want to lie down. You just don't want to take it. You got the ball.
34-5.
The great beauty of rugby. You've got to go you either go forwards or you go back.
And that is the end of our game. We're 34-5. St. Lucia has overtaken Roots. Coming up next, we're going to have Sion. Feel free, man. He'll be pissed by the end of it.
Never.
I think we're live. I think the winner of this game is the Oracle wins back. Oh, yep. $34-5 last game. We had St. Lucia taking over Roots, and we're starting here with Sion in a big implication game where Sion is in the neon right now, as you see them hard running towards the line against Atlantis. And it is going to be Sion. Chantel Miel from Winscombe, England, the Saracens player, dotting down first. I have my partner in crime back, Gavin McLevy. This is John Broker at the Rugby Barbados World Sevens in the Kensington Oval in Bridgetown. And what a great start to this game.
Yeah, cracking one. I was the last couple of games. I took my coffee break, so let the old fella hang out for a little bit. Like interesting one. Did we see
the lizard?
The lizard. Yeah.
He just, as usual, sunning on a rock. He was fine. Celebrated a birthday this week. He's a colorful character. This is the Glaswegian. That kick is no good. Was that kick good? Did they hit that kick? May have hit that kick because it says 7-0 on our scoreboard. But Sion in green draws first blood. Atlantis to receive this kickoff. Leah Berard born in Wisconsin, lives in Minnesota, spends some time in Hawaii. A little discussion going on here, and now we're going to be ready to kick off. And it is 7-0 confirmed as the ball rolls in a touch from Sion. It's been a tactic of some of these teams to try to roll that ball out and really take the
and get the territory.
Get the territory and defend the line out.
I guess there's a lot of opportunity to steal the line out.
Kate Heron and 11 in the back there. They go short. Atlantis tries to and doesn't work out. It's a ball to Heron. Heron moves it across. That was Maria Marin Garcia. Gets the ball there to Kiki Morgan. Kiki Morgan shows the outside, finds a space. She's going to head towards it. And the capped USA Eagle looks very good here. She's a Brown University graduate, featured in a World Rugby Unstoppable feature as one of the
that's right.
women's players in the world to watch. And she dots down a try. It is 12-0.
Yeah, I didn't manage to catch all of that, but it looked good. It looked like a great little show. Was it on NBC during the World Cup?
Now you're asking me questions. You'd never ask me a question I know the answer of.
I'm sorry, mate.
Supposed to be in lockstep here, mate. A nice kick, but just slides across the right-hand post. And we'll take a look here.
Yeah, she makes that really easy, doesn't she? Didn't even have to show it on the outside. She'd recognised that the outside centre there maybe wasn't at her pace. And back to herself, confidently.
Well done. Sign to kick off with a nice little lead here just about 3 minutes into this game. And a ball right into Kahele's hand. She's been fantastic. She's going to feed this ball out, but a bounce pass out to Atlantis. Atlantis working on it here. That ball comes out again. But they are inside their own 40, trying to power the way forward. Kiki Morgan's trying to rip that one away.
Atlantis all stacked on the top side.
Now ball back across. Morgan again in the tackle. Power again. Berard just sees a player coming in illegally and is going to whistle it against him. And Atlantis, with a couple of players on the ground for Sion, has an opportunity to attack here. Good work. Nice hands there to shift that ball out. Do they have the gas to get around the corner? There's some attention being paid here, as that is their number 6, Justine Whippich, from Madison, Wisconsin, and she slides through the Madison, Wisconsin-born Glendale Merlin on her first Atlantis trip.
She had
touchdown to try.
She had a hell of a lot of work still to do, and once she crossed the 22, it didn't look like she'd be able to get all the way, but she did really well with it and gets herself over in the corner. Great work, phenomenal stuff.
And tough angle here as they're drawing the difference down a little bit to 7 points. They could put it to 5 points, but this is a tough one. We'll see how she does.
Sion started really strong, but Atlantis chipping away, trying to get back into it.
Coco Wallace, nice strike of the ball, but it's going to fall a bit short. So we have 12-5 here, and we'll take another look.
Lost pass over the top there, but once she's picked it up.
Yeah, she had 3 players running at her, so I thought she was done for, but she managed to pull it across.
Just enough space to get that stiff arm in, and I think her legs were tired. She wanted to go a bit further, but
and off they go. Gemma Rowland moves the ball out there for Sion. Sion has to put the ball into contact, and it's heavy contact right there as it comes back across to Morgan. Morgan shifts it out They shift the ball to the wing, and what are they going to do here? They've got a strong runner in Kate Herron from Auburn, Washington, Naval Academy player. Went to Naval Academy. He's now a U.S. Marine.
Kiki Morgan couldn't find any way through.
Ball back across to Roland. Roland moves into the middle of the field to Marin Garcia. Marin Garcia, one of the big featuring players this weekend for this team, slips the ball back intentionally or unintentionally, and Miel has already scored one. She hands off a player and hits a 22-meter line in about a second. In another second, she'll be over the try line under the sticks. 5 points to the good. 17 Sion, 5 Atlantis.
Well worked through the middle. They were quite deep in their own half. They worked really solid. Found a bit of space, took advantage, and went off to the races.
We hope you're enjoying this live stream of the Rugby Barbados World Sevens. That kick is good. We're at 19-5. Gav, we got a lot to go here. Great day.
Hey, mate, it's a cracker, and the sun's out. Looks beautiful. A little bit of a crowd gathering now over in the bar area. So if you're in Barbados today, get yourself down to the Kensington Oval and watch some cracking rugby this afternoon.
We had the player born in Bristol, went to Bath University, played for England 5 times in sevens, touching down. We just saw the replay from Chantal Miel.
Obviously a short award ceremony at the end of today, because we will be going pretty soon into the knockout stages of the competition.
And Atlantis takes his kickoff inside their 22. Move it just out. They'd love some more points before the end of this half. There's no time in the game clock, so referee Berard is the official timekeeper now. A little spin move there. Good work from Broughton. Caitlin Broughton from Kansas City. Captain 15 takes that one across. He moves it out, a little wraparound. Good move. Chris Ryan special right there. Learned from ML Cygnus, so I got to give the original source the credit. And their number 8, that's Kaheli there. Ball across field into the hands of Thunen. Thunen, certainly a powerful player and a capped eagle. Gets the ball back there. And it is into the hands of Nicole Fish. Back to Wallace. Wallace hands it off there. And they're powering their way towards the line, doing what they have to do. Caitlin Broughton, the Glendale Merlin, gets across on her second Barbados trip and touches it up for 19-10 Atlantis. Possibly no time left in the first half here, Gav.
Great work on that top side from all of the women from Atlantis. They really dug deep and ground that one out. Wasn't pretty, but a couple of nice little offloads. A little bit of a bump and run at the end there, but there was a lot of work that got them that far from pretty much their own 40, just going down the top side there. Working really well to keep themselves in this game.
Challenging angle on this kick here. We'll see how we do. That is no good. As we move into halftime, take another quick look at the replay here.
There was a nice little, just released it just in time before being pushed out, and it got scooped up nicely. Good tackle there by the covering fullback, and then here, bump. That was just enough space so she can get over in the corner.
Pure power, that's halftime. We're going to be back. 19-10, Sion leads. We'll step away and bring you second half action in a moment. We're back, second half action at 19-10, Sion over Atlantis. Atlantis ball in hand. They are trying to come back and make the difference here because we're going to talk with Gavin McLevy about the implication of this game going forward in the tournament. Atlantis still on the trot here and there. Teal and white and unmistakable neon is Sirens of Sion. Ball comes back across there. Good work from Nicole Fish to move that ball back in. Big tackle coming in there on Lauren Trout from Columbia, Missouri, the Chicago North Shore player. But a penalty given up by Sion. And Chris Ryan must have had a conversation as they are moving this ball out and doing a great job of it. But turned over. Sion has the ball and the lead. And they are on their own try zone. We'll see how they do. That's Maria Marin Garcia from Club Majadahonda from Spain.
Good effort, mate. Good effort on the pronunciation. I like
do
it.
What I can. But we're going to come back for a knock-on against Atlantis. Be a scrum here for Sion's. Referee Berard marking it off.
So it seems like basically whoever wins this game, because you've got Leadership Angels are top of this group, and then Sion Sirens and Atlantis are in second and third place, respectively, on points difference. So it's very, very tight. Whoever wins this goes through. Below that, Roots and St. Lucia look like they're going to struggle to advance much further.
That would explain the big surge from the beginning of the half from Atlantis. I'm sure Coach Ryan and Coach Cygnus understood that. And we have a penalty now against Sion at their own line here.
Ooh, this is dangerous.
And players might not have been back there, and diving into the try zone they go. And Atlantis has cut it down to at least 4, possibly 2.
Very brave there, just sticking your head in the spokes. You've got it. That's where the line was. The Sion women were pinned back on their line. There wasn't much space.
And I believe that was Wallace that put that down, but we will find out for you.
This kick could be important.
This is unfortunate there for Bridget Kahele. She didn't convert that one, but 4 points, unconverted try away from going to the semifinals.
Yep, this could get down to a point.
This is critical.
It's 3.5 minutes.
Yep. And it'll be a kickoff to Sion. They certainly have the players to make things happen in no short order.
I think Sion's best deal would be to keep possession, put the ball up the jump up, and don't give it away.
After this, we have Quebec, one of the good teams here, is going to play the Caribbean Select. As ball gets put inside the 22 for Fish to go. For Marin Garcia to go back on. She offloads, but the offload's knocked on. Opportunity here. This is one of those moments Coach Ryan talks about for Atlantis, but the ball's a little bit messy. Referee whistles, however, and we're going to see what the conversation is here. Scrum Atlantis.
Oh, this is a great position for them. This could be a pivotal moment in the game. They're going to want to get this right.
Yeah,
see if they've got something up their sleeve to make it happen.
Kahele, she draws attention when she runs. She's got runners outside of her. They're looking for this go-ahead try. Tackle comes in there from Sion. Good defense, but they moved it out wide. They're headed for the corner, trying to touch that down, trying to pick it up. Has she played it on the ground? Referee says yes, and it is now a Sion ball, but referee is going to call that one back and tell them they have to slow it down. Excellent effort there by Kahele, but the 23-year-old from Vancouver couldn't quite make it.
Critical mistake there. Just a little bit over keen, tries to get up off the ground too quick and go again, and that's where the mistake was made.
And they move the ball wide. They're going for a speed game here, but it's not going to work as Thunen makes a big tackle there. And Sion working hard to keep the ball, but they get another penalty against this Atlantis team. They've got their defense a little scrambled. They've decided to go the direct route to get it started. They got runners out wide if they want to move it out here, but they go for a little pick and go. Just needed the movement there. And they are working hard at it here. Ball nearly comes across, but good work by Atlantis to get in that channel. That was number 12, Ordway.
looking for the maul there. It finally goes down. Which way is it going to go? Atlantis.
And good work, Atlantis. Going to be a scrum here to them as we have a minute left in the second half.
Again, another opportunity for them to close this out. If they score a try, they'll be a point ahead. And at this stage of the game, I think whoever scores next wins.
Sion really under it here. Atlantis a little head of steam. They bring Morgan back on.
Feel like a little bit of gamesmanship was maybe going on there for Sion.
Ordway, the Glendale Merlin from Grand Rapids, Michigan, puts that one in. They spin it back, and it gets into the hands of Thunen. She is certainly powerful and gets it in. They have 4 players around here, but they move it wide. They're looking to get it in the middle, and a little stutter step goes back in. Are they going to come up with this ball? Referee says everything's okay, and incredible work there from Kiki Morgan to dive on that ball. And this may be the break that they need. And the ball does go out. And the referee whistles us. And that is that.
That was the game saver. Kiki Morgan's the hero of the moment.
19-15. What a game. Sion moves through to the semifinals.
What a great end to the game. It's fantastic. So 19-15, Sion Sirens over Atlantis. That's going to take them through. We've got plenty more rugby this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Get yourselves down here. If you're in Barbados and you're watching on Facebook Live or YouTube Live, share it with your friends and get yourself down here. There's music and a couple of drinks on a Saturday afternoon. You can watch the run-in and the final stages of this competition, which are beginning to kick in. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gavin McLeavy. I'm at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. We've got Quebec just kicking off to the Caribbean Selects. Quebec in blue and white stripes. Caribbean Selects in white shirts. Caribbean Selects doing very well. This, even though they've been just thrown together, they've worked really well together and been very scrappy. This Quebec team is going to put them to the test, though, because this Quebec team has been literally dominant in defense the entire weekend and just clinical in several areas. Nothing spectacular, just good at what they do, good communication, a very solid defensive system, and from there they have a very good platform to attack. And that first try goes in early, within the first minute of the game. The kick does not match the try. It stays at 5-0, a good start for Quebec. Bumped into these women in the morning as we were all getting on the bus to come to the stadium. Looked very focused. They're all eating their breakfast while they're waiting for the bus, and very focused, quiet. And a good step inside, and manages to get it under the sticks as well. And they kick off one more time. This one goes straight out though, so I'll take that back to the centre. Referee Chantel in charge of this one. One of the local referees.
Back. 5 points here, Gav. Just had to step away for a second.
Yep, very early try for Quebec. Missed kick though.
Quebec had a great game earlier today. Now they're playing against this Caribbean select team, who have been pretty scrappy. And off they go. Ball moved to the outside. Try coming for Quebec. Touchdown, no worries there. We'll get that player as at number 40 in a second.
And that was exactly what I've just been talking about. A very simple, quick mistake, and Quebec turn it into an attack, and they score. That's just how they played the whole time. Defensively solid and forcing errors in the other teams.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but top of the group they are right now, Rugby Quebec.
Yes, they should be, I believe, yes.
So they win this, they're through to the semis.
Yep. Them along with Leadership Angels on the other side, and then we've just confirmed that Sion went through as well in that Pool A.
Kick was no good there, and we'll see this ball and the try as it gets moved off. Player coming around.
We'll have to check out from
I believe that's
Oracle.
Emma Gallagher from Beaconsfield, RFC.
We'll have to check out from Oracle Tim, who's going to go through from Pool B when he finishes on his call.
Ball rolls through the try zone. Smart play by Caribbean Select to let that go down. Led ably by Steve Lewis, the Lizard we just had in the booth for a while here. Always enjoyable. The sardonic Scots. And ball coming back out here will be a free kick for a Caribbean Select. They're down 10-0. They're looking to keep things moving here. A few players just out enjoying themselves for this Caribbean Select team. And off they go across midfield. Quebec rips that one away. Great work there by Kathleen Keller from Quebec City.
Wow.
L'INF Hospitalet Club. And look at the wheels. No one is going to stop this player.
And it wasn't the top end speed; it was the start off. She came from absolutely nowhere out the back. It was from very deep.
Riote. She's been an absolute talent for this team this weekend.
I'd love to be able to get replay of the start of her run because it was a ridiculous pace that she came through on that ball. Very impressive. There was nobody could respond quick enough to her.
Another kick, no good. We're at 15-0. Quebec to kick off again, putting a pretty sizable lead with 2 minutes to go in this first half against Caribbean Select. That one nice and high for the Quebec players to run onto. Gets the 22, scooped up by number 6, and off they go. Under the Dory Yates tackle, the Montreal native, Town of Mount Royal, TMR, RFC. And a penalty against Quebec that time. Referee Chantal John sees that. So we're taking a look at the previous. There she is, that speed you were talking about. Frederique Riote, the 25-year-old. She has a lot of impressive rugby to her name.
That was a nice little piece of skill that we'll get the replay on that as well that you missed while that replay was going on. Some really cool skill from the Quebec players going through the middle and scoring another try.
Yeah, another try coming. We're at 20. 20-0 with kick to come. This is a more straightforward kick for Sabrina Poulin from Saint-Georges-de-Beausset. And under the sticks it goes, no good. And we'll take a look at that try. I saw there was Erica Scott kicking that ball.
Right, yeah. Scoops it up, could have gone herself, realised she's getting chased down and just pops it inside. You couldn't see the pass, but the pass was silky. You couldn't quite see it properly on that replay, but it was impressive.
Keller, the try scorer, played in the Rugby League World Cup in Australia in 2017. Steve Lewis ringing the changes. He apparently has substitutes for this game.
That's good. That's a good sign. Last game, I'm presuming, for this Caribbean Select team. If everything stays the same. There is.
Ball rolls into the try zone, out of the in-goal area, as I am sometimes told to call it by the referee world. And we are here at midfield for another free kick for the Caribbean Select. The one little mistake that Quebec is making in this game.
Yeah, they're pretty clinical, aren't they? The ball boys are getting a little bit weary. They've been working hard for the last couple of days, so some of the balls coming back into play a little bit delayed.
We're 75% there. We're doing okay as Caribbean Select powering up the middle of the field against this Quebec team. Look at that. She is just pumping those legs. They have a runner out wide if they can get it there, but they've decided to have a breakdown right where they had the last one and a penalty against them. All they had to do was slip that wide. It would have probably worked for them, but with no time on the clock in this half at 20-0, Quebec is going to just slow things down. Jocelyn Barrio, their coach, may be hoping that they just get to halftime. And they are going to get to halftime, wisely so. Halftime here, 20-0. Caribbean Selects are losing to Rugby Quebec at the top of their pool. They'll be going through to the semifinals. We'll see which place in the semifinals should be top out of their pool. We're going to come back with second half action after these messages from our amazing sponsors. We are back here at the Kensington Oval where 20-0 Rugby Quebec at the top of their pool looks to stay that way. They are playing Caribbean Select. We've just had Next Level Rugby from America, one of the premier people up there, tell us how great the camera work and replays are doing down here. Of course, never compliment the commentators, but we'll get over that. Just kidding. Anyway, great stuff here by our TV crew, who we'll thank later, and getting some worldwide acknowledgement as this game is going forward with Rugby Quebec to put the ball in.
Interesting setup for the line out, going to the back.
Justine Pelletier, or Pelletier, depending on how she pronounces it. I'm going to go with Pelletier, as we are looking at Caribbean Select moving the ball wide and going forward here against this Quebec team. That is Catherine Labrasseur from Sherbrooke. Abenakiste Sherbrooke is where she plays. Makes that tackle out wide, and Caribbean Select have a player getting up a bit slowly and plays a little too close to her there.
The winger went down there. She gave two good stiff arms, and on the third one, the player actually pulled her down, but I think she literally face planted in the ground, and she stayed. So she needs some immediate treatment because she was motionless afterwards. Don't know if there's a possibility to get replay of that contact with the ground.
We'll see. We'll see. As referee Chantal Jean just overseeing this as a Rugby Quebec is going to hold back. Great medical staff on hand here in Bridgetown.
Oh, good. We can get a shot of that. Let's just see it. Because it looked like a pretty hard thump. Quick mention of the sponsors while I've got some downtime. Got Barbados Today, big thanks to you guys at the newspaper locally here in Barbados. Barbados Sotheby's International Realty. If you're into getting some property, that's the spot. Barbados Hotel Tourism Association. They've done a great job of getting everybody accommodated this week here in Barbados. And Diamonds International, they're going to be giving the goodie bags out later in the awards ceremony, and apparently the winning managers will be getting watches and a pen set donated by Diamonds International. Also the Tourism and Development Corporation and Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. Big players.
I'd like to personally thank Cockspur Rum and Banks. They're also sponsors.
Have a look at this now. Might be able to get a look at the Caribbean Selects winger. She gets the ball to number 7 there, gives one stiff arm, gives a second one, and at third attempt she goes to the ground really hard, bang, and face right down the flat. She quickly did get the ball out, but then immediately held her face. Looks like she's in a fair amount of pain, but so they've taken her off the field. We've got the game back underway here, and Quebec are running away with it already while we...
Catherine Labrasseur, she talked about just before. She had a player hunting her down, but she's going to get in the try zone for Quebec, and she scores as they extend their lead to 25-0 in this second half.
Very short respite for the Caribbean Select before being punished one more time by the speed of the Quebec wingers.
Been a good game for Quebec. Just keeping things moving here as they head towards the semifinals. And that one's going to drift in front of the posts. And this right here will look at a replay.
Long looping run. Manages to find the winger and a step in and then steps out, gets around the defender. There was a bit of covering tackle coming, but just not enough. Clean heels, and she's off to the races.
Labrasseur, just 5'1", but has a lot of speed and a lot of graft about her. She's a tough player. The ball gets knocked down by...
Didn't quite make the 10.
Didn't quite make the 10, sorry. That was Dory Yates going back on that. Academic All-American. Wrestled in the 2016 Olympics.
Always good conversion.
Yes.
To rugby players, I swear by it. That and basketball players.
Yep, those are the two we look for in the States generally. Football players don't always translate. As a big tackle comes in there from Fabiola Forteza. But Caribbean able to keep alive here. Caribbean at the 22. Caribbean looking to get across the 22, but big tackle on the winger. Nice offload. And they are back together here. As a ball popped up, and here is number 10 stepping into touch. Hard luck there. We have a bit of time left because we stopped for the injury, so the game clock won't be accurate here that you're seeing on your screen. But Chantal Jean is going to listen to the assistant referee. We'll have a line out here. Justine Patier from Quebec City will be putting this one in. 3-15s caps for Canada. University Rugby 15's national champion and tournament MVP in 2019. will come back, and it's going to be a scrum now for Quebec.
Yeah. Knock on from Caribbean Selects in that line out. See what Quebec have got up their sleeve. A lot of communication between fly half and the backs.
Quebec inside their own 22 on the attack. Little shimmy and go around the corner. Big tackle coming in by the number 11 there for Caribbean Select. They're going to just move that one across. A little interesting tactic this time. Let's get the foot race going. Which way is it going to bounce? It bounces up into the hands of the Quebec player. 2 players there to support her. A Caribbean player laying over the top, but not called for it. They're going to go for the corner on this one. That is Kathleen Keller. Ball, a space and open up there, but they don't quite get it to it. And Quebec still on the go. Big counter ruck from Caribbean Select, but Quebec should come up with this as they move the ball wide. And a little step again from Pelletier. Can she take the corner? Yes, she absolutely can. And she is going to get another try, and this one should be under the sticks.
Yeah, good scoop up there from the Quebec players. A couple of loose balls, but they managed to scoop up each time and reset themselves, reorganize themselves to attack again, and they found the space on the outside.
Went to University de Sherbrooke. Just not far above the border there. Nice town. Gets Sabrina Poulin, who will take this kick.
Wisely saving some energy, getting some water, taking a quick breather before the kick goes off. There it is.
And that is good. We're at 32-0. Very little time left in this game. Yeah, Quebec will want to just hold on here. We're here late in the second half. Caribbean Select has the ball. Caribbean Select looking for something late here. Quebec, as I was saying before, they got to go through these semis. They've played a couple games today, Gav. They want to just reserve that energy. So they're using all their players here.
Yeah, especially as we're getting into the high temperatures. There's not much cloud coverage today like it was yesterday, so they're going to feel the heat. And it can sap it out of you. So if you've got, if you're getting towards the end of the day and you've got those couple of games that are left over and you've been out in the sun, you'd be surprised how much energy that takes out of you.
And a little physical work there around the contact errors. A penalty against Caribbean Select. It'll be a penalty for Quebec, and Poulin, playing the 2019 Can-Am Series, has 4 15s caps. Played 7s with the Maple Leafs, the sort of development Canadian team, and big smashing it comes in from Quebec, and she is going to follow it up and score a try there. What work by Quebec just to put one down in the corner and get a nifty little another try to go to 37.
I felt the commentary booth shake the way up here from that thing that happened over in that corner. That was a massive tackle to finish off this game, and then stealing the ball and scoring the try just to rub salt into the wound.
And that is going to be the end of our game. I don't know if they have time to take the kick here. They have taken the kick. They have not taken the kick. And I believe that kick was no good. We're at 37-0. It is going to be Rugby Quebec has overtaken Caribbean Selects. Our final women's pool game before we go into knockout rounds in a little while is a massive one between American Rugby Pro Training Center and the Northeast Academy. Lots of implications. We'll be right back. Here, we'll talk about the implications of this game. Northeast Academy in white. Shamira Robles just fed the ball out. In red is American Rugby Pro Training Center, ARPTC. Gavin may have learned how to pronounce it by now. Ball gets sailed in the wind to touch, and we have an encounter on our hand with some big implications here, Gav.
So there's it's an interesting setup we've got right now. The Pool B situation is Rugby Quebec are going to be going through in first place, but we could potentially have a three-way tie for second place. I've got Oracle Tim working the numbers as we speak. He's got his little bean cams out. and it may go down to literally points difference if ARPTC win it, they'll go through. However, if they win or draw, they'll go through. If they lose, it would be a three-way tie between Find Rugby Now, Northeast Academy, and ARPTC. So hold on to your horses and let's see what happens here today.
Absolutely, hold on. This is going to be interesting as Henrich, the Eagle, USA Eagle, 15th vice captain, takes the ball down. And we have ARPTC on the move here. We'll talk about it. Northeast has gotten better as this weekend has gone along. They had a tough day yesterday. They regather. Their coaches regather. They know what's going on. They know what they need to fix. They look pretty good this morning. So this is a bigger ask for them. ARPTC, some talented players. Nice little offload there you see from them. They're probably going to open up the scoring. Elena Olsen from Grand Rapids, Michigan, played in Rugby X earlier this year. Big Ten back of the year out of University of Michigan, San Diego Surfer. Dots down for 5.
Yeah, they made it look easy. I love it when they win the back, they go through, they stretch out the arm and the simple little pop-up, get the hand under the ball, it floats into the arms of an oncoming runner right down the middle of the field. Let's see how she does with the kick. Looks good.
Looks good from here. 7-0 ARPTC. Coach McCoy be happy watching that first try at home.
That little out the back door and then the winning the back and offloading again. 2 nice little passes to Lucia.
Good work there. ARPTC to follow up their try with a kick here. They're kicking off to the Northeast Academy. We're in white here. Ball up in the sun to Stathopoulos in the middle of the field. Well taken. Players coming in. Shamira Robles, the AIC grad and Atlanta Harlequin for her 15s, gets it in. Gets it to Deanna Nash, a key player on this team. Levy, the speedster. Levy doesn't find her way through, but they're able to recycle, putting the ball through the phases here. Robles a little over her head. She's toured with the USA Falcons. Great offload there. Moves the ball back to Stathopoulos.
Very impressed with some of the offloads in this game so far.
Yeah, the teams mean business as a little forward pass sneaks in there. Referee Charles, I can't remember his last name. Sampson spots it, and we're going to have a scrum here for ARPTC and a good attacking opportunity. Great endeavor by Northeast there.
Yeah, no, I like it. It's and especially coming in on that negative ball, running that angle. It didn't quite pull it off, but if they did, oof, they'd have been gone. The spaces are beginning to open up.
Scrum here, they get the ball in. ARPTC moves it out. They've got runners in either way. A nice little dummy and show and slides right through. Great work there by Steph Ravetti from Reno, Nevada. The capped eagle touches it down, and another try as we go to 12. ARPTC 0 Northeast.
Almost effortless. Very impressive. Great speed. Change of direction, everything there. All the skills needed.
Pretty straightforward there. Turned away, didn't see that kick. We'll find out if that was good or not. It's either 12 or 14-0. ARPTC looking strong here. And Josie Zaluka is their head coach on hand. Had a couple of good conversations with her this weekend. She's very happy to work with his team. Coaches at Princeton. And there's the try from Ravetti. And will be their kickoff. Nice.
Height on that kick. Look at that.
And a couple players just let it bounce there. They could have taken that down, but there's a free kick for something. I thought it went 10, but Northeast Academy on the move here. Gets to the Frankie Sands, the Dartmouth player. Dartmouth grad, sorry. Former Dartmouth player. And powering on the outside they go. What worked there by Northeast Academy. As the ball slips there, referee spots it. And he's going to bring it in. We'll have a scrum here to ARPTC.
Fair bit of work they're going to have to do to get out of here. So if Northeast Academy could put some pressure in and get up in their faces, force an error, and maybe get some turnover ball in this position, would be great.
But ARPTC has other ideas. A little dummy run, a little hole opens up, and she has decided this is the game she wants. Steph Ravetti is going to go about 70 yards, 80 yards, 85.
She's burned them worse than the Barbados sun, mate.
Great work, ARPTC. Another tough one brewing here for Northeast Academy. They have the players. They just got to get it done. M. Henrich, another Dartmouth grad. A couple of them on the field here. Well, sorry, he's not a Dartmouth grad. He's a sophomore at Dartmouth who hits that, and she takes some time off to try to qualify for the Olympics.
Your knowledge of these individuals amazes me.
It's all
continually.
Mate, it's all written on a piece of paper in front of me.
Where does he get it from? He's just a very good journalist, ladies and gentlemen.
No, M. Henrich, a great family, another rugby family in the States, and she was actually her freshman year, a big star of their national championship winning team. I got to call that game, and just has
people that stick out in your mind that you don't lose it.
And now every tournament I go to call, she seems to be playing for somebody at. So I see her.
Cool.
I joked when I saw her. I said, I see you everywhere I go. But she is now trying to work on making the Olympics. Great player. We'll see how she does. Vice captain, like I said, of the 15s team, and off we go. ARPTC, another little kickoff mistake here, and we're back to Northeast Academy. And coming around here, penalty against ARPTC now. Time winding down on the clock here in the first half. Across they come. That may be Paige Statopoulos. Tom Clark, TC, the manager of Northeast, has changed some jersey numbers on me and left a couple off. So if I'm calling some wrong names, I apologize. As the ball comes across from Northeast Academy, Levy in the distributor position, not typically there.
They're in a good spot now if they can keep a hold of this ball.
Yep.
Get
Very important.
Phases.
They go, and they move to the middle of the field. Deanna Nash has people rushing onto her. Can't quite do anything with it. Yeah, if she could have put away Daisy Titus, she'd have been pretty happy. Titus puts it back across to Sands. Sands.
It's all very stacked in one little area. They need to create some width for themselves if they're going to get around this defence. I just don't think they're going to do it by going straight like this. They've got to create some width for themselves.
ARPTC has to be careful of this offsides here, but referee Sampson is going to whistle us for halftime. 21-0 ARPTC over Northeast. We'll step away, come back with second half action in a moment.
Trying to get into some of this, mate.
We move back into the men's draw. Match number 13. Dead Pelicans versus the St. Lucia men.
This is some kind of snapper. This is.
We're back. Halftime coming to a close. John Broker with Gavin McLevy, who's going to need to chew for a minute before he can get back on. Sorry, they just brought us lunch. We have to make our jokes.
Prop
ARPTC is leading the Northeast Academy 21-0. Northeast Academy going to want to make some moves here, put some points on the board. ARPTC, I'm sure being told by Coach Zaluka not to look ahead. Let's get this one done.
Yep, we're focused.
Nice shot of referee Charles Sampson. Got to know him this week as we've all been in Barbados. Nice fella.
What a handsome fella. Look at him out there with his light blue socks, stockings on.
Home club in Scotland, I'm sure. So in red to kick off, it's going to be ARPTC with a commanding lead at the moment. 3 tries to come back for from the Northeast Academy, but I'm sure Coach Rizard Chadwick and Craig Wilson, along with Anne-Marie Farrell, team manager, have read them the positive riot act. As Steve Lewis said, we're now New Testament coaches. No more eye for an eye. That's the only time I'll credit it for. I'm going to use it now and just say I made it up. But off we go with a little knock on here. So we're going to start this with a scrum for ARPTC with a chance to extend their lead in this second half of action here at the Rugby Barbados World Sevens. If you haven't been here to the Kensington Oval, if you're watching now and you want to come down next year, you should get down here. This is a fantastic event. Great ball to Henrich. Henrich has a runner outside of her, but cuts back in and spots that space. Intelligent runner. I think I've said everything I know about her so far, so I have nothing more to say. But she scores a try and dots it down for another 5 points.
One of the things that I've noticed that they've been attacking that central role, the midfield area, and they've obviously identified it as a weak point for whatever reason. Maybe the step of the defense is not really closing down as they shift. They've recognized that they can get it. They're not going around. They're just looking to go to the outside and then stepping inside every time. And they've been really effective through that. Dominating at 28-0 now.
Catching that defense just moving across too quickly. We're taking a look. There it is, you see.
Yeah, they just look to go outside and step back in.
Yeah, they were sure she was going to give Kelly Smith that ball.
But I think each of the tries in this game have come from that particular situation.
Northeast Academy with the ball on the attack now. Titus brings it in. Now they move the ball across the field to Nash. Nash has to just smash into the people in front of her. There's no room outside. Sands moves it across. Ball on Levy's hand. Levy is their pace runner. Levy can't find the space, however.
But now you're beginning to see the confidence has been waned, hasn't it? Now they don't trust that they'll actually make those moves around the outside when it's the right person with the pace.
And that was Dana Alamina had to take that in. The Pitzer College grad, New York Rugby Club player, but a penalty against the American Rugby Pro Training Center, and they are on the run again. Is this Northeast team? They're just inside their own halfway. Referee telling them to release. A big run coming in there from Gianna Solomon, the Penn State grad, and penalized for holding in.
Yeah, the line speed again, putting Northeast under pressure, getting up in their faces, forcing an early decision.
This will be our final pool game. ARPTC, if they win, will come out into the playoffs and into the cup playoffs. Sorry. After this, we're going to have 3 more men's games. The Dead Pelicans will take on St. Lucia. Should be interesting.
They're my favorite, just based on their name alone.
The Dead Pelicans?
Yeah. Love it. Sounds like a rock band.
Maybe that's what they were going for.
Maybe.
They are on tour. Penalty against Northeast Academy. ARPTC with the ball and the score line. Going to move it across. They'll probably use their subs coming up at sometime soon. And a nice
Same story every time.
Yeah, cut back in there. That overcommitting defense, they seem to find him. Jocelyn Jones from Ogden, Utah. Utah Viper moves that one off. Gets the ball to Lauren Ebeling from Chicago. ARPTC resident, Illinois age grade player. An interception that time from Levy. She is a very talented player. Sarah Levy from San Diego, Northeastern University, now plays for New York Rugby Club. Ball moved across, and they're looking for her again, and she's looking for the corner. It is not going to show up. It's Kayla Lawson that brings her down, the San Diego Surfer and CSU Chico grad.
Yeah, Lawson's marshaled Levy very well on this corner here.
Ball taken to ground eventually. Sands moves it out to Levy. Levy moves it across field. Alameda dummies to one and finds an open runner. This is the break they've been looking for all game as Amanda Schweitzer from Oakley, California, steps a couple. She's across, two halfway, but that's about all she's going to get as she's got a great tracking runner from ARPTC. They've got numbers. They move that one out. Big bash here from Titus. Titus goes down. Levy in to come over that one. Penalty for being offsides. I'm sure they will go quick, and they will do. And off they go. Ball out to Alameda again. They're moving it to Solomon. Solomon shows one and heads for the corner with Lauren Ebeling, the 27-year-old, trying to marshal her down, and it comes back to Nash. Nash puts in the little interesting kick pass, and that gets turned over, but they're going to come back to a penalty. So actually smart play.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There's
Got some really good go forward in the last couple of minutes, Northeast, and then recognizing that, chipping it over, some kind of advantage, so they get to go again. So if they can keep that momentum going for a few minutes, they can get themselves over that score line, over that try line.
Nash moves it back across. Titus into the hands of a Schweitzer. Schweitzer moves it across. They've got more power coming down. A referee has an advantage sticking out here. And the ball was knocked on. It's going to be a scrum here for ARPTC. He takes a look at his watch. We have under a minute on our game clock. They make a couple of changes here. It looks for all money. I'm sure that ARPTC will head to the semifinals, and into the consolation rounds will go the Northeast Academy. Tough weekend so far for them. Good spirit in the team, though. They're staying right next to us. Fun bunch.
Yeah, no, it's a great little squad they've got going on there. Management are a lot of fun. Keep a really good atmosphere in amongst the group. Hasn't been the most successful
just
tournament
not finding
for
the
them,
results, unfortunately.
But they have enjoyed themselves, and they will learn and come back stronger, I'm sure, next year.
Liz Tafuna takes it in, a substitute player for ARPTC. Now they move it across field quickly. Off they come. Looking to get around Levy. Finds the corner. Does she have the full gas? Is Levy going to be able to make it? That's number 6. That's been a battle. Kayla Lawson all day. Grandfather played at 15s for South Africa. She's a college sprinter, university level sprinter, and she makes the ground. Takes a corner on Levy. Not an easy thing to do. Touches down. 5 points there at 33.
Yeah, Lawson's definitely won that battle today against Levy. Levy didn't have the answers for her. Get this kick over. That should be a wrap for this one.
And that kick is good. Referee whistles it. You're right. It is the end of our game. ARPTC goes through. We're done with the women's pool games. We'll give you updates on who's playing a little bit later. But get ready after this replay of this absolute gas player and huge run from Kayla Lawson. You're going to see the Dead Pelicans versus St. Lucia.
Dover Beach Hotel, a 59-room, 3-star award-winning hotel, is enviably positioned on one of the most beautiful beaches on the south coast of Barbados. The hotel features a beautiful pool and sun deck, rooms with panoramic views of the ocean or tropical gardens, each with its own balcony. Visit our website at www.doverbeach.com to learn more.
You see Oliveira going for the line to the dead Pelicans. A Kenji Jones offload. Kenji Jones, I wish you could see his dance moves in the middle of the field. He's so psyched about that offload he put in. Oliveira, the NOLA Gold development player, University of Central Missouri, dots down a 5-pointer. Dead Pelicans have been on a tough weekend, but they're playing St. Lucia in the light blue right now, and they put a 5-pointer in.
Yeah, Oliveira blows hot and cold a little bit, or at least he has for me over this weekend. But devastating when he's moving forward. He's a scary specimen.
Yeah, we saw him in flight there and put a little offload in. Good work. Didn't see if that kick went through. And it'll be a kickoff now for the dead Pelicans. Where these boys are certainly having their fun in Barbados. Not evidently going to win the tournament, but Robert Beasley Jr., the 28-year-old, puts that one in. And here comes St. Lucia. St. Lucia, big hit coming in on Dwayne Nathaniel from Keegan Steele of the dead Pelicans.
Yeah, they had a good result earlier on against Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force. Looking to repeat that now.
Ball comes out now, a little stutter step there. That was Jean-Mal Phillip. He's had some good runs today.
It looks like he's slowed down a little bit. He's gotten a lot bigger. He's been lifting some metal by the sounds of it, or by the looks of it, and he's got a little slow, but he looks a lot healthier for it.
Mm-hmm. We're going to come back here. Referees spotted this. We have a scrum to the dead Pelicans. Here comes the man, Kenji Jones.
Nice and smooth, that one.
Yeah, Oliveira has a hold of it. He's in the first receiver position. Ball goes out to Steele. Steele moves it out there to Perter. Perter taken down. Steele again moves it back across. This time's into the hand of Alvarez. Alvarez moves it on to Kenji Jones. Kenji Jones has decided he wants to try today, but by the belt he doesn't get it. Turns over there, and it's going to come back. 2 knock-ons. First one against dead Pelicans. St. Lucia ball inside their 22.
Thought it was on there for a second, just knocked forward. He always looks dangerous, doesn't he, Kenji, when he's going forward with the ball in hand.
Yeah, he's certainly a power runner there. Ball in and turned over by the dead Pelicans. Oliveira has it. From this distance, he's not much of a passer. And the ball comes around there to the man, Beasley Jr. Beasley Jr. resets it. Oliveira once again passes that one inside the 22. Alvarez moves it out wide to Keegan Steele. Keegan Steele has the attention of one of the St. Lucia players, knocked it on in there, so it's going to come back to the St. Lucia advantage. Referee will whistle it up and slow it down for a scrum here.
Oliveira could have finished it off from there, but great tackle from Jamie Phillip. And then he went short side and someone else covered him. There was no way through for the big man.
this game going to get played? Just get these two teams. Okay. All right. Little offload there to St. Lucia. St. Lucia on the way through. That's Neiman Lascaris. Lascaris in the Rose Club. Touches down, and we are knotted up at 5 here.
Great breakaway from Phillips one more time and then pops it up. Let's just counterpart finish it. Good work, St. Lucia, getting themselves back into this game. They've been pinned down in their own 22 for a little while.
Water coming around here. I think somebody needs to show up to take this kick. Flevian Gabriel will do the honors. Gabriel over time on taking this kick. Only like 30 seconds, don't you? Hits that one, and we are at 7-5.
There's a couple of tired bodies out there now.
Yeah, we just saw that right there. He's going to get another look at it here. Good run from Jean-Marie Philip.
Good chase down.
Yeah. We'll get it up to the big man, Lascaris, Neiman Lascaris. Call him Leroy, the 32-year-old. Gets in the score, and Gabriel's back to kick this one off. St. Lucia under a minute to go on the game clock, maybe a couple of more seconds than that. Ball comes down to the big boy. The big boy turns around another, and that is some wheels. He's got all of St. Lucia chasing him, not just the team, but the country. And he brings it in to contact and takes 4 or 5 of them with him, but it's going to get turned over. His teammates were not there in support, so that makes it a tough one. As they move across past the try score, it gets into the hands of Ethan Phillip. Ethan Phillip shows, and he's going to have to take that one to ground. He's got Zavon Augustine coming in with him. Now the Pelicans were going to turn this one over, and it comes up in the hands of Alvarez. Alvarez hands off one, and a lead change to come again is going to be a 10-5, barring disaster. No disaster coming. Try awarded. Dead Pelicans take the lead.
Got a little scrappy at the ruck there, and ball squirted out the sides, a little bit of football skills, and scoops it up off his bootlaces. Great job. Be a tight game, this one, with these two teams.
That one's good. It's 12-7. Dead Pelicans over St. Lucia. And that is our half here in this men's competition. We will step away for just a second and come back with second half action. Sir.
Good.
We're back where St. Lucia has the ball and the Pelicans have the lead, but Pelicans have the ball back inside the St. Lucia half. Oliveira coming in to try to clean this up, but taken away illegally by St. Lucia. Ron Eugene from Babineau cannot do that.
Pelicans are in a good spot here. Could stretch away with this lead. They can take advantage of this.
Oliveira looking to take on a bunch of people, but he's going to offload there to Robin Cash, Portland Pigs player. Cash looks a little worse for wear after that. And St. Lucia is going to turn this one over. St. Lucia really want to win this one. Last game of the weekend for both of these teams. After this, it's Cockspur time. And St. Lucia fighting for the ball and draw the penalty against the Dead Pelicans. Referee marches them back pretty well.
You get another 10. Must have been some chit-chat in there.
Yeah, yeah. After this game, we have Roots
tripped over his own
TNT
laces.
Defense Force versus Barbados after this. See either of those teams yet, but we'll get them out here. St. Lucia offloading some ball here. Oh, St. Lucia powering through Gigi Francois, but knocked on. It's going to be a scrum here for the Dead Pelicans, holding on their lead. About 4.5 minutes to go here.
Yeah, lots of tired bodies down there now as people struggling to get off the floor after a sequence or a couple of phases.
A bit warm down there, I'm sure.
Yep, that sun's out. It makes a big difference. Even though there's a breeze, you feel that sun. It wears you down over the course of the day. Obviously, being day 2 makes it tougher still.
Player a little slow to get up here. We'll just give him a second.
So the Pelicans will have the put-in at the scrum.
Justin Ledyard to put this one in. Alvarez waiting for it in the first receiver spot. Alvarez gets it passed behind him. He's going to go out to Beasley, Jr. Robert Beasley Jr., a big fella. Passes it back to no one in particular. Alvarez can't quite handle it. We're going to go back for a scrum for St. Lucia. Important. We're at 14-7 here. 14-7. We've had a little miscue in the scoreboard there, so we're a converted try away. St. Lucia right here with 3 minutes to go in the game can certainly tie it up with a good move right here.
Yep, some good position here. Territory.
And after this, get ready for Barbados, the hometown boys, versus the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. Change coming in for the Pelicans. I think it's Derek Bailey. Little miscue by St. Lucia. Let's see what they can do. They've gotten it around to one of their danger men, but he is going to spill that ball forward, unfortunately for him. And an advantage for the Dead Pelicans. Looking back for that knock-on. 2 Dead Pelicans inside their own zone. They're holding on with 2 minutes to go here.
Just to mess with the commentators' heads.
Here we go. There is Ledyard trying to get that ball, but St. Lucia, great work to pick that one away. Rolls in a touch. It's going to be a Dead Pelicans throw-in. Time winding down here. Things moving a little slow. Last game of the weekend for these teams. Thank you to the Dead Pelicans and St. Lucia for coming to the Rugby Barbados World Sevens.
They'll be looking to steal this ball here. St. Lucia. It's a good position.
free kick here against St. Lucia. So Ledyard is going to take this one quick. Ledyard might have been smarter to just take some time on that, but they're away, and Bailey passes it out there, gets the ball up to Ledyard. Ledyard goes to Oliveira, the danger man. Kenji Jones, the big danger man, gets through and across. Like shot out of a cannon as he heads towards the try line, and he will make it. The dead Pelicans should be able to beat St. Lucia here in the Kensington Oval. What a run.
That one needs to be on a prop life highlight reel on YouTube or something.
I'm a bit envious. My car doesn't accelerate that fast.
That's impressive.
The big unit having some fun down aloft. Dom Oliveira will take this kick. We're 20 seconds on the game clock. We'll see what the referee decides to do. Oliveira doesn't hit, and the dead Pelicans have won the game over St. Lucia. St. Lucia unlucky in that one. It's Cockspur and Banks time for these two teams here at the Kensington Oval. Great festivities to follow. Thank you to these teams for attending.
Yeah,
very much enjoyed it.
They deserve a couple, don't they? They've played well. They've done some great stuff out there. They've certainly enjoyed themselves, and I've absolutely enjoyed watching them. So enjoy the rest of the evening for those boys. There's still plenty of rugby to play and plenty for us to watch. Make sure you're sharing this. We've got finals coming up very close.
Right now, though, Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. Just a minute. We are back as the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force kick off to Barbados, and it doesn't go 10. Barbados going to be looking for a win here in front of their home crowd against Trinidad and Tobago, an old foe. And Barbados on the move. Barbados in those lovely, colorful jerseys, blue and red for Trinidad and Tobago. And quickly, David Burke heads through, and David Burke is going to hit under the post and touch it down. And Barbados on the board.
It looked pretty easy. They've been playing well. I guess they lost that last game. I was commentating that. But they're going to come out firing on all cylinders to try and win this one and get through.
DeAndre Phillips up to convert this one.
I've been really
it's good. It's 7.
Phillips. He's played extremely well this week. He seems like a different player from previous times I've seen him.
Phillips will come back and kick this one off. Phillips puts a high one up for the defense force to come back onto.
Take on the full.
Trinidad and Tobago moves it across. Trinidad and Tobago just inside their own 40. Going into contact, keen for the offload away.
Good defensive work from Chris Carrington. Slight number 11.
Penalty against Barbados there. Trinidad and Tobago will have time to keep this moving. Inside their 50 go Trinidad and Tobago. One man at a time with his team as the big number 7 holds it through. Ball popped up there. And a good break as a power versus speed contest is coming here, but Barbados able to turn that one over. We have the young man Noah Paskins puts up a little pass. He gets the ball back, steps one. He'll be going to high school in New Zealand this year, but turned over on a knock-on. Trinidad and Tobago, great opportunity here right outside of the zone. No real Barbados defenders to be found. Little pass over the top. Just knocked forward there, and it'll be a Barbados ball here after a little bit of scrappy play on either side.
Yeah, he almost managed to fix that with the little kick ahead, but knock-on was inevitable. So yeah, Noah Paskin's playing in this competition. He's very young. He's probably still only 17, is he?
Yeah, it says 17, going to play some rugby and go to high school in New Zealand.
Doesn't look out of place out there with those guys.
Right. Looked at a place not getting back 10 right there, but we'll see how it does after that. As Trinidad and Tobago head towards the line, put the power in. Yep.
Oh, there's a yellow card being actually given to Paskins. We've cursed the kid.
Yeah, you did curse him. At the 5-meter line. I would assume this is going to be a smash and bash play by Trinidad and Tobago, as is their want. And ball is held up. Come back to a scrum.
Good work from Barbados defence to turn him on his back. AR's seen something, maybe a high tackle.
Going to have a little chat here. I don't think we're going to see any. Or they're giving him a try? What's going on here? We'll find out momentarily. No, they're giving him a penalty. Must have been something spotted by the AR there.
Yo.
Ball comes across for Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados down to 6, trying to defend this. All the power coming through. He's looking for the line. He's dove over and touching it down for Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force.
Yeah, it's all about the strength with Trinidad and Tobago, and if you're that close, big man against little man, who's going to win?
You already got some. You can keep my game short. That one is good. It is tied up at 7.
Excuse me. Barbados need a little bit of possession so they can start using their speed that they've got. They've got speed in all areas of the park, but they haven't had much possession.
Have a look at it there. Well, have a name for that number, and the coach is cursed. They don't hit 10 on that one after they score a good try, so it's going to come back all tied up here. Minute and a half. Barbados on the move here. Barbados sliding straight through the middle. That's the speed they have to use as Lucas Braithwaite, an 18-year-old Ealing Trailfinders player, touches it down. Good work there by the Barbados team. Coach Joe Whipple will be happy with that one.
Yeah, Ealing Trailfinders, their rumour has it that they're trying to make a charge for the Premiership in the UK. Plans in place to grow their club and take it to a higher level.
And that one is good. We go to 14-7. Barbados over the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. Taking a look at it.
All on his own. Spots the gap and goes for it. Turn of pace that most rugby players will be very happy with.
Very well done. Little offload there from Trinidad and Tobago. They're back with ball in hand here. We'll play their signature power game, I'm sure, down the field. We got a head of steam here from one of the big men. Rolls over Barbados in to try to steal this and draw the penalty as it's not releasing. And here's that try scorer. An Ealing Trailfinder. This man is clearly not 10 meters. Gets shoved off for his troubles. We've got somebody coming through the middle here. Looks like Enrique Oxley And that's back on the field. Nice little pass from Haskins there, but I believe we'll come back for the not 10 on that penalty.
Yeah, good few phases there from Barbados. Nice and control, just went to the ground, but Phillips again attacking.
Yeah. We have a runner trying to find some steps here. We had Paskins coming through, the 17-year-old, looking for something to pass to. Boy, he's really got a cool head for a young man, eh?
Remains very calm.
Here we go.
And the big man, Simeon John, gets over.
Simeon John touches down. And Barbados extending their lead.
Another one, Simeon John, coming through the youth system in Barbados. He was playing in the under-19s, I believe, in July. In the 19s competition, so he's still very young. Along with Haskins. Chris Carrington played last year. He's the number 11 on the other side. So the Barbados youth system is working because they're all playing first team now. Or at least on the fringe of their national team.
The referee whistles. We'll have a break here. We're at 19-7. Barbados in the lead. We'll step away, come back with second half action in a minute. Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force is not going to cross the line. Little forward pass there. They looked good at the start of the second half against hometown Barbados, who lead 19-7 here at the Kensington Oval. John Broker here with Gavin McLevy, enjoying this beautiful day of rugby.
Just need to get some sunscreen on, mate. Get flip-flops on and get down the beach at this point.
I'm enjoying the rugby here. I'm enjoying watching what we got going on. As it's Barbados put in, and a nice, smart break up the side. I do not think anyone is going to catch Dario Stout. Dario Stout steps to the outside. They do have a gas man in there, does this team, but he's able to get it to the ground. Dario Stout, top academic student at Harrison College, high school sprint medalist. Not going to stop him. Great try.
Yeah, no, I want to see Barbados finish out this game. They've quite often they get a little panicky in the second half and let things go. So great to see that they've early on another try under their belts.
Coach Joe Whipple, I'm sure, getting that sorted out as DeAndre Phillips will be up to kick again. And that one is good. We're at 26-7. Trinidad and Tobago under it now. So we're taking a look at it.
It was a good cover. Good cover coming across. Gave him something to think about before dotting it down.
Kevin Young tried to take him down there from Trinidad and Tobago, but it didn't quite happen. To kick off is DeAndre Phillips. And beautifully taken down by Barbados. What work. Penalty against ball down. Excellent work by Mikael Walcott there. And a penalty against Trinidad and Tobago.
He tried to get up quick but lost it forward, but there was an infringement in there somewhere.
Coming across here. Nice little move by Dario Stout. Scored the last one. Put somebody away in that one. Great offload. Great line of a run. Good work of Barbados.
Sean Ward, I think it was, that went through.
Big Sean Ward touches it down. Scorpions RFC player. Played in the Commonwealth Games. 3.5 inches. Halfway through this second half here. Next up is pretty much... Not pretty much, it is. A good kick there as they go to 35. We're taking a look at it here. You see Dario Stout come across this time and just put Ward on a great line away. But this will be the championship of the men's division as Atlantis will take on Roots. Winner take all. Nice kick from Phillips, but it is probably not going to go 10. He takes it himself, and it does not. Trinidad and Tobago will have the free kick. Always have to get back 10, and they do. Ball off there. Trinidad and Tobago cutting back in. They are certainly game to put some more points on the board here with 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, they've been stifled of possession for quite a while now, but now they've got the ball back in hand. They look lively, don't they?
Yeah, they look very good.
Battle of the rock going on in there.
This is some physical stuff going on here as the ball comes out. Big number 4 there for the TNT Defense Force. He's going to head towards the line and dot that down. Try awarded. They've taken it to 12, 33-12.
Bulldozing his way over. He sidestepped Walcott and then bulldozed straight over the top of two of them to get that one down. Barbados comfortably in the lead in this one. Trinidad and Tobago got a lot to do to get back into it. Don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go here. It'd be tough for them to get back in.
No good on the kick. Remains at 33-12.
Taking a look here. It's a nice step inside. Powerful fella. His name. And a minute and a half on the game clock here. Trinidad and Tobago after their try to kick off. Barbados, he's trying to get the ball into space. Does a pretty good job. Nice take on that kickoff. Some room around the outside. I think that was illegal coming around the side there from Trinidad and Tobago, but this is not going to be a problem for Walcott. The martial arts specialist and player for the Emperor's Club. Hands it off to Ward. Ward gets a second. Yeah, I think so. Try awarded. Kick to come. It goes to 38. We're winding down here. We're under a minute on the game clock. Probably time for one more kickoff. DeAndre Phillip comes in to kick this one.
Taking a moment to focus. Eating up the last few seconds of the game.
That's good. Referee looks at his watch and says, that is it. So we're going to have basically the men's championship game in what's been a round robin between Atlantis and Roots coming up. As hometown Barbados, as you see Walcott there, able to run away with it. So take a look at Walcott scoring a nice long-range try.
Yeah, he took his time at the base of that rough at the 22 and did a really good job of just biding his time and getting that nice 70-yard run.
Okay. We are back where the men's championship is about to happen. Even though it's a round robin, you're going to have Atlantis is going to be the teal and white, and they are going to be taking on Roots in this championship match. Two teams know each other well. Referee Leah Berard to take control of this one. Ball up for Roots. Roots takes it into contact. And Roots on the run, getting it wide for Salter quickly. Salter takes it in. Take that one down into contact, and they're coming across the field again. Roots looking for a big win here. Atlantis, you would have to say a bit favored, Gav.
Yeah, I think I don't think Roots will cause too many problems. I'm sure they're going to put a lot of effort into it because they feel like they should be in a better position than they've been in most of the weekend. But
well, they'd like to cause some problems. We'll see how they do. They have some talented players.
Absolutely. It's not a foregone conclusion. Atlantis have been very strong, though.
Certainly have. And they're doing the smart work of keeping it away from the Atlantis kind of key players there. But there's Corey Jones coming in to try to steal that ball. And it draws a penalty. You saw good work there, forcing that player not to release. And here comes Atlantis on their first go. Ball not coming out to Satavo on the wing because they saw players coming onto him. They're going to keep it in close there and not make it into the try zone. And here it comes across. Let's see if they can put this in. Ball in Corey Jones's hands. Clear run to the line. A little style points. Corey Jones touches it down. First try, 5 points to Atlantis.
Roots defense a bit frustrated with themselves there. They just lost focus for a second. Atlantis spreading it one way and then the other. They had a one-man overlap on this side and then quickly changed it and decided we'll go the other way. If it didn't work, try again, right?
Absolutely. Kick to come. 5-point lead here for Atlantis.
Trainers and coaches running on with lots of water at the moment because it must be getting pretty dry out there for the boys and girls.
So taking a look. Ball comes across from Satavo. Corey Jones, just a nice line there. Right in. Atlantis to kick off here. Well taken by Roots, well hit by Satavu. Satavu up and driving over. They take that ball. Good work there. Number 7 for Atlantis. That's Alex Leals from Fort Worth, Houston United, and good work by Roots there to force the knock-on.
Yeah, it was right in the corner. He stretched out, but I guess stretching out, he lost control of the ball. rolled it forward. Good covering tackle. Oh, good little corner to have the scrum.
Yeah, scrum here for Roots. That man, Mark Phillips, Jamaican eligible, as we heard from Steve Lewis earlier. Ball gets moved across there at their try zone. They've got a long way to go, but that is a good step right there. Let's see what he has. He's got a runner wide if he can get it to him, but over his head, unlucky. Can't get it back to Jonathan Taylor. And now they're back where they started, just about. And here comes Phillips. Phillips has to go into contact in front of the try zone there. They're looking to turn it over. We have an advantage here for Atlantis. Here's Salter. Salter looking for a friend. Doesn't find one. Now they're going to keep this moving as the ball comes across to the big unit Medusa. And a nice swing and a miss there. Corey Jones on the hunt, but Roots on the run here. Good work here. That's Medusa. Sorry, I mixed up my players there. Those beautiful jerseys numbers are a little hard to read, as levering over it is Atlantis, and they haven't drawn the penalty.
Nice patient chase from Corey Jones on his near side. He just took his time, really worked hard on trying to get a good grip on the player before hauling it down.
Referee Berard going straight to the pocket. Yellow card against Roots. Unlucky for Medusa there. Sorry, I didn't. That is Medusa. I didn't mix up with somebody else. I apologize, everybody. But we're going to go back here. He's going to be 2 minutes in the bin. Not a good thing to have happen against this surging Atlantis team here.
It's going to be a lot harder with one less man, that's for sure. They're very comfortable throwing the ball around and finding spaces. Some great work earlier from Jareem George getting out of his behind his own try line, but to squander that with all that hard work and then throwing that long pass. Lots of skill, just lacking a bit of experience.
Yeah, still a young man. This will be Atlantis ball eventually when one shows up. Right at halfway, great attacking opportunity here. And then when you come back across, if they go wide with it, you have key players on this side, but mishandled there, and Salter comes down with it, and he's on the move. Old Blue player, Stony Brook graduate. Born in Torrance, California, in New York City now. Phillips comes in to try to clean that up. Atlantis is all over it. And here they go. Corey Jones moves the ball off. Well, just holds it back and decides to have a couple of goose steps before he gets the ball out there to Leals.
Oh, nice work with the offload over the top.
Now they go across to Satavu. He's got two runners on his outside. Puts it all the way out. Give the sweeper a chance to get across, and they have. With only 6 players, they're doing well, and draw a penalty, holding in against Atlantis.
Wow. Not a bad result for them. Could have been much worse. Keep it in hand and play. Looking for the inside ball. There it comes.
Phillips flips it around there. Off they go. That's the man, Kareem George. He's looking for somebody that looks suspiciously forward. The referee confirms it. Referee Berard sees it. Looking back for a scrum.
Very unpredictable, George. You never know which direction he's going to go in. He loves to get airborne before he steps.
Give him just a little extra power there off that step.
Mm-hmm.
From here for Atlantis. Brian Keown, the Philadelphia native. On his second Barbados trip. Referee blows her whistle. We have a returning bin player. Atlantis with a one-player advantage out here on the wraparound. Now they move it to the man in space. He's got one to beat across the outside. The ball back across there was Ramirez. And the ball is into Leal's hands again. Corey Jones one more time. Corey Jones slipping the ball in either hand, but he's going to be able to take it in himself, thanks to the Lord above, and shuts down the try.
Hey, great try. Very individual, good step. Manages to slip out of a couple of tackles and strolls under the sticks. Looks great.
After this, it's halftime now. 7 minutes to go in this one. Commanding lead here going for Atlantis. After this, stay tuned for the semifinals of the women's tournament. Kick is good. 14. Be back in just a moment. We are back for the second half of the men's final game and the championship game, where Atlantis leads 14-0 over Roots. It's a little hill to climb here. A great tournament for them. Great tournament for both of these teams. Kyle Granby, you should be proud. Hayden James, you should be proud. This team is doing well. Atlantis with Corey Jones leading the way on the score sheet are going to receive this ball. It's going to be Roots takeoff with referee Leah Berard taking control.
Roots are going to have to start fast on this one.
As we said, stay tuned after this. We have two semifinals coming up. Leadership Angels versus ARPTC. Sion Sirens versus Rugby Quebec. Two great games to come. John Broker, Gavin McLevy bringing you all this exciting action. Nice high one to start off. Jones brings it down, moves it quickly. Nice little show. Nearly gets his head taken off, but able to get to the ground. Across the field they come. A little bobble. Referee spots it. We're going to come back for a great opportunity here for Roots. quiet up here in the booth. The excitement will start building soon as the women's semifinals come on. We're just having the finals of this one. Here is a Roots put in. Phillips, the live wire, gets that ball out, takes a big hit for his troubles, is down on the field, holding his knee. That's going to be a tough one. Players running over to make sure he is okay. Took a rough shot on his knee there. That's unfortunate. He's such a key player for this team. Didn't look malicious, but unfortunate nonetheless. We'll just hang on for a second while they take a look here. He's up. Just a little sore.
Is he up?
He is up and he is moving. Standing right outside of the team circle there. Hopefully he's okay.
His energy has been amazing all
It's been
weekend.
a pleasure to watch all weekend. Mark Phillips from Spanchtown, St. Catherine, Detroit tradesman. Born in Ann Arbor, Michigan, playing for Roots here in this amazing tournament, and he's a warrior. He's going to step back into he'll be called right back to duty here, as it is a line-out for Atlantis just outside their own 22.
I'm pretty sure you'd have to be dragged off the field at this point.
Good work by Jones there, using his Rua Dua system of Fijian-style lineouts, and coming back his way. Ball coming across Jones out to the wing. Again, they're going for that skip pass, and it hasn't quite worked, but they're going to draw this penalty. They're looking to have a long run here. Moving it into the midfield, a little step. For some reason. Ball out there. Coming across from Danaway. Into Satavu's hands.
Using Satavu more as a distributor at the moment.
Yeah. And that one goes over, and it bounces up into his hands. What a good piece of little skill, accompanied by a good piece of little luck. And a try coming. The ball bounces up properly for Atlantis. They move to 19.
Almost just rolled up his leg.
We'll see who that try scorer was. Didn't get the back of his jersey.
Yeah, interesting how they're using Setova in that distribution role, almost like a fly half, but just doing simple passes. I find it was much more effective out on the wing, just piling over the try line.
Yeah, he has. Played he can play across positions here, which is good. But was that good? I think so. 21. You'll see it again here. The ball come across. Little chip ahead. And just off the foot, into the hands. Nice little piece of skill there. Good work. Lady Luck was around, but also the skill was around as well. Nice kickoff right into the hands of an Atlantis player. Ball coming across. They've got a runner out wide. They're trying to get the ball out to him. Corey Jones bears himself, but gets the offload away, and Atlantis pulling away here in the second half. Roots put up a game effort. They look pretty happy.
Sure enough, his budgie smugglers there.
Yeah, that was, you can see it clearly on the screen. Nice choice of design. As this will be a little bit tougher kick, because we're about a minute and a half left to go. And get ready, remember, it's Leadership Angels versus ARPTC in the first women's semifinal. Huge one. Then Sion Sirens versus Rugby Quebec. 2 U.S.-based teams versus 2 Canadian-based teams. Bit of players from around the world, but we'll see how they do. A player from Roots getting up a bit slowly here, so we'll probably have to hang on as we're under the minute mark. He's up.
At the end of George's competition a little bit earlier than expected.
Unfortunately, a little bit tough luck there, but another kickoff coming from Atlantis as this game winds down. Atlantis staring down the face of a championship winning game here. No way here with no time on the clock for this team to come back. Referee Berard sole arbiter of the time at the moment, so we'll see how that goes as the ball comes back out to Jones. Can he score another one or offload another one? And he does with ease and grace. Pretty happy with himself right there, but great work to Mitch Van Oy, I think.
Yeah, some great offload.
Not Mitch Van Oy. It's the scrum cap with no beard. I can't remember which guy it is. But Atlantis running away with it here. 31. This should be end of game, I believe.
Been really impressed with Colin Jones' offload.
He just keeps growing as a player. Very good talent.
He's changed every year that I've seen him do his competitions. He's added something in the meantime. This time it seems like offloading. Offloading previously was average, but he's obviously been working on it. Previously it was his tap backs off the kickoffs, and that's now something that he's just accustomed to seeing him do it.
Beautiful kick to take it to 33. Referee Berard coming back out. It looks like we have time for one more kickoff. Kickoff coming from the try scorer. Puts it down to the 22. Roots will want to finish strongly here. Headed towards the corner but not finding it. Get the ball back to Salter. Salter puts it into midfield. As they come back his way, ball pops out and rolls in a touch. Referee looks at her watch and whistles for the end of the game. And the men's champions of the 2019 Rugby Barbados World Sevens are Atlantis, as you see them celebrating. Great work. Roots coming in second. Wonderful work by these teams. Great men's competition all weekend. Get your team together. Come down next year. It is the place to be. But we are almost ready and excited. It's coming up. We're going to have the women's championship semifinals. Leadership Angels versus American Rugby Pro Training Center, followed by Sion Sirens versus Rugby Quebec. We're going to come back in just a moment. We're back here at the Kensington Oval. It's a semifinal. You see ARPTC in red. We're ready to get started. The men's champions getting off the field. Playing against in blue, the Leadership Angels. Gav McLevy here with John Broker, myself, to do these games. The semifinals coming up. This is going to be fantastic. Canadian-based team versus U.S.-based team. Lots of talent, lots of international stars across the board. This is going to be a cracker.
Yep, still nice and bright and sunny out here. There's plenty of time for 2 or 3 more games, and these ones are going to be the deciders of who's getting in the final. Angels have been impressive defensively. The RPTC is very good going forward. It's a coin toss who's going to win it.
This is going to be interesting. It has been, Leadership Angels have been a stifling defense all weekend and starting to get a run in there. ARPTC have gotten better as the weekend's gone along. Players starting to gel a little more, so we'll see how they raise to the challenge here. And they have the likes of Steph Ravetti and M. Henrich, but the ball goes up there quickly in the hands of Madison Grant. She offloads it quickly out to the wing. They go. They're looking for early width here and early speed, and they have it. I think that's Emily Samek. We're going to have to check this out. I don't see the jersey number yet.
Yeah, Samek.
And it is Emily Samek to touchdown the first 5 points. The Hamilton, Ontario native and Guelph Redcoats. 5-0.
What a start. Put some pressure at the outside centre position, but the pass was nice and quick. Barry Valavala.
Louis Baravalala.
Valalalala. Sorry, guys. Been trying all weekend.
And she'll follow this up with the kick. And it is good. Rich 7-0 Leadership Angels over ARPTC. Leadership to kick. The Angels will kick. This will be ARPTC, their opportunity to answer that one, and I'm sure they will want to.
Her kicks have been good all weekend. She hasn't missed many. And the kickoffs are even better because then you get some height to it too.
We just saw the replay of that. And here comes a kick from Baravalala. And we're going to go into this next phase of the game. ARPTC will want to answer here. I think Leadership showed their intent, but they're going to try to go wide. They may think they have a little speed on them. And we're seeing a smart play. That's Ravetti. Ravetti moves it to Olsen. Olsen moves it, and they're going across field now. That's Olsen again. Moves it out to the wing quickly, and the speed and power coming on. A little break, a little offload, and it's an answer. It's end-to-end for both teams, and ARPTC says we can do it too, and a touchdown, a try. It is 7-5. Good covering work by Leadership Angels to not allow an easy kick.
Yep. It's going to be a tight one, this one. This game's going to be very interesting.
And it was Olsen that scored that, the San Diego Surfer. The USA Sevens caps. That kick is good. We are all tied up here, Gav.
Yeah, it's going to be too close to call. I've chewed most of my fingernails off already.
Here you take a look at it. Ball just comes around there to Kelly Smith. Kelly Smith gets around one a little bit, but she has Olsen so smart, so on the spot. She is going to take it the distance. Really well done. Really impressive play. Nice kick down into the hands and knocked on that time by Madison Grant, the Cornwall Claymore. Here we're going to have an attacking opportunity for ARPTC. Yes, working on it. Just a little. ARPTC is a little tricky to say. We need to give them talk to Julie, get them like a nickname.
Already gave them a nickname. ARPTS. That's it. That's what they call now. ARPTS.
We'll see what they want to call themselves. I know they want to call themselves champions right now as they move the ball out of the centers, get the ball around Hendricks. They use her as the dummy runner, and now it's in Kelly Smith's hands. She just powers her way through. Kelly Smith for ARPTC offloads her one try, goes in for the second try, and Kelly Smith from Chattanooga has been unbelievable, and she touches down and puts him in the lead, 12-7.
So much intent with her running angle and the speed that she's going at. She knew what was going on. She knew where the ball was going to be, and she went directly there and blew right through it as she collected the ball.
About the same angle here, roughly, for Olsen. That one is not going to go through, so we're at 12-7. ARPTC leads the Leadership Angels. We're taking a look at it here. Wisely, Gab, I think, Henrich is coming down the inside line. They're all expecting her to get the ball because she's such a hard runner. And instead, they just shift it out wide, get it to Smith. Kelly Smith, the 28-year-old from Chattanooga, touches it down.
It's those flat balls that do it, though. When you've got a player coming from so deep, they've got options on their angles and your options for your ball passer. So when you've got those kind of options ahead of you, you can run with real intent and hit gaps. That's the key for that particular try.
Madison Grant made sure that kickoff. She got the ball back in her hands after the first contact area by Leadership Angels. They look a little intense the moment. Ball knocked back by ARPTC, but picked back up by the Angels. And now they get another opportunity to run here. Baravalala with a long pass out. Ball gets across to Talia Hoffman, the Guelph Redcoat. Coming back across here, it goes into the hands on that one, but here we go. It comes to the outside to the try scorer, Samek. Samek gets hauled into touch. We will have a line out here, I think, to ARPTC. And it is. And they have another attacking opportunity with several minutes to go on the game clock for this first half. We'll see where they decide to go. They're going to have Kelly Smith on the outside again, and in the center, they will have Emily Henrich, so they can have their pick of good runners, see what they do, and they go to neither of them. Rivetti, also a threat. The capped eagle puts it in there. Kelly Smith now on the outside. She's stepping, looking for that space, trying to get through, hands it off, gets over the try line, touches it down. AR's cool with it. Referee awards it, and the lead's getting pushed here by ARPTC. Interesting days.
That was all strength and grit to get her over the line in the corner, keeping the defender guessing, and then shove a palm right in their face and get them out of here. If in doubt, hurt them.
Thanks, Gav. That's our rugby league veteran. And if you've ever met him, obviously very physical rugby player, Gavin McLeavy. Not afraid of the contact area at all times, day and nights. And Olsen, what's up about your nightclub, mate? Talking about your clumsy dancing where you're knocking into people on the dance floor. As we're no good there, as we move to 17-7. We get a little replay here. Take a look. Ball comes up from Olsen to Rivetti. Rivetti hangs on to that one.
Nice little pop there, wasn't it?
Henrich. Well worked to Smith. And McLeavy facepalm.
Works every time.
She goes. We're keying in here on Madison Grant. She's taken 2 out of 3, knocked on the first one.
I mean, yeah, if they're doing that, it's usually because they've got they've found it as a weak point. But she's done okay. She's handled them well.
Yeah, she missed the first one. Got the second 2. Barvalala, danger player, has the ball now. Hauled down by 2. Able to get back up. Is she isolated? Can they draw this penalty? And they have. ARPTC, no time on the game clock for the first half. They got time for this penalty, however. We'll see what they decide to do, and great work to draw that. And everything is going their way at the moment. They have kicked it into touch. And that is going to be halftime here of this first semifinal, where ARPTC, American Rugby Pro Training Center, leads 17-7 over the Leadership Angels. It's time for some messages. We'll be right back. Second half kicking off here. Leadership Angels 10 points down. Kick it to ARPTC, taken by Haley Taufu. And now they move it out quickly into the centers there. They're going to have to just reset this one. They've got the lead. They'd love a nice early try here to keep things going. We'll see how they do. Leadership Angels certainly have the players to just make the breaks. Henrich comes over to clean that one out. They're going to have the time to move it. Elena Olsen, been a superstar for this team. Now they move the ball to the wing. Player balled in a touch. A little early mistake there from ARPTC. The Angels will have an opportunity, and they're going to take it by going quick. Let's see what they can do with this one. A big hit comes in on Renee Gonzalez, the West Shore RFC player. Good work here from the player. Just ran a touch to unload into the hands of number 3, Chloe Jacks from Manhattan, Kansas. She takes it into contact. They're able to come up with this one. But receiver unlucky for ARPTC. Good luck for Leadership Angels. They'll have a scrum here right inside the 50-meter.
Yeah, an unusual error. They're losing a few little battles at the ruck. Just the timing of when they go to ground and the support arriving. And we haven't been able to see anybody else that can challenge the Angels until then.
Ball comes out clean. A little bounce there, so the pressure comes on. That is Paige Ferries from Red Deer, Alberta. She's been fantastic today. Draws the penalty. Here comes Leadership Angels. Interesting goose step. Now they've got a couple of runners out wide here. We'll see what they can do with this. A little over the top comes out, and off they go. Samek, she's been in the try zone already for their one try. Ball knocked all over the place. Good work here. Knocked on by the Leadership Angels. It is going to be ARPTC ball, and they're lucky there. There were some opportunities for this Angels team.
Yep, they just it was stripped. It was stripped out as the tackle went in. And he just bounced kindly. So a little bit of luck, but they always say you create your own luck, right?
That is what they say. There's a change coming in here for ARPTC. Keeping their back line the same here with just the speed and talent they have out there in Rivetti, Henrich, and Smith. Henrich now with the ball at her own line. Cuts back in. Little wraparound pass there from Olsen. Olsen gets to Rivetti. Rivetti across the 22. Rivetti. Little hand around to Smith. Smith gets it back to Rivetti. What great work from these two players. Great interplay. Rivetti able to keep her feet as her players come to help out here. Olsen up quick to get that ball. Good work. Ball hoofed across the field there. Not what they wanted. We'll see what the call comes back to here as it gets pushed in a touch by the Leadership Angels player. But I didn't know if the ARPTC player maybe tripped them a little bit.
Yeah, it felt like just as the kick went through, she got a clipped ankle.
Referee thought the better of it. Going to let them play on here, and it'll be scrum, I believe, to ARPTC. Line out to ARPTC. You got the referee I thought was talking about that. Good work by the Angels. Angels pick it up. Angels at the line, but knocked on. So now we'll get a scrum here.
This is a good spot for the Angels. If they can do something special here, get themselves right back in this game, a vital moment of the game.
This first semifinal, we follow by the second championship semifinal, Sion Sirens versus Rugby Quebec. As ARPTC keeps going here, Rivetti just manipulates those spaces in between defenders so well, but she's finally hauled down by Carmen Isaac, the Foothills Lion player. Henrich picks it up because there's nobody there and just has to work her way over, but Smith there to help her out. Now they're going to come across to the power side of the field as Olsen doesn't like what I thought and is going to come back the other way. But Henrich is put on that one. Henrich just steps around. Henrich keeps her feet, but is going to have to get to the ground and does. Smith takes it herself. Smith can't get through and has the attention of one of the Leadership Angels players, and they're going to have to move it. That's Ferry. She's been so good all weekend. Ball gets moved out there to Renee Gonzalez. Renee Gonzalez moves it out, and they're headed towards the corner. A little mishandle there. It looks like ARPTC will come up with this, and they have done. They should have some runners other side of the field since they've been able to turn this over against a fractured set of players here. Olsen hoofs it out there to Smith, but forward off her hands, Gav.
It was a 3v2. It was wide open.
Right idea.
They're going to be frustrated by that one.
So we're at 10 points, about a minute and a half on the game clock here. We'll have a little bit of referee time, not much though. And Leadership Angels here really are going to need to put something in right away. ARPTC got some strong defenders there.
Well, they're usually so patient in their defence, but they're not getting any opportunity because the training centre is just not making any mistakes. Keeping a hold of the ball.
Good work there, but the Angels get it going. It's Hoffman. Hoffman is inside the 22. Hoffman thought was high tackle there, but the referee not seeing what I thought I saw, so we'll go with him. But a penalty against ARPTC. They need these points. Here they come through Gonzalez. Gonzalez reaches for the line. Gonzalez hits it. 17-12. We're at 5 points or 3 points, depending on what happens with this kick. Kick is no good, so we are an unconverted try from a tie for Leadership Angels. If they score, they have a chance to go ahead or push it into extra time with not much time on the clock. ARPTC is going to receive this ball. They're going to want to grind this out as we take a quick look here.
She went for it for herself. Just got there as well. Brave to take on 3.
We're somewhere near the last play of the game. Referee whistles time back on. Important kick to keep it just to 10. Well taken there. ARPTC looking pretty good here. ARPTC is going to kick that one into touch. Referee's going to look at his watch and whistle the end of our semifinals. We're American Rugby Pro Training Center books their place in the Women's Championship Final. Gav, what was the difference?
They were the better team. They just had more go forward. The Angels have been playing this defensive game the whole competition, and that's worked out for them because eventually people make mistakes. The training centre simply didn't make that many mistakes, so they didn't get their opportunities. They didn't get ball in hand. So fair play. The training centre's done well. They've gone through. Definitely deserved this game.
All right, we'll be back in a second where Rugby Quebec is going to take on the Sion Sirens to see who gets the right to play ARPTC.
Great game.
Kickoff is coming in our second women's semifinal of this 2019 Rugby Barbados World Sevens Tournament. See the referee talking to Rugby Quebec in the blue and white stripes. You will not be able to not see the Sion team in their neon as soon as this ball is kicked off. And we are underway in the second semifinal. American Rugby Pro Training Center won the first one. Now we're going to have the battle here to see which team comes away with it. Sion digging for that ball. Good work there to slow it down as Kate Heron moves it across. Kiki Morgan running a little cross field. That's their danger runner, Miel, out there. Danger players, very, very confident and active. 4 runners across here. They got plenty of space. Here they come, trying to move it to the wing. Little shift back in. Nice work. That's Heron again. Heron, the Auburn, Washington native. Again, U.S. Marine. We've talked about her a couple times this weekend. But holding it in. Quebec comes up with this. Quebec, a very patient, smart team, Gav.
Yeah, I think maybe it's a trait of the Canadians, I'm not sure, but very similar to the Angels in that sense. A bit more aggressive, definitely got a bit more power, but they're very patient, build up, they take their time in defence, they hold on to the ball well, they don't make too many mistakes.
Until they made that mistake, so we have a penalty for Sion. Sion's going to go quick. It's okay. We'll give you the commentator's curse. It's fine. As they're looking for the corner here, a little stutter step. That is Maria Marin Garcia. She gets the ball to Gemma Rowland. Gemma Rowland moves it across the field into Kate Herron's hands again. Kiki Morgan, key player. And another key player, Chantel Miel. She's been great. As she takes the ball into contact, should be able to recycle this one. Quebec player, slow to get up, took a pretty good shot for her troubles. It was been taken away there by Quebec. Pardon me, I thought things were getting blown up for a whistle there, but off we go. That's off the foot. We're going to play on. And now it's Sion. This is back and forth. No sweeper in behind. They have hoofed that down. I'm not sure is that player onside? I don't believe so. I didn't think my eyes were deceiving me. Thank God I have you, Gav.
And that's the mate who was right behind there. I couldn't see it properly. Just caught it.
Chance here for Rugby Quebec just to settle the nerves a little bit. See Gary Hevner in the background. Politely observing this Sion team. And we're going to come down to the 22 where it's going to be a line out here. Key player Frederic Rayot puts this in.
Bit of a stalemate so far.
Yep.
Nobody really seems the stronger team at this point.
Good line out from Quebec. They move it out. Player takes it flat-footed. Can't get quite the running start, but now they have it. Looking to break through the line. Looking to just power through. They need a third person to complete this and distribute. They have two runners out wide. Kiki Morgan in defense. We'll see if they can get it by him. A little chip through and a chase for a Rayot. And not happening. Touchdown is going to be a 22. Interesting idea. As most coaches know, if she had scored that, you would have said she was brilliant. She didn't score that. You're going to say, why'd you do it? But we'll come back for a 22. But good pressure from this Quebec team. Quebec, big power on the left-hand side there on the run. Moving it, a player a little bit isolated. They're going to need to get there and support. They go the offloads. Good quick hands from this team. They're looking to get it out to the wing here for Erica Scott. Erica Scott, not sure she'll always have the speed to take on Morgan. Quebec has moved themselves back 20 meters. Sion's taking this ball. It is a real ugly chess match out here the first couple of minutes.
It really is. It's extremely tight. I'm paying attention to see if we can see mistakes or a way through, and I can't even see it all the way from here.
Somebody has to crack. That's a player over there from Quebec, and Quebec yanks it away. And this is going to be a good try for Justine Pelletier. No, it is not. Yes, it is. I thought she'd have clear onto the line, but first 5 points go to Quebec.
It's early, but there's quite a lot of tired bodies out there already, because there was just no rest amongst all of that. It was just phase after phase after phase with continual work. There's a lot of very slow bodies out there right now.
After this, we're going to have St. Lucia versus the Northeast Academy. That one's no good. We're at 5. And that's going to be the 7th and 8th place game. Then the 5th and 6th. Atlantis and Fine Rugby Now. Followed by our semifinalists in the 3rd, 4th game and the final. One of these teams will be joining ARPTC in the final. The other one will be joining Leadership Angels in the 3rd and 4th place game. Prize money on offer. Very important.
Was it $20,000 that's available for this Rugby Barbados World Sevens?
I spent a little of it, so it's a little under 20,000.
Spent most of it in the pub last night. I heard.
Don't tell anyone. Rugby Quebec puts it down. Gemma Rowland comes onto that, and she barrels across the 40. It takes a couple of people to get her to the ground. It's moved on there by Heron. Move it into the middle of the field there to Marin Garcia. Now it's out to Chantel Miel. She has not found the room she found earlier in this tournament. She is a fantastic player, and he gets knocked on in the tackle. We're going to come back to what was supposed to be a scrum for a knock-on, but a little cheeky play there earns him a penalty.
A little shoulder bump afterwards just to say, hey, don't mess with me. Gets herself in trouble for that. Gets a penalty all against her.
And it will be a Quebec line out just inside the Sion 22. Most of this first half has been played in this part of the field. Sion really needs to play down the other end of the field a bit. We're
really tight, hasn't it?
We have 3 minutes to go. I thought we were about 9 minutes at the moment. This has been just scintillating back and forth. Ball comes down to Rayot. She moves it on to one of her teammates. Her teammate kind of cross field a little bit. That's Sukorski. Isolated player Erica Scott on Morgan. Can she take the corner on her? It doesn't look that way. She's got to roll back in. They're trying to hold her up, but she gets to the ground eventually. Justine Pelletier can't hold that one. Sion comes up with it. And penalty now against Quebec. An opportunity here for Sion. See if they decide to work on a move here or just try to push it downfield a bit. And they're going to go for it. Morgan's going to stay on this side of the field, so they'll run it this way with Miel, the next target. Miel gets it with some space now. She puts the hammer down, trying to get around the corner. Well defended and dragged in a touch. And she has been well marshaled by one of these Quebec players and trying to get the number of the jersey across the way here.
Taller lady. She's been playing well, very powerful runner. Kicked quite well.
Oh, the time was further on than it was because we're going to halftime here. We had a minute and a half in our game clock. That's why I was thinking it was going a while. So we are going 5-0 in a halftime. Everything to play for. Quebec over Sion Rugby. We'll be back with second half action momentarily. Here in our second half, where Sion trails by just 5 points, an unconverted try, everything to play for against Quebec Rugby. Quebec takes the kickoff. That is number 6, Caroline Sukorski. She's been effective all game, and pushed into touch is number 7, Marie-Pierre Fautou from Sherbrooke. Abenakiste Sherbrooke is her club. She has done a great job on this side of the field, really holding back one of the more destructive players for Sion. And Chantel Miel. This is John Broker with Gavin McLevy. We are happy to bring you the second semifinal. The winner of this will take on ARPTC, and a nice steal at the lineup there from Pelletier, and they move it out into the middle of the field to Rayot, and she is going to take a wraparound pass. They have some numbers here. She is an incredible player, just a dynamo. She gets taken down outside of the 22. Kiki Morgan in there trying to clean it up. Quebec runners spread across the field, but they're going to try to keep it tight here, get a little offload away, and they are headed towards the line. Great job. As they go to the short side, they had a runner, but it doesn't get there. Slips in a touch. We're still at 5-0. Plenty to play for. Just about 6.5 minutes to go here in this semifinal. Exciting end-to-end stuff. We played it mostly in the Sion part of the field, but it's going to be their line-out, an opportunity to move it. They need to get to speed. Messy ball. Line out goes again to the Quebec team. Quebec has an open lane there, and it looks like they're going to get through that open lane. It looks like it is Justine Pelletier, and she is going to touch that one down. The Quebec City native with a lot of amazing feathers into her cap. All-Canadian All-Star Rugby 15s Canada Tour senior team. Sevens team, she's fantastic. And a Pelletier extends the lead to 10 for this Quebec team.
Just chipping away at it, Quebec, by the looks of it.
That kick, not good, as was the first one. We're at 10-0. Just under 5 minutes to go.
Is this running away from Sion a little bit?
They can turn it around. They just need a quick try here. They haven't been able to find that outside edge they were looking for. They're trying to go wide, and they've been marshaled by a number of players there. It was Fotu is one of the players that really handled them down. Quebec on the kickoff, go long with this one. Pretty wise since they've spent most of their time down there. It rolls over the head of the Sion's player, Lucia. They've got a long way to go to get this in, and they would need to touch down a try pretty quick. Here's Morgan. Morgan's going to try to get around. Morgan offloads. Miel finally has the space she's been looking for, but it closes down. They're just not realizing that outside space as they would like to. Good work by Quebec to recognize that. Now they're in front of their own post in a bit of trouble here. The ball's hitting the ground. People are getting tackled right outside there. Sion needs a little something special here. And this is not it, as it got knocked on. So we're going to have a scrum here for Quebec at the 5-meter line.
A lot of pressure on the Sion Sirens. Right on their own try line. Good work from Quebec. Thought Kiki Morgan had released the winger for a second there, but was closed down quickly on this near side.
Scrum here, put in from the tight head side by the Quebec team. See where they decide to go with this. Quebec players, very familiar with one another, play very well. Those sort of little intangibles are going their way at the moment.
Just knowing the distance that your player will be coming from and how quickly they're going to be coming, that little detail helps a lot.
Ball's going to come back towards the forwards here. They're going to try to keep it tight and move towards the line. A try here for Quebec would almost certainly seal this game for them with the way their defense has been playing. Ball gets knocked forward, and it's a penalty. It's a yellow card, and it might well be a penalty try coming up here. There's the yellow for Florence Williams, England U20, founder of a women's sports marketing agency. And we'll see what the referee decides to do from here. Is it a penalty try or... No, again, it's just going to be a penalty. Put an intentional knockdown inside the zone there was pretty much a penalty try, but that's not what they're going to call it. But a shorthanded Sion now has to take on a rampaging Quebec for the next 2 minutes, which is about all the time we have left in the game. Quebec digging for that ball, looking for the right runner. They've put it out there. Lots of space to the left-hand side, spotted by the Oracle. And a little pick and go goes around the right-hand side, and it is a try awarded. And I would say that is just about that for this game as they move to 15-0 with just over a minute on the game clock. A lot of room, more than 2 converted tries away. Quebec.
I think Quebec have succeeded where the Angels earlier failed. That patient sort of python sort of sucking the life out of you. That's exactly what they've done to Sion. They haven't done anything spectacular from what I've seen. They've just ground out a win against a really strong Sion team.
Neutralize a very potent attack. That was the most impressive part of that for me. I'm in agreement with you there. Get ready. We're going to have the Northeast Academy versus St. Lucia coming up after this. We still have some time to go in this game, I believe. We do. St. Lucia versus Northeast is going to be 7th and 8th place playoff, followed by Atlantis women versus Find Rugby Now, that very cool touring side. Quebec to kick off with 30 seconds to go here. Rolled in some of their substitutes, give people a little breather here. Ball over into the 22 again for Autumn Cicero to run onto. And Kiki Morgan says, nope, their try line's that way. Points downfield. Here they go, moving the ball wide. They would like to finish with something special here, I am sure. No time on the game clock. We're in referee's time for this one. Kiki Morgan at her own line. Breaks through. She's at her own 22. Steps for a couple. And I think she just hurt herself on the turf there. That does not look good. And they blow the whistle right away. We're going to bring somebody on.
Knee just folded.
I think knee or an ankle. That was a tough one. We're going to see what happens here. They have a trainer on right away for Sion. Doctors are coming on right away. Kiki Morgan's such an amazing player. Let's hope she is okay and hope the best for her. And we will just hold on for a minute while they take a look at this injury.
Just gave way underneath. Painful. So say she was lowering her center of gravity to change direction and it just didn't work for her.
Oh, yeah, let's not show that again.
Yeah, that's bad.
We'll stop the replays there. She's going to get helped off the pitch here. Had a great tournament. Very, very unfortunate to end it in that manner. We'll all be thinking of you as the ball comes in. Rugby Quebec has it. We're almost out of time here, but they're looking for one more as they brought some players in. Fabiola Forteza moves it out to the wing. Sion turns it over. Sion here, probably last play of this game. Massive smash comes in, but illegally from Rugby Quebec. And Sion on the move again through Katie Heron. Quebec picks it up, kicks it out. End of the game. We have a final that is going to be between Rugby Quebec and the American Rugby Pro Training Center. Sion will take on Leadership Angels in the third and fourth place game. That's it for this game. We're going to step aside for just a minute while St. Lucia and Northeast Academy get ready for the 7th and 8th place playoff. Welcome back to the Kensington Oval, where in white, the Northeast Academy will take on St. Lucia for the 7th and 8th place playoff. We have 4 games to go. 7th and 8th place, 5th and 6th, 3rd and 4th, and then the women's final between the American Rugby Pro Training Center and Rugby Quebec. Exciting stuff to come. Great action. We are going to see all sorts of great international players, starting with this one. Northeast Academy will kick us off here through Gianna Solomon. St. Lucia, can they get the Lamborghini in gear?
They struggled to take her out of the garage this weekend. She hasn't revved up too much.
Looked better the last couple of games. Kamika President doing her work, and Tiba doing her work, and her going. Fayola Jack, they do the hard work on the inside and try to release that speed. Let's see how they do as we're getting underway here. Gianna Solomon, the Easton, Pennsylvania native, New York Rugby Club player, makes an early mistake by rolling the ball on a touch. We're going to come back for free kick at the 50-meter line. Not what coaches Chadwick and Wilson would have wanted.
No, for sure. St. Lucia will be looking to redeem themselves a little bit with this game.
Yep, St. Lucia wants to finish well here. Budding programs there. They go quickly through Electra Marcel. Electra Marcel gets it to Jack, and Jack puts a knock-on in, and they're away with Sarah Levy. Northeast Academy is going to start off this one in fine fettle as Levy touches down for our first try here. Great work by Sarah Levy.
Made that one look easy. Covering tackle just never made it across.
Gianna Solomon to follow up the kick here. And it's good. We're at 7-0. Northeast Academy over St. Lucia. Kick to come here. Solomon. Guessing will probably not make the same mistake twice. One never knows. The commentator's curse is always alive and well. Down they go as it bounces on the ground, but this one comes up a little high there for President. Oh, sorry, not President. That was Leah Kantiba. Now they move it out to the wing, and off they go. Some wheels of her own. St. Lucia is most likely going to score a tying try, or a 5-pointer right here. Have to see who that was. Jeremiah Evariste scores that try from the Relac Club. The 19-year-old, impressive work right there. I seen her with a lot of power plays earlier. When I saw her hit that speed, I wasn't I had to get the number off the back to make sure who it was. What a play! What an individual run. But not good on the kick. So we are at 7-5. Northeast Academy over St. Lucia. St. Lucia to kick. And Evariste has been subbed in already.
Yeah, she's done for the day.
Do what you got to do.
Rolling silver shirt.
Yes. And St. Lucia's kick, not the best, but it does go 10 meters at the end of the day, and they're going to have to run it. Here's Solomon. Solomon puts the ball up to Alameda. Alameda finding her way across the 40-meter line of St. Lucia. Ball comes out there to Titus. Titus moves it out into Statopoulos' hands, and Levy again. This time in the corner for a 5-pointer. Sarah Levy lighting it up in this last game of their weekend.
Nice little inside ball. She's running out of space, but saw the crossover coming. Levy picked it up nicely.
Tough kick here for Solomon. She's definitely got the distance, but the wind's kind of swirling her way. And yep, not going to have it on that one, unfortunately. Ball comes back to midway. Solomon will be kicking this one off. St. Lucia looking to redeem again. Nice high kick there from Northeast. It rolls in a touch. This has happened a lot this weekend, particularly in the women's division. They're kicking down there to force that line out.
Yeah, and I don't know why they're... I mean, it makes sense. That's the way, if you're kicking at that corner, but it's usually a bit shorter, and you're going to challenge them and make that left-hand pass, but going a little bit too far. It could be something, just simply the wind factor. You see those flags over on the right side pushing pretty strong still.
They go short. Was intended to be a good quick move there, but taken away. Well read by the Northeast Academy. Now they're on the front foot. Deanna Nash, one of the key players of this team, one of the key playmakers, Gets hit and goes to ground, but they're able to recycle it. Ball moves back across. Alamina shows. Alamina goes. She's inside to 10 meters. Good
tackles from President.
Yeah. Good contact area work by St. Lucia. Northeast players are just forcing it through the short channels here. Solomon gets it to Levy. Levy is going to find her way around and find her way through. She is elusive on that one. And Sarah Levy.
Got a good bit of strength. Yeah, that's going to be 3.
I believe that's 3 for Levy in this game. And you can tell she looks pretty winded there. I think she is ready to be back at the Dover Gap where most of the teams are staying.
I think she's done her fair share of miles last couple of days.
Kick is good, so that moves it up to 19. She'll be back for some Banks macaroni pie, Cockspur.
No, these people are athletes, they're not like those.
Oh, sorry. We're taking a look here at Levy's footwork.
That's great. She's done a lot of work. She's a really quality finisher.
Ball right in the hand of Roberts. She was looking at that corner. Now she cuts back across. Can't get the pass away. Knocked on by Northeast Academy. An opportunity here for St. Lucia.
They can maintain some stability in this scrum and get themselves a good base. Some clean ball. The President, Jack, and Roberts all lined up out the back there.
Good players. A little high pass to get it started. But they do want the wraparound. They want to get the ball to Roberts. But instead they're going to find the space here. They have found a bit. Roberts gets it in a crowd of people, so she has to put one out. Nearly taken away by the Northeast Academy, but knocked on. Will come back. Good intent, but didn't quite get the width on it that they would have wanted there, St. Lucia.
Yeah, they were going in the right direction. They got the right idea. The loop around to create some space for Roberts. Didn't quite pull it off, though. They ended up going through the middle. Northeast Academy scrum win this time.
Good work by the Northeast Academy. They're finding some way through the middle. Big collision coming in there.
That's the 5th or 6th big tackle for President right in the middle of the park around the 22 area.
And not releasing on the Northeast. Be a penalty here as they get it to Roberts. See if she can work her magic. And she shows one, shows another. Just not the power to get through there. Ball back. They don't maintain it here. Trying to find some work to do with that. Not yet. They're pushing themselves back towards the try line. Here comes Northeast Academy. Ball out to the wing there, and Northeast Academy cuts back in through Frankie Sands. Frankie Sands touches it down, and Northeast Academy sends their lead to 24.
There was a long period of time St. Lucia had hold of the ball, but handed over, and Northeast Academy capitalised on it quickly, right at the half.
And that is going to be the half. Gianna Solomon kick to try to move this to 26. Let's see how we do here. Kick is no good. We're going to go to halftime at 24-5. St. Lucia trails the Northeast Academy. Here's another look at this try. Ball comes out to Frankie Sands, powering onto it. Frankie Sands decides to step back in. Hits it. Halftime, 24-5. We'll step away, be back in just a moment. We've returned for the second half. Northeast Academy leads St. Lucia 24-5 in this 7th and 8th place playoff. Coming up after this, Atlantis women versus Fine Rugby Now in the 5th and 6th, followed by our 3rd, 4th, and then a championship match to round out the weekend here in the legendary Kensington Oval, Bridgetown, Barbados.
And what a stadium it is. Look at that view as the teams come back out. The main stand of Worrell, Weeks and Walcott. Beautiful thing to see.
Want to hear a fun fact about the stadium?
Go for it.
The 2007 Cricket World Cup final was played here between Australia and Sri Lanka. What a game it was.
Were you there?
I've heard about it.
Tim the Oracle told you, didn't he?
Yes, I have somebody that's feeding me information. I did with all fairness, not being, I love the history. I love the history of this whole island. I was lucky enough to sit with the head of the Olympic Committee the other night and just kind of ask her questions, about things. There's people that work in the trade community. Really just interesting people. Great opportunities you get when you're lucky enough to do this sometime and travel to places like this. But here is the famous Kensington Oval. We're underway. I'll talk about the game again. St. Lucia takes one away from the Northeast Academy. We're going to come back here. It looks like it was just a knock-on. Australia won that World Cup, by the way. 55 runs.
It's a youth of information. How did you get
You just got to know the right people. St. Lucia, their ball here. Looking for Mary Roberts again, but not going to put it out to her this time. Kintiba's going to hang on to it, and Leah Kintiba shows and says, you know what? You keep talking about Mary Roberts. Let's talk about me. I'm going to touch down this try. 5 points to the good. 24-10. We have moved to.
That's the Kintiba that I've been waiting for all weekend. Where's she been? She's waiting until the second half of the last game for her to turn up. Quiet as a mouse. But that's the kind of stuff she can do if she just puts her mind to it.
Put that one in. Good work by St. Lucia, trying to finish off this tournament the way they would like. Kick to come. That kick is good. We're at 24-12. Getting interesting.
Huh. 5 minutes left.
There's 5 minutes and a half. 5.5 minutes left. We have some very game players.
She
there goes
Kintiba. It's impressive once she goes.
We'll see kind of difference. I mean, the weather and the surface are things that St. Lucia are used to, but things they're not used to is Frankie Sands putting the hammer down and taking them on to score into the post, but that's a big difference maker right there as Frankie Sands returns the favor to this St. Lucia team and put it to 29-12.
No, impressive stuff. Just breaks away. Great speed and doesn't relent on it either. Doesn't want to put any doubt in her mind to get across that line.
Gianna Solomon to keep this moving forward. And that one is no good. We're at 29-12. Still 4.5 minutes to go here in this 7th and 8th place playoff. So we take a look here.
Yeah, just really simple. Picked up, steps around one, turns on the jet burners, has a quick look up. Viola Jack was chasing, but even she couldn't chase her down.
Mary Roberts getting driven back there, has to dive back on the ball to keep a hold of it. St. Lucia fighting for it. And an ill-advised kick winds up in the hands of Dana Alameda.
All kinds of pressure on
there, yeah. There. Be a scrum here for St. Lucia. They have an opportunity. Shamira Robles on the field there, number 9. Come into the game. Ball's come back to this Northeast Academy team. Ball's moved out wide into the hands of Isabel Haber. Frankie Sands off to the left, but a penalty coming against the Northeast Academy. We'll see what this is for. Trainer coming out, take a look at the St. Lucia player.
There's Viola Jack. And that tackle just stayed down with a bit of pain.
We'll just hold on while the players at 10-2 here. We're good here. We're going to go back. St. Lucia has the penalty. They're not going to kick it. They're going to run it. See what they try to do off of this set move. Into Contiba's hands. Moving the ball across field. Pressure coming on. Players taking it flat-footed. Not what they would want to do. Roberts has it now. She's eyeing up that corner. Can she get around? Not this time. Nearly had it. Has to slide that ball back. And that is Kamika President. Kamika President. And some heavy contact. Roberts gets up. Feeds that one out. Players are pretty tightly in and now smothered by the Northeast Academy defense. I got some number changes from Tom Clark, but they're not right. I think that's Paige Stavropoulos just made that hit. I have no number 8 on my list. Thanks, TC. And we're going to go to St. Lucia back at it here with Jeremiah Evariste. Now Shamira Robles, the AIC grad, has taken that one away. And Northeast Academy on the attack. Northeast Academy, nice little short pass coming in there for Haber. Ball bounces back this time. Referee says that's cool. Let's keep playing. Frankie Sands. Little pick off the side there. Makes a few yards. They've got 3 players out wide here if they want to go to him. Robles on the end, but they're going to hang on to it with Alamina. Alamina's been effective in this game. I've seen tons of her this weekend, but a great one now. Haber gets it back into Shamira Robles. Robles unafraid as ever.
Working really hard defensively, St. Lucia. But that's very tiresome work if you've got to defend like this.
And all the Northeast Academies within about 4 feet of each other, save one at the moment. So I think they're just trying to finish this off with a power try. We'll see what happens. Robles, hands on the ball. Now they've got 2 runners a little wide out there. Ball comes quickly back in. Let's see what they can do with this. Robles in the distributor spot again. Puts in a little quick one. Ball gets moved. They have acres and acres and acres of space out to the left if they decide to go that way. Robles decided to go that way. The ball does not cooperate. And here we have a nice run here from Contiba. Contiba steps around across the 22. And Contiba, again, with 2 of her players coming on. And Alamina trying to cut off the space here. Let's see if she can make it. I think she'll just about have the time to get across, and she does. And St. Lucia gets 5 more on the board to go to 29-17. Assumedly the end of our game here.
That was impressive. That was 2 very tired bodies chasing down that.
Yes.
They were almost walking. They were going so slow. After that relentless sort of 5 minutes down in the 20, or in the 22, to be able to turn around and do that's impressive.
Kick to come here. We'll see what happens. St. Lucia player is, I think, just tired in the try zone at the moment.
Requesting oxygen,
yes.
Please.
Can't blame her on that one.
That was a very long, sustained period of defense, and then turning it into an attack like that, having to go 95 yards. That's a rough day at the office, especially after the weekend that these young ladies have had.
We'll have the kick here. I think that'll be the end. Remember, Find Rugby Now in Atlantis is going to be our next game in the 5th and 6th place playoff, followed by the bronze medal match and the gold medal match. Going to be very interesting. As that kick is no good, and we're going to wind up our game at 29-17. It is going to be Northeast in 7th, and in 8th, St. Lucia. And we'll take a look at it here. Samira Robles just couldn't quite hang on to the player. And
some heavy legs there on that long run.
A long day's journey, and tonight I think they call it, as everybody's tired coming across that 22, but it's touchdown and everybody's happy. And Tiba doing the work there. Both teams happy, 29-17. We have an exciting matchup between Atlantis and Find Rugby Now. I think this is going to be a lot of fun, Gav.
It's going to be a good one, man.
We'll be back in just a minute with that. Welcome back. We are here, a Viral TV media production of the Rugby Barbados World Sevens here at the Kensington Oval. John Broker joined by Gavin McLevy. 3 games to go. This one is going to be the 5th and 6th game playoff between Find Rugby Now, that just received the ball, and Atlantis in the teal and white, snazzy, Caribbean-looking jersey. Here is Tara Vest. She has been a lot of fun to watch play this weekend. She's powerful, she is strong, and she can run. She is a talent, still young, plenty of time in the future. And here goes Find Rugby Now, finding some space. Good burst there by Tonja Lisan from Norway. The Norwegian plays for Sachin IF. Little tap up here. Off they go. Ball into Garnett McKinder's hands. The future Exeter Chief with lots of experience to her name. 2 caps with the England national team.
2 or 3 really good, strong, stiff arms to create some space for herself.
There is the ball out to McKinder again. McKinder puts it to Tara Vest. Tara Vest sees the white line. She can dive over, touches it down. Try awarded. 5-0. Find Rugby Now.
Yeah, Find Rugby Now. They've been solid last couple of minutes. Made good progress through the Atlantis territory. A lot of strength in their squad.
Yeah, it certainly is. Powerful team. Find Rugby Now, finding their feet as the tournament kept going on. Atlantis, same way, but they're both in this 5th and 6th match. After this, we have the bronze medal, 3rd and 4th place, before the grand final gold medal match. We have a kick to come here. Carney, the Swedish-Australian, plays for the Stockholm Exiles, plays for the Swedish national team. Has won a couple of European trophies, doesn't hit that one. And we're going to be at 5-0. As we've taken a look at Tara Vest, touching that down. Carney hangs a nice kick up there for Atlantis. Atlantis takes it down. Stern with a big hit. Referee may have said that was a high tackle, which is, I think he said it with the arm there, because he just had the advantage would be over. Nope, we're going to come back. High tackle.
Can't relate. I can't relate. Oh, yeah.
Gonna run a set move. Something Chris Ryan dreamed up. We'll see what they come away with here. Pretty well. And they're going to keep powering forward. Looks like Thun in there. Now the ball comes out a little wider. See where they decide to go. They're going to go back in the middle. That's Coco Wallace. She is powerful. Gets across a couple.
Yeah, rode a couple of those tackles really well.
Knock on there, spotted by referee Richard Staglon, the famous Guyana rugby player. And it's going to come back here. It's going to be a scrum to Find Rugby Now. Good work in that contact area, forcing the knock on.
Still got some wheels on him too. He's definitely into his late 30s.
I think so.
How do you know that? 35 on the 6th of January, ball at 7:20 p.m.
Our man in the booth here knows everything. Carney puts that ball along. It's Lisand looking for some room around the end. It's not materializing. She's got McKinder with her, but isn't getting her the ball. And now we have we have Tara Vest going into that. Moving the ball across in their own end. No sweeper back there, so they go for a nice long raking kick. We'll see who's got the speed, and it looks like Atlantis does right now, but the tackle coming in. Moving that ball across, have to push it back.
More pressure coming as well.
And that was, I don't know what that was. This is where they decide to go here. They're going to come back to this left-hand side. Ball gets spilled forward. Referee Staglon spots it. We'll come back here for a scrum. Bit of luck there as things are going back and forth for Find Rugby Now as they'll get the scrum put in about 40 meters out.
It scares me how much Oracle Tim is.
Tim is our, I don't know what your official title is.
What is your title? Why are you here, Tim?
Why have you been sitting next to me? Why have you been sitting next to me all weekend? What do they call you?
I just wandered enough the street and sat down.
I mean, I love you already. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't want to tell anybody what your role was in the tournament. Couldn't figure it out for the life of me. But you've been filling this great information here. As the ball comes across to Carney, Carney comes across. We're wide on the field. Some speed coming on there from Lisand. Lisand from Norway touches down a try, and it is 10-0. Find Rugby Now over Atlantis as our game rolls on.
Yeah, Find Rugby Now, it's really interesting watching them because they're just dominating physically and it's converting into tries. And they're still playing with a lot of skill and passing the ball around, moving it well. But it starts with their physicality, and it's just almost demeaning to Atlantis. It looks like they're getting beaten up and then stealing the ball from them. It's like the big bully in the high school.
Certainly has been.
Playground.
Kick from a bit of an angle here. Not going to make it. It has the height. We're going to come back. We have time for at least another kickoff. Oh, we got a minute and a half here. Find Rugby Now will be kicking. Carney probably. So we take another look here. Carney sets up. McKinder gets it to Lisand. Norway Sevens champion in 2018 and 2019. Nice kick, well taken by Atlantis. Held up. Able to get to the ground there. Atlantis could really use a try before halftime. Keep themselves in it and keep the mental positives going. They're at halfway now. They've got runners across the field. They've got a big overload. The pressure coming on from Find Rugby Now, and they're able to make it to their advantage as Lisand is looking for her second try in under a minute. And Tonya Lisand is going to touch down, and that brings us to 15-0. Find Rugby Now running away.
It's got that acceleration as well. It's not all about the bash. They've got the speed to turn it on when they want to. When they see the spaces, they go for it.
Yeah, so, these are the Atlanta sides, these sides Find Rugby Now. You'd like to see them get a good couple of weeks together. They've been together for a few days, and you can see what they can do as 2 days goes on, just playing together. Give them a couple of weeks. It's going to be very impressive. Tough kick here. Not going to make it. 15-0. Find Rugby Now leading Atlantis as we are headed into halftime. We'll see what the messages are. Just taking another look at the great contact area work, and Lisand just spots a space, and that's all she needs. Try coming for the Norwegian superstar. And that's it. It's halftime. We'll be back in a moment with second half action of this 5th and 6th place playoff. We are back for second half action. 15-0. Find Rugby Now is leading Atlantis here, but a lot to play for. John Broker with Gavin McLevy for this second half, as Charlotte Madula from Uganda is going to kick this one off. She's in the game for the second half. She has been a delight to watch this weekend as well. The Lady Crane plays for the Black Panthers Club. Dubai Sevens, Hong Kong Sevens with the Lady Crane Sevens national team. Atlantis has hold of the ball. Chris Ryan will have given some wise words at halftime to his Charges, as they would like to get away with a big win here. They need a big comeback for it. And they're inside their own 40. Good cutoff defense there to stop the channels for Find Rugby Now. And they come up with the ball. And they are going to slip in and out. There's a Katinka Wahlberg, another Sajin IF player. Unloads, and Madula is at the sideline and gets hauled into touch eventually. With a shove or troubles from Coco Wallace. But everything's okay. I'm sure they're still friends. No love lost there. And Kahele is going to put this one in. She has been, on her first Atlantis trip, very effective for this team. I'm sure Coach Ryan will be inviting her back for more trips as they go short. And that one is going to come back their way. They've got the whole field spread out if they can use it. Now that ball comes around here. It's into the center of the field. And out to the left-hand side here. A little step back in. Atlantis playing a little individually at the moment. They need to string together some passes here to really make this work. Now the ball comes out there to Kahele. Now moves back in. Keeping it a little bit tight here. That was Thunen. So that was not Thunen, I don't think. It went Dillinger. We messed up the Roman numeral too much, but here comes Kahele. Moves it across field. There's a player down for Find Rugby Now, so they only have 6 defenders. She's working her way back across. It's Tara Vest, but there's a 2-on-1 out here. Coco Wallace moves it out wide. And that one doesn't quite happen, doesn't go to hand. Bring her back for a penalty for a high tackle, right at the 22, so no yellow card coming. Bridget Kahele looking for a runner coming on and finds her. Diving forward is Atlantis. Smart play, just making that little bit of ground they have to get. Kahele has been so involved. Gets the ball to Nicole Fish. Nicole Fish ducks a couple, and Nicole Fish, under the watchful eye of Tara Vest, scores that try, and that brings us to 15-5.
Creeping back into it, they had to work hard to get through those 50 yards, didn't they?
They have 4 minutes to go. They have the time. And opportunity to cut it here. This is a pretty straightforward kick. Had a shot of their sidelines. The men's team cheering on the women's team. They're a good family when they travel. And the women's reserves there as we go to 15-7.
I'd love to see how she ducked out of that tackle. It's impressive. Someone was trying to grab fresh air.
Taking a quick look at it here. Yep, Kahele just put that pass in.
Literally ducked
just
under.
Swing and a miss.
Stuff.
Sign Low is in the game. The French international, fiery player that she is, gets the ball to Madula. Madula taking in a touch on that side of the field. That's the second time that's happened for her. So it'll be a line out here for Atlantis at inside the 40 meter of this Find Rugby Now team. So good opportunity for them for keep the scoreboard ticking over in the second half. That one gets picked up by a Find Rugby Now player who eventually knocks it on. It's going to be an advantage here for Atlantis. Atlantis number 10, Heidi Tressler in there. Marcus Satavu on screen right now. Won the men's division. Looks pretty happy with himself.
He had a great tournament.
I'd say he looks pretty happy with his team.
Yeah.
So, the Dover Beach Hotel will be rocking.
Yeah. Good time down there.
Atlantis looking for another final game win as they come off to the left-hand side. The space appears. Atlantis going the power route here. And that is Caitlin Broughton's Kansas City native. A kick through there from Fine Rugby Now. And the foot race is on. Wallace going back on this, getting chased down by her opposite number there. And Byrony Nelson. This ball's been knocked on. Mistake there by Atlantis. Ball squirts up. Referee Staglon still has some of that sevens wind. Able to get down there just as fast as the player, so he's right on the spot to see it. Nice, very evenly keeled referee. He's a fiery player.
Right.
Like called his games, and he's a lot of fun. Great player.
Yeah, but when you see him refereeing, his refereeing style is completely opposite to his playing style.
Very measured.
Everything's under control. He's not rushing anything. His body language is very relaxed. He's from Guyana. That guy, but when he's playing, it's not like that at all. It's interesting. Especially after only ever seeing him play now.
Stern on the Fine Rugby Now bench. We're just holding up a second here as Medulla.
Yeah, I wish we got her.
At least I didn't call her Omadulla or something like that. But she's up. Everything's good. They're ready to play again. She's in the scrum half position. And she gets the ball quickly out to McKinder. McKinder moves it out wide quickly, and they're looking for another breakthrough here. I think that might have been Lisan that took that in. It's again Medulla in that distributor role. They have somebody wide. That's Lisan. She is on her way to number 3 in this game. Tonya Lisan scores another try. Can't give any more superlatives. I've already read everything in her bio because she scored a couple of tries. Great work by her, and it is moving ahead 20-7. No time in the game clock. Probably a little time left in injury time before we go to the third, fourth place.
Fine Rugby Now really come together towards the end of this tournament.
Yeah, excellent.
Just gradually improved, and now it's just so organised now in attack.
Elaine Gelman was at the varsity match in Oxford, Cambridge on Thursday in England and flew in for this just yesterday, so gets to see the team, the people she created, get things going. That kick is no good, so we're at 20-7. We're taking a look at it here.
They're just very calm on that last try, though. The whole team just know what they were doing. They'd all been planned. Atlantis all been sucked into that one area.
Broughton with a big break. She's been all over the place in this game. Very good work as the ball comes up to Toonan. She moves it out. That's Tressler. Heidi Tressler and Atlanta Harlequin. Breaking through the middle of the field. Tressler knocks that one on. It's Fine Rugby Now's ball. We'll see what they want to do with this. Can they find a speed runner? They put it back into the hands of McKinder. McKinder moves it out. And Lisan, is she going to go for it again? Lisan is going to go for it again. She's got the corner. She's across the 50. Decides to play with others and gets her team involved as she gets the ball to McKinder. McKinder, long strides, headed down. It's going to be another try for Fine Rugby Now as they push it to 25-7. No time on the clock. Very likely the last play of our game. Excellent work here from Fine Rugby Now to finish with a great game.
Yeah, they really pulled it together. Very impressive towards the end of this tournament. So that puts them in, what, 5th place?
Again, you're asking me questions I don't know the answer to.
I was really
yes, that puts them in 5th place.
I was asking Oracle Tim. I was asking you, but I was really asking Tim.
Gotcha. It's going in my non-earpiece here, so I thought it was a question for me. As that one goes, and Richard Staglon, the referee, whistles to the end of our game. Find Rugby Now. We'll take 5th place in this game. We just get another look here at Sion. She's going to step up. She's going to find McKinder. And they're going to put away that try.
Very intelligent player.
Coming up next, it's the medal rounds. Leadership Angels versus Sion Siren for the bronze medal, 3rd and 4th place game. Stay tuned for that. We are here. It is time to hand out some medals and some money. We are at the Kensington Oval, the Rugby Barbados World Sevens. $20,000 in prize money split between 3 teams in the line. It's the bronze medal match. A kickoff doesn't go good for the Leadership Angels. They're coming back and playing Sion, who's here in the Neon. They they both have lost their semifinals. This puts them in the 3rd and 4th place game, but there's still something to play for as referee, the fine Scotsman Charles Sampson, spots a knock-on. We'll have a knock-on here to Leadership. Little mistakes from both teams to get us started, Gav.
Yep, probably tired. I know I am. I'm sure they are. They're the ones actually running around. We're just sitting up here watching them. So it's been an impressive weekend of work. So there's going to be a few mistakes when you get towards the end of a tournament such as this.
Ball comes across there, and going wide they go. It look a little forward. Referee on the spot. He doesn't just look great, he referees well. Does referee Sampson. And we're going to come down here for a put-in for Sion.
Massive thanks to Banks Beer for getting us through the last day. I mean, for us providing drinks for
the aftermatch. Wow. Here we have Sion with number 5, Olivia Ortiz, from Grand Haven, Michigan, in the distributor spot. She sneaks around the back, is able to get away from one, gets taken down eventually by Paige Ferries. She's been fantastic this weekend for this Leadership Angels team. That almost off the knee, but off the hand. Little friendly discussion there between the two opposing team members, but referee Sampson is going to bring us down for a scrum here for the Leadership Angels.
It was a race to get rid of that ball before the hit came in, and I think they appreciated each other's skill level there.
Leadership Angels move it out to Ferry. She moves it in the midfield. Here comes the attack. They've got some speed. Look at the room. This is a young, up-and-coming star in Canadian rugby. Taking it that way. Carmen Isaac, the 19-year-old. She's now just cleaned that one out. Ferries comes back in to move it across field. They've got it in the center of the field. A little wraparound coming there from Madison Grant. Madison Grant swatting away some flies near there, and then just decides to run it again. Comes into the hands of Katie Mattinson. Mattinson from Inverness, player coach at West Shore. Turns it over, and it's Sion ball. We're going to whistle. Referee is going to hold off here because we have a couple of late day injuries here. Just unfortunate. So we're just going to take a quick respite here while they take a look at this Leadership Angels player.
That was a rapid pace for the last couple of minutes there, really getting side-to-side work with the Angels. Keeping Sion on the toes early in the game.
We get a look at the Sion sidelines there. Referee Sampson wisely stopped everything up. And that was the key player, Bui Barivalala, Honolulu-born 28-year-old, played 8 15s caps for the USA, played in the Rio Olympics, MVP of the Amsterdam Sevens. Hope she's okay. See her teammates in the background there, just making sure everything's good. The great staff here.
And the medics have been kept busy as well this weekend.
Yeah, one of the fine Rugby Now girls got an unfortunate head knock yesterday. There's a light day yesterday, but we're okay. Barivalala is going to come off. Unfortunately, she's walking, and best of luck to her. Let's hope she's okay. She can even return if they think everything's good.
It's a big loss.
Player on, but it's a big loss, certainly. 0-0 in the bronze medal match. It'll be a Sion put in. They have players you can't see on screen split across the field. They're going to go to the right into the hands of Florence Williams. Now they move it a little further and into contact. Coming back across field, looking for their second move here. They have to keep it in the midfield, rushing leadership defense. Been so good all weekend. Quick work to get in there. Need a distributor, does this Sion team. They've gotten it out now. Got it at the wing, but pressure on. Ball knocked forward just a bit. We're going to come back here. Scrum, Leadership Angels, about 40 meters out. The Sion bench silently and sternly rooting on their team there as Leadership Angels get it to Ferries. She pushes it back across to Isaac. Isaac puts in a nice little passer to the outside. Samek, she's been in the try zone a few times today, but gets hauled down by the shoelaces on that one. They're going to come back across with Isaac. Isaac gets a ball in the middle of the field. Big tackle coming in on Gonzalez. Back up they go, and it's Madison Grant. Madison Grant, the earth mover. We need somebody to move some bodies. You get her. Here she comes again. Into Isaac. Isaac looking for the space on her own, but puts the wall away to Samek. Samek, the two of them having more trouble than they have today, finding that open space, but penalty against as Sion. Good work in the contact. And they're going to go for the kick here. No, they're not. Florence Williams really looked like she wanted to go for a kick, but didn't happen. And Sion back now. Ball is going to come out to Ortiz. Ortiz is going to move it across field. That's Los Cicero. Now a big run coming for Gemma Rowland. Gemma Rowland is going to be the first player in this game to find the try zone. Gemma Rowland, the Wasp player, Exeter University, 17 caps for England 15s, 13 caps for the England 7s program, finds her way to the try zone.
Yeah, no, it was very patient build-up. I mean, Angels were all over them for the longest period of time, defensively, just squeezing and squeezing and squeezing, and they found that little gap, and she accelerated through it. And then you've got to try and the Angels turning around and just ran away from them.
Williams hits a conversion. We're at 7-0 in this first half of action of the bronze medal match, the third, fourth place game here at the Kensington Oval. Sion to kick this one off with the lead. Referee's time. We had that injury that held us up for just a bit. Ball down to Gonzalez. Gonzalez takes that one forward. Ball into the middle of the field for Leadership. They want to it out.
Around that corner just there.
They want to find some points here, Leadership Angels, and that is the way you get it done. She's got a breaking runner coming on her, but Madison Grant, I call her the Earth Mover. Now she's the Earth Shaker. She is putting down the 5-pointer to bring this leadership team closer and closer. Great work there by the Cornwall Claymore.
Some good speed there as well.
2018 Youth Olympics player.
How they do it, at the end of this, they've been playing 3, 4, 5, 6 games. They're still able to burn 60, 70 meters like that.
Sheer will and a lot of fitness.
Yep. It's amazing.
And she was trying to convert her own kick there. She had a pretty good leg on it, but we're going to go into halftime with a late score from both teams, but converted by Sion. Sion 7, Leadership Angels 5, as we take another look at it here. Players coming in just to get over this ball and set it up. Now she just finds that space, slices her way through it. Off she goes. She had a big chaser coming onto her. But halftime it is, 7-5, bronze medal match, third, fourth place. We'll step aside for just a moment and be back right after this. We are back as Charles Sampson, the Scottish referee for this bronze medal match, hands the ball to Florence Williams of Sion. Sion, 2-point lead here in this bronze medal match. John Broker here with Gavin McLeavy. Gav, this is a tight one.
It's a tight one. It's going to be a good second half. It was really, really tight for the longest time, and then they both score right at the end of the second half with literally nothing left on the clock. Bizarre turnaround. So we'll see what happens in this second half. It'll be interesting to see if Angels can consistently hold down that defense that they've made a name for themselves this weekend doing.
Yeah, the Angels are missing Barbalala right now. She had to go off with a little bit of a knee knock there, so that was a key player from all weekend. But they got some great players out here as they spot a lack of sweeper back there. Kate Herron, the U.S. Marine, chasing back on it, but she's a little bit out of place. Look at those wheels. Is that Ferries? Which player is that? That is Paige Ferries coming in and touching down with an early try for this Leadership Angels team. Good spot, good vision. Sometimes on a rugby field, the most important thing you have is your eyes.
Mate, try of the day for me. At least try of the day. Loved it. Absolutely brilliant. To know that your wingers got that speed and be confident enough to just kick through like that. And they had the sweeper coming along as well. And just ran it down. Beautiful. I was looking for to scoop it up, and then I was like, no, kick it, and she did. She heard me. I told her.
You did tell her. Nice strike there by Madison Grant, but doesn't quite go, but extends the lead, puts it in the lead here for Leadership. 10-7 or Sion. Sion, I'm sure they are game for it.
All of a sudden, this game just opens up. Beautiful.
Important kick here for these teams.
But the chase down for me was she was just chewing up the grass.
That was an I want this moment right there, despite how tired you are or whatever. That's Miel. She's been important to this team. Chantal, the 21-year-old. Ball back up, and it's been knocked on. It is Sion advantage. Sion may have gotten their advantage here. Have Leadership Angels taking around, but nope. Referee Charles Sam's going to bring us back. We'll have a knock on. Scrum for Sion outside of their own 40-meter line, middle of the field, plenty of opportunities either side. Off screen, what you don't see is a split back line. They have distributor directly in back. They're going to come off to the right-hand side here. Now you see it. As they're looking for that wraparound, they have that wraparound. Big tackle coming in there for Fairies. Doesn't just score tries, but shuts down attacks. Across they move. This is that suffocating defense from the Angels, but Sion's trying to counter it with these little offloads. Heron can't handle that one. Ball comes back there to Marin Garcia. And a little advantage there, and a little mistake, a little knock-on, a little pass, and away they go. They are headed towards the try line yet again. And Leadership Angels touch it down. Haven't got that jersey number. We'll get that for you in just a second. But great try there as Leadership Angels are starting to pull away with about 4 minutes to go here in this game.
Sion looked like they were in control of the ball for a little period, a few phases. They were getting control of it, making some yards, and one little mistake, and consequences are the Angels are going to slice you up. They've got the wheels.
And I think that was Samek, who has certainly been in that try zone several times today. And over the weekend, that kick is no good. We're at 15-7 as Samek just walked right towards the sideline. Said, it's time, substitute. And there we're going to look at it, the run. Breaking down the right-hand side. Great work from the Guelph Redcoat, 2018 Ontario Player of the Year.
Love the fact that everyone's still chasing down. Every little inch counts. Just the life depending on it.
Hoists a high one into the Barbados late afternoon sky. Taken down there is Lo Cicero. She's got some help coming in. See what the referee decides to call here. We've got a little battle going on as Gonzalez thought she could come up with that. We may have an advantage. Here comes Ortiz. Ortiz across the field. Little slip back in there. Let's see what they can make happen. That's Megan Rahm, the Atlanta Harlequin. Advantage here to the Leadership Angels. We're going to come back. Be a scrum here for Leadership Angels. 2.5 minutes just about on the clock. Time winding down for Sion. They have to get something done, but a great attacking position. I'm sure they'll be happy to take their time about this.
It's now or never, though, isn't it? They've got to get it done because they're going to have to respond twice.
Scrum coming here for Leadership. Hoffman feeds it out there. They've got it into the middle of the field. Looking for that space. Able to offload it there to Isaac. Isaac, the speedster. Offloads it up. Hoffman can't quite hang on to it. Knocked on down in near the try zone. Going to be a 5-meter scrum to Sion, but they're under a lot of pressure with just about a minute to go.
They need to work quickly. They've got to get some sort of urgency about this one.
And make sure you're ready. Make sure you've got your coffee. Make sure you've got 15-20 minutes, because after this is the gold medal match between Rugby Quebec and the American Rugby Pro Training Center. Both teams warming up just off the fields, ready to go to round out this amazing tournament. As Sion from their own try zone looking to get close here. Pick and go. They're having to just have a go with it here. That's Garcia, Marin Garcia. And now they move it off to the left-hand side there. Ortiz out there to Heron. Heron offloads back to Ortiz. Ortiz thought she had a runner, didn't find her. A little collision there. Just a knock of the leg. I think she's going to be okay. But the referee has a watchful eye here And the scrum for the Leadership Angels. It's going to take a second here for Megan Rahm to get up. No worries.
It looks like Leadership Angels are going to be walking away with the third place prize.
Leadership Angels on the move here. Get to Ferries. She's been my player of this team for the weekend. Beth and Bowie Barbalala, both been great, but they get the ball off there to number 7, Carmen Isaac. And Carmen Isaac is going to show those pacey footwork again. The 19-year-old Queen's University Foothills Lions Youth Olympics 2018 star. See the players high-fiving there. Good look at Isaac. Got a bright future ahead of her. Certainly calm for the 19 years. You know, she plays well, plays smart.
Very mature.
And you can't teach that speed. She's a Canadian Mary Roberts. That one does not go. And referee Charles Sampson whistles for the end of our game. And a bronze medal and $2,000 go to the Leadership Angels as they overtake the Sion Sirens 20-7. And now, coming up soon, as you watch these teams get ready and congratulate each other, we are going to have the gold medal match, first and second place. There's a score of the third place game. Leadership Angels, $2,000 to the good. Coming up next, American Rugby Pro Training Center versus Rugby Quebec. This is what it's all about this weekend, folks. We'll bring that action to you for a gold medal and a good prize right after this. Here it is. Referee Leah Berard whistles to get us underway. In red, you're going to see the American Rugby Pro Training Center kick off to Rugby Quebec in the blue and white stripes. Elena Olsen, not the kicks you would have wanted started there, but great semifinals with both of these teams. They're playing for big prize money. They're playing for bragging rights. They are playing for a better night out in Barbados. They are playing for everything here. This is John Broker with Gavin McLevy, Timney Oracle feeding us information. Gav, this is going to be great.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it's two very different styles of rugby. One very defensive, strangling the players, strangling the attacking team into submission and then punishing them. And the other side, a bit more tactical, a little bit faster around the outside. Definitely enjoy the attack of the training centre.
Rugby Quebec, ball in hand first, able to move it here. ARPTC coming to put some pressure on them. Yeah, Quebec plays together a little more steady. But, ARPTC is a resident center. Some of these people play together for quite some time. They bring in some of these players. Ball comes off to the left-hand, to the right-hand side there. They can't quite move that one. Hauled down is Pelletier. And a penalty against Rugby Quebec. Pelletier just holding that one in. The Club de Rugby de Quebec player.
Yeah, it's going to be very little in this. There's not going to be
You're soft.
a big run-off score.
I was telling our producer he was soft, not anybody on the field or Gavin. We just had a little last-second technical glitch there. But referee Berard is out of here. Great referee out of Minnesota in the United States. Minnesota. And she is here overseeing Rugby Quebec as they are playing ARPTC. 5.5 minutes to go in this first half of action. This is going to be all electric. We're just waiting for one of those oval white things that they play rugby with. There's the ball coming into frame right now. We're ready to go. Can't play without that. And ball up into the middle, but bobbled and down into the hands of Kathleen Keller from Quebec City, the Rugby League World Cup player.
Some heavy strapping on that right leg, but hasn't seemed to hinder her. She played well all weekend.
And just a little chip into touch there off of that penalty. Rugby Quebec will continue to go. That was Marie-Pierre Fautou, the 22-year-old from Sherbrooke. Referee just getting them right to the mark there. Making sure there's space for them to work. Ball comes up. Quebec gets it torn away by ARPTC. Great work in the air there by the ARPTC forwards. Now the ball is out in Emily Henrich's hands. She's a key player for this team. If they can get the ball to her, but she's going to power her way across the 50. Wait for her teammates to get there. The 20-year-old does an incredible job of that. They get out up to their power runner and speed runner.
Wow.
That's Smith. Smith across the 22. Smith with Royotte. Rayot, getting a hold of her, the key player for this Quebec team. And it's been turned over by Quebec after all that good work. Let's see where they decide to go with this. Just a couple little moves here. Ball spilled back out the back. And on the run they go. This looks like Erica Scott. Erica Scott burning down, trying to find her way. Gets inside the 40. Great cover defense. A lot to work for here. Another big hit comes in from ARPTC. Rugby Quebec penalized against them for not releasing there. And
exciting stuff.
Yeah.
End to end. Lots of work, lots of skill, lots of power through the middle from Kelly Smith earlier on to get up there, but then loose ball and ends up the other end. Smart work over at the 40-yard line, just isolated and throws the ball back.
Olsen's going to push that one forward into touch so they can have a line out here. Referee Chantel John having a word with Leah Berard. Not sure what the conversation is about. Referee Berard calls time off or time back on. I think they're waiting for a ball, maybe. Elena Olsen. They're going to go for a set move. We thought they were going to go for the running play before, but they get it to Rivetti. Rivetti, the capped U.S. Eagle, been a big part of this ARPTC team. Would love this gold medal and prize money. Rivetti puts a little handoff back in. Power from this ARPT side, looking for Olsen. Olsen's going to come back. He's going to get it to Rivetti. Rivetti's going to get it to Jocelyn Jones. Now they're going to have to be forced to take it into contact.
Good strong drive.
Yeah, great work. And a penalty for not rolling away. Incredible power there. Emily Henrich is going to do something. And free now sending Rivetti to the sideline. I'm not sure what this is quite all about. We have a little substitute coming in, but that may change. We shall see.
Oh, it might be a blood. Is it a blood bin?
Sub? They have plenty of leaders on this team. They can get by without her for a couple of minutes anyhow. Elena Olsen takes a couple of steps forward, looking for a couple of runners.
Whoa.
Finds some space on the inside. Has Henrich that she can unleash her, but she can't. Good work in defense is Kelly Smith. Again, she may not lose another opportunity. She is looking at that line with hunger, and she gets over it. Kelly Smith puts down 5 points for ARPTC. 5-0 over Rugby Quebec. 30 seconds to go in this first half. Big moment.
Such quick feet once she'd gotten through that gap. She was making all kinds of problems for the fullback. Fullback's got to think a lot when you're moving your feet so quickly in different directions.
Olsen to convert this one. Reasonable shot for her. Hits it, and it's 7-0 late in the first half. Kelly Smith has just been excellent.
No, she's been phenomenal. And that when she looked up and saw the gap, you could see the hunger in her eyes getting through that gap. She's gone.
She's one of the names I didn't know on this list, but one of the names I'm not going to forget now.
Yeah.
See what she adds.
This one right here. So the ruck's there, but she comes around and looked up and saw the gap. Bang, she was gone. And then the feet moving quick, stiff arm to the shoulder, and she's through. Yeah, she was hungry for that. Had her tap dancing shoes on.
Absolutely. Ball up and over, not quite coming down into Henrich's hands with a collision. Referee Berard is going to tell him to play on. Here they go. Here's Henrich, the USA 15's vice captain, putting the ball across. Gets the ball up into Chloe Jeck's hands. Ball down to Henrich. Henrich has it knocked out of her hands as an advantage. That was inside the 22. Dangerous days to be going with the knock-on like that. Summer Jones, a Life University player out of Los Angeles. Gets the ball, moves it across. Gets the ball back to Olsen. Olsen waits for her support to show up. There's Jex again, the New York Rugby Club player with George Washington University. The pass gets pushed by Smith that time. We will have a line out here deep in their zone to Quebec, or maybe we will not, as it looks like they have whistled for halftime here of the gold medal match in the Kensington Oval, Rugby Barbados World Sevens. Exciting stuff. Just one try in it. Plenty more to come. We are going to be here to bring you that. We will step aside for just a second and bring you the final 7 minutes of Rugby Barbados World Sevens action after this. There is ARPTC holding on to a slight 7-0 lead over Rugby Quebec. It's halftime here at the Kensington Oval, the gold medal match, the big prize money match here in the Rugby Barbados World Sevens. It's been an amazing event, and we have 7 amazing minutes to come. John Broker with Gavin McLevy. Gavin McLevy, what's going to be the difference maker for these teams in the second half?
Quebec needs to go back to their origins of just that stifling defence. I haven't seen it. Hasn't been bad. They haven't made many mistakes. But for them to get back into this game and go past this training centre team, they've got to go back to their basics. They were good at it from the beginning of the tournament, and their energy's low at the moment. They need to step that up. And honestly, the training centre, 2 of these girls at the beginning of the week were sick. They'd had food poisoning, and they've changed that around. They look like they're a real squad. They've worked really well together. They've improved as the tournament has gone on, and both of those young ladies that are on the field now were sick, and they look to be firing on all cylinders. So fair play to them. It's spectacular. So if they keep it up the way that they are, they're going to beat this Quebec team, and I would have backed Quebec at the beginning.
Straight kick into the hands of an ARPTC player. Ball comes down into the hands of Summer Jones. We're away in the second half. Referee Leah Berard, the American, taking the lead on this one, and a big break here by Elena Olsen. She is showing her absolute experience. She dummies out there. She's still got the ball. She's looking for somebody to go to. She gets that ball up to Lauren Ebeling. Lauren Ebeling just came in at halftime, and Lauren Ebeling is going to make a big difference, touching down a try here. Incredible play by the Chicago native and DePaul University graduate. Plays her 7s for the Chicago Lions, but playing down here with ARPTC, pushes the lead to 12.
Her energy was high at halftime. She was the one that was leading the shouts during the conversation at the halftime. You had the cameras running around, and she was right there, and you could see the energy as she was crossing the line. And I think this is a difference maker.
And that kick is good from Olsen as well. We're at 14. Rivetti back on the field for ARPTC. She's going to make a big difference. She's a very, very smart player, controlling what things are doing. It's going to be a kickoff to Rugby Quebec. So Olsen will kick this off, as you see her there in the replay. Finally gets it offload away. And Rugby Quebec, they're a very patient team, but sometimes you have to throw patience out the window. This might be that time.
They've got to change it up a gear.
Olsen, nice high kick. Only about 5 meters of a high kick, so they're going to want to leave that one. It's going to be a free kick to Rugby Quebec. Keller brings it out to the middle of the field. Gets the ball to Rayate. She is certainly a competitor and a great player. They get the ball out into the hands of Labrasseur. She scored a couple of tries earlier today. Draws a penalty quickly for not rolling away from ARPTC. They're going to be on the move. It is going to be Pelletier to get a hold of that one. Up to Erica Scott. Erica Scott works that ball back. Here comes Keller. Now they move the ball away into the running hands of Fautou. Power runner for this team. Fautou again. Fautou gets through. And she is going to head towards the line. It just looks around and says, you know what? I'm going to do this myself. Marie-Pierre Fautou, the 22-year-old from Abenaki Sherbrooke, touches down a try, 14-5. Rugby Quebec on the board.
Yeah, there was just a doubt in the mind of the defence for a second, and she saw it in their eyes and went. Great timing. She's been a dominant player the whole tournament. Looks very confident carrying the ball. No good on that one.
Kick is no good, so we're at 14-5. ARPTC. Rugby Quebec to kick off. We'll take another look at it here. You'll see Fautou wearing number 7. Just looks, says that. I'll just take that. Emily Henrich was looking to the outside there. And Fautou touches down. Back to game action here. We have ball in the try zone. It's going to be at the 50-meter line. A free kick for ARPTC. Wisely done off of that kickoff.
I think this is the training centre's game now. I think Quebec, I think they've left it too late.
Yes, it's running a bit late here. We're down at the 3-minute mark. ARPTC, I'm sure, would love to get some more points on the board. Josie Zaluka, their coach, has done a lot of work this weekend. Tristan Lewis, legendary manager from the USA, managed the U.S. Eagles 2015 World Cup and a couple other times. As the ball comes across to the try scorer, they're looking for somebody to run with. They're looking to get the ball to Henrich, but it doesn't get there as a space gets cut off, and now Henrich has it going around the outside, cutting back in, steps off the left. She gets tripped up. Good covering work by her support there as they move the ball across field. They have some room to run if they want to go for it, and slicing through the middle and then putting up a pass that gets knocked on is Rovetti. A bit of hard luck there. They were guaranteed a try, so that'll go in the hand.
Crucial mistake there. They could have finished this game off. They had caught that ball. Summer Jones just outside. Would have happily got over the line with it.
2 minutes on our game clock. Rugby Quebec, some work to do inside their own 22. It's going to be there, put in there. You see Fautou, the try scorer there on a loose head side. And Rayote, the key player here. But ball nearly stolen by ARPTC, a messy scrum. And now it's out. They're trying to dig it out. Looks like it's been turned over by ARPTC, and it has. That's number 12, Ebeling, the try scorer, but they're going to draw the penalty with 1.5 minutes to go. Emily Henrich gets a hold of the ball and decides she's going to go. Thinks about it for a second. Emily Henrich inside the 22. Ebeling back on the hold of the ball. Now they move it a little wider. They get the nice hands out there, but it slips around. We'll see if they can make something out of this. As Chloe Jacks again has Elena Olsen coming in to help out. Ebeling puts it in the center of the field. Gets the ball to Taufu. Henrich can only take the ball in. Ebeling again. They have a runner on the outside there, and Summer Jones. Summer Jones is going to find that try zone. Summer Jones, the former tennis player, played in the Dubai Invitational, scores the try that's going to absolutely seal it for American Rugby Pro Training Center.
This has been an amazing run for the training centre. Got to congratulate them on the work that they've done throughout it and just gradually improving throughout this tournament. Really gelled well, and today, in this last game against Quebec, made Quebec look very normal, very average, and they've been dominant the whole time.
It's 19-5. We'll take another quick look at here. There's Eveling. And Jones just steps around, finds the outside corner. No problem. She touches down. Not much time left on the clock here. No time on the game clock. Referee Berard has the official time. Starting to get a little dark on that field, you see. We get late in the afternoon here in beautiful Barbados, Bridgetown, right near the cruise ship port, right near the beautiful downtown I haven't seen yet. The Rugby Quebec is going to make a final break here in Rayote. She is not done. She would be a credit to any team she could get on. Touches down 19-10, maybe too little too late. But Rugby Quebec is put another one in. Great work by this team. Fantastic. Winner of this game gets $12,000 in the prize pot. And
so we'll be hanging out with them tonight, right? That's who we're hanging with.
5 to the other team. Both should work out pretty well.
They're buying the drinkies tonight.
Rayote puts that one through. And the referee whistles for the end of the game. America's Rugby Pro Training Center is your 2019 Rugby Barbados World Sevens champion here out of Bridgetown, Barbados. Gav.
Hey, excellent competition. Stoked for these ladies down here, jumping around and celebrating. Very deserved winners. It was a really, really tight group as well. You know, there was 4 in the semi-finals, and it could have really been any of them. They all peaked at different areas and different times of the tournament, but they peaked when it was important, and that was right here in the final, and stifled this Quebec team into the win.
And you see the team shaking hand there. There is the Rugby Quebec coach. These teams really, certainly enjoyed this final, played against each other well. Getting some style points out of this ARPTC team. What a win for them. What a victory. They're going to enjoy that this evening. It's been an incredible tournament here at the Kensington Oval. Fantastic work. We wanted to thank everybody involved in this event. We want to thank all of our sponsors. We want to thank Brian Stallmeyer and George Nicholson, the main people involved, all of our referees, Tim the Oracle. Our TV production crew has been fantastic. Steve Lewis for stepping in. Thank you very much. Charles Sampson for stepping in. Thank you very much. We've had a great time. You see your winners and second place team right there going to enjoy themselves. For Adam McLeany, I'm John Broker. Come to Bridgetown, Barbados next year. You get to see champions like that.
Yes.
Can we take a silly one? Yeah, silly one. Let's go. Lead the way.
Great shot there of the referees coming in from all over the world. Good mix of them, cracking bunch of ladies and gentlemen. They've done a great job. Not an easy job out there running miles in this heat over the last couple of days. Always a fun bunch to be around. There's the Rugby Quebec team together, consoling each other after that loss. but can be very proud of themselves. They've had a great tournament. Certainly impressed us up here in the commentary box.
We're back here wrapping this up as we take a look at the Roots teams there. Just enjoying the last few times. Roots players from all over there. They were a lot of fun to watch, Gav.
Yeah. Really enjoyed the Roots team. Yeah, they've come together over the last
Come
year.
again?
Yeah, the Roots team. Just over the last year or so, they've gotten together and they're really forming a good group of people from all over the region, and they've definitely done a good job. Just want to say thanks very much, John, for helping us out this week. It's been a cracking.
Do what I can. Really enjoy it. It's been a great week. We're on the big screen out there. I don't know if you know, or they've got us in the box. Who are your players of this finals?
There were so many of them. There's at least 2 or 3 in every team. I've really been impressed with the Canadian team rather than the individuals, because they've done exactly what rugby is, and that's play as a team. The leadership angels and the Quebec team, for me, were impressive from day one. I've been impressed by the Atlantis team as well. And more than anything, the referees. I think the referees
done a great job.
They've been solid. Usually, poor decision ref. I think maybe we had one debate about referee decisions the entire tournament, and for me, that's a massive achievement. It's never an easy job.
At the end there, I just thought that the training center just had a little more firepower than Quebec.
Yeah.
They're a little slow and steady wins a race. They're just a little more electric team in the ARPTC.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely.
We're going to head down now and take a look at the trophy presentations here. Down to the field.
Brian Stollmeyer talking there on the microphones, assisted by George Nicholson, the organisers of this excellent tournament.
Phil Salter from Roots.
With George. Fabulous first time in the tournament with their silver trophies. Quick photo, boys. Well done, Roots Rugby. Fantastic. First time here, second in the men's division.
So it's like the
Great
complete
start.
winners.
Thank you very much.
Again, relatively newly formed organisation over the past year.
Okay.
Helping the members of the black community in the region.
Right, and now we go on to the winners of the men's division. Thank you, lads. Well done. Enjoy yourselves tonight. You're welcome. We're at the Cove. We're at the Cove for the after party, where we'll be making the rest of the presentations. That trophy has to come back to us. You can have a drink with it, but please give it back to us when you're finished. You can take your photographs and let us have it back, please, because your name will be engraved on that trophy. It'll stay with us. Okay, the winners, and I must confess my favorites, Atlantis Rugby. Special friends, David McPhail, done a great job. Chris Ryan, of course, Pudge. Marsh Pennington, the obvious Puddinhead, and Emil Sainz. It may be the first time that the men's have won this tournament ever. Oh, well done, well done, well done, boys. That's fantastic. Thanks, and Chris Roberts helping as well, I think, for the first time. And there's a watch for the coach. Yes, courtesy Diamonds International. And there's a cup that comes back to us, but you keep the plaque. So the plaque is yours, but the cup comes back to us. And your medals. Yep. Don't forget, the watch is courtesy Diamonds International that goes to the manager. And that's a special prize to the manager of the team that wins. So again, medals on quickly, 40 quickly, and we got to go on with the presentation.
There's one more.
Okay.
Get your ass over here.
Well done, Pudge. Then maybe, I don't know. I got 15, I think. Okay, photo time. Let's get the photo done, boys. Make some room for Emil. Make some room for Emil. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. All right, there we go. Well done. Big hand for Atlantis, everyone. Fantastic. Great to see you back again. Thanks for coming. You can have a drink out of the cup, but it comes back to us. Don't forget. You'll get engraved. Welcome. 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 You're welcome. Great. Okay, rain's coming. Can we ask, please? Okay, thank you. Now we get to the real stuff, the ladies. This tournament is mostly about the women, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate what Jocelyn Barrio and the Rugby Quebec team have done. It's been fantastic. The final was fantastic. All their games were fantastic. Well done. Please come and receive your finalist prize for coming second, runners-up. Rugby Quebec. Rugby Quebec, please. Rugby Quebec. It's raining. Rugby Quebec, please. That one ever. Quick, quick. Prize. There's your prize trophy. Come back to us. Good to see Hamilton and Inches. Hamilton and Inches of Scotland. Well done, Rugby Quebec. Quick photo. You've got your... Thank you, Jocelyn. Well done, Joss. Well done, ladies. Yay! Okay, let's get, before the rain really comes, can we get on to the American Turtles? Lots of room for that. Okay, the American Turtles have to come up now. Tristan Lewis and Josie Saluka. Tristan, well done. Winners. $20,000. Sorry, Rugby Quebec, you've got to collect a check. Come on, girls, quickly. Josie, well done. Fabulous. I'll give you this tomorrow. We'll organize. Okay? Yeah. Congratulations. There are your prizes. Take a photo quickly. And the coaches' watches. Good to see Hamilton and Inches. Well done.
Here is America's Rugby Pro Training Center taking their awards in the rain. The only team left down there, George Stahlmeyer, happy to hand it out. Tristan Lewis, coached by Coach Josie Zaluka, at home enjoying this win, I'm sure.
They were very
is their
quickly
coach.
left alone on
Yes.
that field to receive their award.
And they're getting their awards. Julie McCoy, the doctor, is all set. And I'll wrap it up again the same way we wrapped it up before, but we're always happy. From everybody here at Rugby Barbados World Sevens, we wanted to thank... Sorry, we're back on now. A big thank you to our TV crew. A big thank you to our referees. A big thank you to all of our sponsors, too many to name. A big thank you to George Stahlmeyer and George Nicholson for all the hard work. Brian Stahlmeyer said his name wrong. All the hard work. It's been a fantastic weekend of rugby here in Bridgetown, Barbados. The Rugby Barbados World Sevens. This has been fantastic. For Gavin McLeavy, I'm John Broker. For the production crew, we want to thank you and invite you next year to come to this event. Gavin will close us up with just a few sponsors.
So big thanks to the Tourism Development Corporation, the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., Barbados Today, Barbados Sotheby's International Realty, Barbados Hotel Tourism Association, and most importantly, down there with the prizes, Diamonds International. Thanks very much, guys.
This has been a viral TV media production of the Rugby Barbados World Sevens.
Yeah, we lost you. There was hardly any volume. This last 10 minutes.
Serve, she can cut this corner. She doesn't. Steps back. Doesn't back herself. 19-year-old, but then she gets through that. The handoff. She's working on that power. Rather slight frame, but all speed. But here we go, and they are headed down. It is Kamika President. Kamika President turns the corner, gets in it, and has held it in, has roots. So we're going to go to a penalty where Leah Kantiba.
She's going to go straight. She's just going straight. 5 more.
Just the welcome mat was out right between those two players. They go off to that side. That is across. That was Maria Marin Garcia. Gets the ball there to Kiki Morgan. Kiki Morgan shows the outside, finds a space. She's going to head towards it. And the capped USA Eagle looks very... Now, ball back across. Morgan again in the tackle. Power again. Berard just sees a player coming in illegally. Ball back across to Roland. Roland moves into the middle of the field to Marin Garcia. Marin Garcia, one of the big featuring players this weekend for this team, slips the ball back intentionally or unintentionally, and Miel has already scored 1. She hands off a player and hits a 22-meter line in about a second. In another second, she'll be over the try line under the sticks. 5 points into the hands of Nicole Fish. Back to Wallace. Wallace hands it off there. And they're powering their way towards the line, doing what they have to do. Caitlin Broughton, some room around the outside. I think that was illegal coming around the side there from Trinidad and Tobago, but this is not going to be a problem for Walker. The martial arts specialist and player for the Emperor's Club. Hands it off to Ward. There. Coming across from Danaway. Into Satavu's hands.
Using Satavu more as a distributor at the moment.
Yeah. And that one goes over, and it bounces up into his hands. What a good piece of little skill, accompanied by a good piece of little luck. And try coming. The ball bounces up properly. Ball coming across. They've got a runner out wide. They're trying to get the ball out to him. Corey Jones bears himself. It's Olsen moves it, and they're going across field now. That's Olsen again, moves it out to the wing quickly, and the speed and power coming on. A little break, a little offload, and it's an answer. It's end-to-end for both teams, and ARPTC says we can do it. We'll see what they want to call themselves. I know they want to call themselves champions right now as they move the ball out of the centers, get the ball around Hendricks. They use her as the dummy runner, and now it's in Kelly Smith's hands. She just powers her way through. Kelly Smith there, Emily Henrich, so they can have their pick of good runners, see what they do, and they go to neither of them. Rivetti also a threat. The capped eagle puts it in there. Kelly Smith now on the outside. She's stepping, looking for that space, trying to get through, hands it off, gets over the try line, so we'll go with him. But a penalty against ARPTC. They need these points. Here they come through Gonzalez. Gonzalez reaches for the line. Gonzalez. Somebody has to crack the player over there from Quebec, and Quebec yanks it away. And this is going to be a good try for Justine Pelletier. No, it is not. Yes, it is. I thought she'd clear onto the line, but first somebody has to crack the player over there from Quebec, and Quebec yanks it away. And this is going to be a good try for Justine Pelletier. No, it is not. Yes, it is. I thought she'd clear onto the line, but first by St. Lucia. Northeast players are just forcing it through the short channels here. Solomon gets it to Levy. Levy is going to find her way around and find her way through. She is elusive on that one. Ball out to the wing there, and Northeast Academy cuts back in through Frankie Sands. Frankie Sands touches it down. And
it's impressive once she goes.
We'll see what kind of difference. I mean, the weather and the surface are things that St. Lucia are used to, but things they're not used to is Frankie Sands putting the hammer down and taking them on to score into the post, but that's
strong stiff arms to create some space for herself.
There is the ball out to McKinder again. McKinder puts it to Tara Vest. Tara Vest sees the white line she can dive over, touches it down. I just don't want to tell everybody what your role was at the tournament. Couldn't figure it out for the life of me, but you've been filling this great information here. As the ball comes across to Carney, Carney comes across. We're wide on the field. Some speed coming on there from Sion. Sion from Norway. I just don't want to tell everybody what your role was at the tournament. Couldn't figure it out for the life of me, but you've been filling this great information here. As the ball comes across to Carney, Carney comes across. We're wide on the field. Some speed coming on there from Sion. Sion from Norway. It touches down a try, and
We don't see things the way they are, we see them as they should be. We're engineers, it's what we do. With us, it's always faster this, smaller that, better everything. And the way we see it, the internet's in a rut, literally. The big cable companies are digging ditches to bring you high-speed internet. Slowly digging ditch after ditch. And you're left to wait. And wait. Well, we're not waiting. We're putting high-speed internet where it belongs, up on a pedestal. We're banding together, taking to the skies, and shooting it across the country. And not just for some, for everyone in every corner. Why? Because being connected means everything. It's the great equalizer. Today's internet is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It's running businesses, schools, lives, and more. Way more. And it definitely doesn't have to involve waiting, or burying cables, or buying bundles. It takes new thinking, hard work, and a dedication to lifting technology to new heights. The future's not faster cables, it's no cables. So we're climbing stairs, ladders, towers, and anything else that will allow us to connect you and everyone you know to affordable, reliable, non-bundled high-speed internet. The future can't wait.